Good morning, and thank you for joining us this morning for our City Council budget session. We'll go ahead and get started. Connie, could you please call the roll?
Cheatham. Burke.
Here.
Mangum.
Here.
Mansfield.
Here.
Marchand.
Here.
Nichols.
Here.
Flash.
Here. We'll go ahead, before we jump into the budget overview, agenda item number 2, Council, I just want to remind you that today's discussions, you have a number of action items on here that says action items. Just because it says action items doesn't mean you have to make an action. It just means that you can if you want to. There are a couple of things that I think are important to make that some decisions on, and those things are like the revenue forecast, what we anticipate to bring in, so that as we build the budget in the next few weeks, we'll be able to at least have an idea of what money we anticipate to build the budget with. And then there's a couple other things, your medical stuff. Doesn't have to be made, a decision doesn't have to be made, but it would really be nice to have some direction. It's pretty straightforward as far as I'm concerned, but it's more information today. Every decision that you make today, quite frankly, can be changed, and it usually is. But we usually stick pretty close to the revenues that we've decided in the past. And so just something to think about as we're going through these things. I would recommend making sure that we set the revenue where we are thinking, and then everything else, it would be nice to have a pretty good idea and some direction for staff to continue to build the budget on. But other than that, we should be pretty good as we move forward through the budgeting system. And so a few things have changed from in the past, and but most of it's still the same, so I think we're in good shape. So with that, we'll go ahead and move to agenda item number 2, which is fiscal year 2024 budget development overview. Gene Hill, Chief Financial Officer, CFO, will give a brief overview of budget development items to create the city's fiscal year 2024 budget. Gene.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, Honorable City Council. If I would too, I'd just like to really thank the finance team for all of their hard work to help put this together, if you will. So with that, I'd like to get started. But as I jump into the agenda, I would also like to tell you what I would like to recommend up front, so you can be paying attention to that as we go through it. I believe that given the high rate of inflation we have, that I would like to recommend that we take the full 3% on the tax increase and 1% on the foregone. And so with that, I'm going to jump into the agenda, which is talk about the current economic trends, budget developments, revenue forecast, fees, and then any Q&A. And then I'll turn it over to Heather for her side. First off, I think at the city, we really need to embrace change. And, starting out with creating an urgency on empowering people, coalitions to do this, and just, you get a copy of this, but in the end, it's building on change and making it stick and really embracing change, because that's the world we live in, right? And so that's kind of the budget process we've gone through, is change. And I'm trying to embrace that change and make that go through the process. First off, you can see that the private sector and employment, even with the big dip in 2020, is still on an upward trend, right? And this is from the ADP National Employment Report. Second, we can see that unemployment is still very low nationally. Even with the uptick again in 2020 with the pandemic, we're still fighting that job market, which is tight. Locally, we can see that it's 2.6% here in the state that we all love. Personal income is rising, but it is not keeping up with inflation. Is this pace okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Great pace.
Looking at the, the CPI, the PPI, And the PCE, which is the one that more accurately tracks what consumers actually spend, you can see that inflation has been somewhere between 8 and 10%, and still, in my opinion, is there.
Excuse me, Gene.
Yes.
For people who might be watching at home, can you explain PPI, CPI, and PCE?
Of course.
Or just what they are. Not you don't have to explain them in detail. Just what they are. What the
Thanks,
acronym
Corey. I
is.
appreciate it. PPI is the Producer Price Index, which is more for, businesses, and they track that more. Whereas the CPI is a bucket of goods, Consumer Price Index, which they track. And then the PCE is personal consumption. I forget what the E is, but anyway, that more accurately tracks because it doesn't have the fuel and stuff in it. So it more tracks what we really consume. Thank you, Corey.
Yes, sir.
Just another quick look at the Mountain West and the nation on inflation, just some more core data for you. I thought it would be kind of interesting to just look at some inflation data from the city of Pocatello. And so thank you to Tom's crew. We're able to pull this together just to kind of give you an idea. If you look at asphalt, average going up 5.8%, but in 2022 it was 18%. If you go down to a half-ton truck, right, 35% in 2022, average of 11%. Road salt, and anyway, just to kind of give you an idea of what we're feeling here in the city, it's between 8 and 10%. This is what our department heads are dealing with. Also, we got some information from police, which I didn't have time to get that in here, but I thank Bill for putting that together for me, and Eric as well. The other thing that's kind of interesting, though, is if you look at consumer confidence in the economy, if you will, it's on a downward trend. And so that kind of leaves us in a very interesting circumstance, which is, in summary, we're in a rolling recession, right? Which means that the recession is hitting different segments at different times. So it's not a recession all at one time. It's hitting different areas. We have stagnant inflation. We have a robust job market, so it makes it hard for the city to retain and attract employees. It's a tough circumstance we're in. Changing gears, any questions before I move on? I apologize. Just to kind of give you an idea of where revenues came in fiscal year 22, pie chart. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it because I think our time's more valuable spent elsewhere. Here's an idea of where the expenditures went. Again, just stop me. Again, you guys have copies of it, and we can get copies to whoever wants it. But I thought it would be good for everyone to be able to see where the revenues came from and where the expenses went or expenditures. Now, moving on to the fun part. You have to forgive me because I can't read this. I don't know if you guys can read it. It's pretty small, so I'm going to be pulling it up off this. So if you go across on the horizontal, right, it's got, historically, we've got fiscal year 19, which is audited, fiscal year 20, which is audited, fiscal year 21, which is unaudited, soon to be audited. I just want to make that note that we're just about rounding that corner. Fiscal year 22 unaudited, and then the budget year for fiscal year 23. And then our projections, which is where we obviously need your input on this. But if we go over it, and please, does everybody understand this, where I have this laid out? Are there any questions on it? So if you look at the far column on the right-hand side and then one back where it says increase, decrease, and then down to the total property tax, that is the delta that we're asking for is property tax, right? But then if you come to the available increases, going across, we've got new construction, and again, these are just estimates, right? Because we can't get firm data yet. So new construction estimate is about $353,000. Tax reimbursement incentive is $220,000. Then the state takes back out their reimbursement for property replacement money, $452,000. We add the foregone, which again, I was recommending the 1%. That gives 323 for a total available increase of 1.5 million. Questions before I continue?
Real fast, that 1.5 million is the, if I'm correct, 970,000 increase in the 3% property tax increase, plus these other metrics included. Okay.
Or another way to look at it, it's the increase of the 1.98. What's the, I want to make sure you have the right sheet. Is that,
I think so. The revenue forecast FY24.
so if you come down though, the increase, decrease in that column, is that 1.98 million, 1.098? Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Yep. Okay.
I want to make sure. Thank you.
Yep.
So the 1.5 is, yes, is the total of
Got it.
all of those together.
Okay.
Any other questions before moving on? Okay. Sales tax, again, you can go across and see the history. Taking it from the AIC projections, they're saying that it's going to be about $7 million, which is about a $400,000 increase over last year. State liquor is up by 1% at 744,000. The highway use tax is up by $1.4 million, 43%. Again, that projection's by AIC projection. The Bangkok, excuse me if I can say it right, I can't get it out right. Road and Bridge. Hey,
Bannock?
It's all right. It's all right.
what can I say?
I like it.
We'll educate him.
I think we got to change.
Just rename it.
Well, creek, whatever, right? Am I going to say it right? Bannock,
Yeah. Yeah.
Road and Bridge, hey, is down by 56,000. Building permits is down a little bit flat. We're not really sure. Richard was pretty helpful on that. Magistrate courts, fees, et cetera, will be up by about 15,000. Electric fees, we anticipate being up by 23,000. Natural gas franchise, 6,000. Cable franchise actually down quite substantially. And then, needless to say, the interest on what we're earning in our portfolio, right? Because interest rates have risen so fast. We're figuring, and this is just so you can understand this, taking $60 million, right, times 3.5% annualized, which should be pretty conservative when we actually have on average of about 90 million in our portfolio. So we're hopefully looking at more than the 700,000 increase, but I wanted to keep it conservative. That gives us a total of fees, taxes, and interest of 4.3 million. Going on down to the enterprise fee increase, I should let Tom tell us about this, but actually he's done such a good job, he and Jeff and everybody. We're not going to seek any type of a rate increase in sanitation. And again, Tom can give more information on that later on. Water up by 3%, WPC up by 3%, for an overall on the fee base 1.1 million. Grants, who really knows, right? But I'm estimating it's about a drop of 600,000 in grants, just given the environment we're in. For a total this year of available increase of 4.88 million.
Just a quick question.
Yes.
Thank you. On the sanitation, water, and water pollution control, we're still in that rate,
Yeah.
same rate study
So-
till 2025, is that correct?
It starts, Jeff, isn't it?
Yes, we are still in that rate study. In fact, this next year we'll have a
24 is last year.
24 is the last year?
yeah,
Okay.
this year we will do a new rate study.
To
and
prepare to
stuff, yeah.
begin a new one it'll start in 25?
Fiscal year
Okay.
25, yeah.
Okay, so these, what we're saying are increases, those are already built into that, right?
These, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and I was going to mention that we feel like water and what do you want to call it? Where's Levi? What do you want to call it, Levi?
WPC is fine for now.
Okay. WPC, we feel like we need to stay with that 3%, but because of the construction that we've had, the growth that we've had in our community, and stuff. Sanitation feels like it's appropriate to not have a fee increase because we've been so busy. I mean, we've just been slammed in sanitation, and so as they've looked at it, they've been able to reach the goals and the things that the rate study has called out for, and so
That's why I just wanted to clarify that that's
Yeah.
already
yeah. And
that's not a change.
But that's still, I might just add, this is still up to the council. If the council's comfortable with this, then it would be nice for the council to at least acknowledge that, yeah, we're comfortable moving forward with this flat and a 3% and a 3%. If you're not comfortable now, it'd be a good time to let the departments and Gene know what that looks like. And also, I think that it's extremely important for the council to look at the sales tax portion of this down through other income there and see if you're comfortable with those increases and decreases if you feel like, it's going to be a little bit more than the AIC projections. It's going to be a little bit less than the projections. Now's a good time to make those decisions. Josh?
How accurate are the AIC projections typically?
Historically, they've been pretty solid.
They go conservative.
They go very conservatively.
Okay,
And so when I look at like the sales tax, I'm a little surprised it's not a little bit more than that, knowing what people have been doing and just following the trends through the state, but they go conservative.
Okay.
Liquor tax, I think, is extremely conservative. I'd be surprised if it stays at $7,000 increase at a 1%. I am quite frankly shocked that it's not more of a,
It went up during
Okay.
COVID.
it went up during COVID. You had everybody at home alone had to go up.
Okay.
Just saying.
And so I think that they're conservative, but if you stuck with those, I think you would absolutely see those things. Cable franchise, I might add, has continued to drop. I don't know why 2023, we bounced from 115 to 135 because we have seen a continued drop in that. And so I'm comfortable at 100. Gene and I had a lengthy discussion. I personally am comfortable at 100 right now with that. Who knows what it's going to do? It may come up high, it may come lower than that, but that's one that seems to continue to drop down with streaming and things like that people are doing, so.
Mayor, can I make one before
Absolutely.
we ask? I just want to remind everyone too that I think this is you guys have a really tough challenge here, right? Because on one hand, we're facing inflation, a stag inflation where wages are not keeping up for the citizens of Pocatello, right? On the other hand, we need to hire and retain our people. And it's a tough choice. So again, I would like to just reiterate, my recommendation is 4%, 1% foregone, 3% on the tax. And I would really, after you have some discussion, really like to get your direction if I could before I move on in the discussion.
Yeah, I think that those are important things. Brent?
Hi. So I want to make sure I understand this here. So potentially, we're looking at a increase in revenue of about $4,800,000, right? Potentially.
Brent, I might add, that is if the council goes with the recommendations.
Yeah, and sort of as outlined here.
Yes.
And then we have a $94 million total budget in FY '23. So this represents about a 5.1% increase, is that right?
Yes.
But we're experiencing, you said 10% inflation. So what does that do? I mean, at the end of the day for the city, are we reducing services, or we're at a 5% loss even if we do this, just to keep up with inflation? Is that right?
As you know, real inflation versus nominal inflation, right? Purchasing power dollars are decreasing. They're not going up, right? I mean, if our inflation rate is at 10%, we're asking for all in 5%, we're still losing 5%.
Right.
A purchasing power. But on the other hand, it's obviously your choice. But the citizens too have, they're in the same situation, so it's a tough balancing act, right? And I don't think we'll lose services. I think we're gonna have to, and I think all the department heads, my hat is off to all the department heads, that we're looking for efficiencies, right? We're trying to find new technology, we're trying to embrace change. And I think, again, my hat's off to Tom for what he's done with sanitation and the other people that work for him to make that happen. That is, again, the department heads are doing that, and I think as we embrace this, we'll get there, and we'll rise to the occasion. Sorry for a long-winded,
I
but
get it, I get it, thank you.
Okay, Linda?
I do want to reiterate one point that you made. I mean, it really is a balancing act, and it's a difficult one. But it's about balancing what we need to do for the city, or as the city, the services that we need to provide, taking care of our employees, hiring and retaining good people, all of those things that we need to do in order to provide the service that we provide, but also at the same time, balance that with the citizens and their ability to pay taxes and not, just put the burden on people. And that includes, I believe, all of us. We are taxpayers too. But that balance is always the difficult part of budgeting. We could do anything we want, but we have to keep in mind.
Mayor, I forgot to interject one thing too, and that is I believe the House just passed Bill, was it 292?
Yeah.
Which is going to help ease the burden for the
Yes.
citizens, right?
Right.
By, if you will, subsidizing with the extra money that they have in Boise to help pay for the local citizens.
And it's
tax-
easing the
or
burden
property
on the
taxes.
school district too, which also helps them.
Yes.
You gotta smack me next time before I put my hand up.
Sorry to interrupt.
Go ahead.
We've got
first.
Josh, and then.
No, don't do that. I'm
Go
gonna be in
ahead,
trouble.
go ahead, no.
I'm gonna get in trouble.
Can you give, I think I could articulate it, but I'm hoping you can articulate it better. What are the state rules on property tax increases with the 3%? Because I know that number is not arbitrary, but I want to
So
clarify what that rule is.
It's 3% of the highest over the last 3 years, and that number is on the right-hand side in the notes. It's $32,341.60. That's basically what it is. And there's other maximums, but it's the 3% max, and then you have to go into the foregone.
Right.
And then there's an 8% total. That's the highest we can go is 8%.
Yeah.
So let me clarify that though a little bit
Please.
with the 8%. When it comes to taxes and property tax, cities, counties they have the authority to increase up to 3% from the highest of the last 3 years. And that's what Gene's talking about here. When you talk about the 1% or the 8% he just mentioned, 8% includes new construction, TIF district closures, all of the 3% tax, any annexations, anything. So if Pocatello, for example, just blew up and we had one project that the taxes from that one project came in at more than 8%, we could not claim that entire project because you can only get 8% increase with all of those new constructions and everything. So the foregone, the 1% foregone, it might work out to be a total of 4%. I mean, when you do the percentages, it does, but the dollar amounts might not be 4%. It might be 3.5%. It might be 5%, but it will not exceed that total 8%.
Right. Thank you both. The reason I wanted to bring that up and highlight that is because I believe that personally, I'll just make my feelings very clear up front. I think the full 3% and the 1% foregone is a good idea. The way the state rules are written is such that even if we look at years like this and say, well, we're really concerned about the citizens, we're going to try and decrease the tax burden in a given year, we hamstring ourselves in 2 to 3 years with the capable growth to keep up with developments like you're talking about. And that's the most deeply concerning part to me, is that a choice now to try and reduce the tax burden completely handcuffs our ability to successfully prepare for growth and investment in the city when it continues to grow. I think it is better to continue at a steady rate of the 3% as the state has outlined so that we can prepare for growth opportunities that exist in the city. And that's personally where my feelings lie.
Okay, Scott?
Well, they kind of covered it, both Linda and Josh, but I guess here's my push. And Gene's kind of touched it a little bit, because we do have to worry about the citizens, but we also have to worry about our employees. And we cannot balance a city budget on the employees' backs anymore. It's happened. People will say it hasn't. Over the years, I'm not saying it's always happens, but we sometimes look at that. And our employees, it costs us more money to hire and train employees than it does to retain them. Now, with that being said, it becomes a team effort with department heads, with all the department heads coming together to find those ways to save that money that I hope we try to push back into our employees. Today's in a way, doom and gloom, right? Because everything's going up. Everything's going up. Well, everything goes up for our employees also, just like it does the taxpayers. But it kind of, at budget time for us, it doubles up when you start looking at health care and what you're going to have to pay into Percy and do this and do that. And then we look at it and go, but, maybe we can give you a 2% raise, or that raise becomes nothing to them because they've spent it already on what they don't control. So I guess my push in this whole thing is, I agree with Josh, what we need to do. I would like to see us focus and try to build this budget a little bit or a lot around our employees instead of using them to try to balance it, to keep that in mind. I guess I'm just bringing that up, right? I want to keep that in mind completely through this, because in the end, we have to take care of them. I know there's a lot of asks in here. There's a lot of asks for more employees. I truly want to look at each and every one of those seriously, but I would rather pay our employees more, the ones we have, than start building an empire of more employees, mostly because it's hard to retain them and it's hard to hire. We've had hard times hiring. I look around us, and other cities and counties around us pay equal to us or more, and it's not right. Because I know what our people do. We do much, much more. We're a bigger city. It's expected of us. But I'm sure if we come together as a team, everybody comes together and puts their heads together and goes, how can we save money? And that may come down to simple things such as travel. Do I really need to take this trip? Do I really need to go to this place? Do I really need to attend this conference? It's the little dollars that in the end are going to count. That's just one example. But how do we save money? How do we give money back at the end? Do we have to spend it all? We don't have to spend it all, right? Your budget is good and you get to the end of the year and we have some money left, let's give it back, right? Let's try to build on the next year, That's how I look at it. But I agree, Linda brought that up initially, and I agree with Josh. I think we need to take the 3%. I think we need to take the 1% foregone and then start looking at how we're going to take care of the city and how we're going to take care of our employees, because I think this is the year we need to do that.
Okay, so I got Brent and then Josh again.
So if we take the 3% and the 1%, can you give me a flavor of what that would represent to, say, the average homeowner increase taxes on their home?
Can I get back to you on that?
Sure.
Because we don't have the exact, I'm still working with the county, and I don't have an exact number, and I don't want to misrepresent something, if that's
So
okay.
that's another thing, council, to kind of remember here. This 3% number will change probably after the county goes through all of the what are they, the where you can go and appeal your taxes.
Oh, yeah.
BOEs, thank
Yeah,
you. That's what
yeah.
I'm looking for. After the
Board of
BOEs are
Examiners.
done, and that doesn't happen until the end of July. And so the numbers, that's why I said earlier today, the numbers and the things that we talk about here will probably change because of that very thing. it is important to keep in mind that the legislature this year with House Bill 292 knew that this was going to happen, or at least anticipated something was going to happen, and wanted to give some relief because they also recognize that cities are going to have to increase the ask because of inflation and things like that. And so I don't know what that total amount looks like for people, but the 3% will definitely probably change depending on the BOEs. And so just keep that in mind too. The numbers, we'll build the budgets around what this looks like. We'll get as good of numbers as we can. Typically, the county does not give us numbers until, quite frankly, August. And we start looking at the timeline. We have to, the first meeting in August, we have to have our public hearing on it. And usually a day or two before that is when we hear what the real number is. And so that's why timeline doesn't make sense for cities to build a budget, but
It is what it is.
it is what it is. It's always been that way. And so those numbers will change a little bit, but we should be able to get you a number, what that would look like with today's value.
And I will get back to you on
And
that.
so
Thank you.
I think that would be good for you to get the entire council.
Yes.
Yeah. Josh, you had something?
Your listed number for max foregone is, I think there's a typo. Is our balance in the 4 millions?
Yes, I missed a zero. Sorry about that.
Okay, I assumed as much, and I thought, based on my last year's budget session, that's what I thought it was, but I wanted to make sure before we,
I can't blame it on the mayor.
I mean, I'd let you. I wouldn't know any better.
Apologies for that. I will,
No problem.
I will get that corrected and newly sent out.
No issues. Appreciate it.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes. Linda?
I wanted to go back to your question about getting council feedback on the 3 and the 1%. And I agree with everything Josh said. I think, and I want to talk a little bit about 292 as well. The legislature passed that bill, and they've done quote-unquote tax relief, property tax relief bills in the past that really haven't provided very good property tax relief. I'll be generous with that comment. But the approach in the past has always been to really put the burden on local governments and say, it's just a spending problem. But there's things that we have to do, and we all recognize that costs are going up, inflation is going up, all these things that are completely beyond our control, and yet somehow we just have to find a way to magically spend less money. You can't do that. So those bills were always problematic. This is the first bill, and I'm not saying by any means that this is perfect, but it's the first bill that seems to really get at the problem and address the issue of property tax relief without just saying it's a spending problem of local governments. You figure it out. So that's a good thing. It's at least going in a better direction. But with that, I think that sets us up well to do exactly what Josh said is, Councilor Mansfield, to start thinking about
Either way, it's
setting ourselves up for future budgets and not hamstringing our ability to do what we need to do. In the past, we've really tried to not use any foregone, to, maybe not do the full 3%, everything we could to keep that down, because that was the only way of providing any property tax relief. Now the legislature has eased that burden somewhat, that I think we need, I feel comfortable with these numbers, because we need to start, as you say, what was your word, embracing change. And I have always said, since I've been on the council, it's about investing in the city. I don't even like the word spending. It is investing, and investing, as you said, in our employees, investing because they're the ones who provide the service. So I think we need to do that, and I feel good about the 3% and the 1%. I think that sets us up well for future.
Okay.
Do we need a motion?
We have an action item. We could have a motion, or you can just give direction. So either one works.
I think I want to make a formal motion.
Okay.
I would move that we direct the finance department and department heads to prepare the fiscal year 24 budget with the 3% increase in property tax and a 1% of foregone.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mansfield, and I think that Mangum beat you, Linda. You were
That
definitely
surprised
about
you.
it.
Does that surprise anyone?
No, I mean, I've seen his daughter run. I'm
He's the
assuming
speedy
he's
guy.
close.
Good at it.
And so we have a motion by Mansfield and a second by Mangum. Connie, would you call the roll?
Mansfield.
Yes.
Mangum.
Yes.
Lurick.
Yes.
Marchand.
Yes.
Nichols.
Yes.
So I still want to know what this, because council, remember, these numbers may change. We can build the budget this way. I think it's still important to get Councilmember Nichols that number of today's values, so that then the council, so that we know what that looks like.
With a little
and
bit of
stuff.
fun, as long as I get it back to him by September 30th, that's okay. I'll try and get it to you today, okay?
But yeah, so at some point, council, the sales tax. Why don't we just go through these one at a time, real quick? Sales tax. Are you comfortable with that AIC projection? Are you? It looks like an increase of $397,000. What are your thoughts on the sales tax?
Yes. I trust the AIC predictions. Like, I don't feel like I know any better than they do. So I'm comfortable with all of them on the AIC predictions.
I am too. I just have one question about the, well, I guess two questions.
So I appreciate that, both, and your comment, sales tax. Let's focus here, there.
Oh.
Because we go around.
Right. Yeah.
I
Yes.
don't want to chase a lot of rabbit holes. Are we okay with
Okay.
6%
Yes.
there, or with that AIC projection? So if you would build the budget with the sales tax projection of AIC. Liquor tax, AIC does not give you a projection. That they give historic data and stuff. What thoughts?
That's one of my questions.
Okay.
I think it low.
1% seems, and I know we go conservative on all of these numbers, but that seems especially conservative. I would feel comfortable raising that a little bit.
Okay.
What do you, what was your rationale on the 1%?
I think that was probably just the trend from
Average.
AIC, the average from AIC.
Okay.
They'll send you the average. They won't send you any predictions for that.
What would you want me to raise it to if the council's in agreement?
Well, that's council. You need
Yeah.
to talk about that. Are we comfortable with 1%? I mean, I would be more than comfortable. I think we're going to bring more than that in, but
To be conservative.
it's very conservative. 1%, I think, is very conservative.
Good. But I'm good with
You're
conservative.
good with
I
conservative.
am too.
It's not going to hurt us
Right.
being conservative.
Won't hurt us.
I mean,
It may be more.
Right.
But I don't think it'll be less, so
no,
we're okay
especially
with
not during
this.
budget season.
Yeah.
So we're good at keeping it where it is.
1%.
Okay, we'll
Okay.
build the budget around that. Highway user tax.
I had a question on this one, too.
Tom, you might need to answer this question. I don't know.
Oh, that would be good.
Got a hot seat for you right here, Tom.
And I guess my question is just how do you feel about that number? That 43%'s really high. But that's the projection. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, so Tom Kirkman, Deputy Public Works Director. What we've seen on highway user money is substantial increases lately. The legislature, I think, has put transportation on the front of their mind right now. And so we are getting a lot of money, and we want to be able to use that. And so, yes, we're very comfortable with that number.
Okay.
Do you believe that's a conservative number?
I don't know if it's conservative. I kind of, like what Josh said, I don't know if I know any better than they do. But from what we're seeing, we're, like the last year and the year before, we came in over. We over executed on revenues from what our projections was. So if history tells the tale, yes, it's conservative.
Okay. We good with
Then
that?
I feel good about it.
You do, Brent? You feel good about it? Okay,
Stay for
keep that one the same. Thank you, Tom.
I'll stay for road and bridge just in case.
Road and Bridge. Council, your thoughts?
It's a decrease. Why is that a decrease? That's just their,
So a couple of, I think it was 2 years ago, they lowered their levy rate for road and bridge. We don't know why. And so we've just seen, $20 to $30 to $40,000 less each year from them. I don't know what their rationale behind that was, so. But we're not losing a huge amount of money. It's usually, 20 to 50,000.
This Road and Bridge is different than the highway user. They don't use that. This is the,
Yeah, so Bannock County levies tax to cover all of the road and bridge projects in the county. And so each city gets a share of that based on population.
so it hurts us the worst, basically, right?
oh yeah.
Yeah, so this year, I think it was gonna be like, over 50,000 this year. That's the biggest one we've seen yet, so.
And yet I think everybody in the city is a resident of the county, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Sometimes I get confused. Thank you.
It's just sometimes for you. It's always for them.
Sometimes.
So are we good with that, council? Are you comfortable with this
Yep.
decrease?
I
Okay.
don't like it, but
We don't like it, but sounds good. Building permits.
I'd like to hear
I-
from Richard on this one.
Richard, come on up here and talk to us a little bit about building permits. I'm not confident I agree with this assessment, but
Just wondering why this one went down.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. It's hard to predict. We don't have any control on how many people come and get permits. So we're just trying to be conservative. We don't want to say that we're going to get a bunch. This fall and winter, we did see a decrease in permits. This last month, we have seen an increase. So you just wanted to be conservative. So.
So you said you had seen a decrease in the fall and the winter. That was going to be my question. Is there a downward trend? But now it's going up.
This
so-
last month, we've seen a big increase in townhouse apartments.
Okay.
So that will generate some revenue off of those permits, but single-family resident homes has been a huge decrease.
Okay.
Scott?
So could the downward fall in in fall and winter be the weather? I mean, we had a pretty tough winter, and
Well,
would that slow it down some? It wasn't a typical winter.
it was the big increase in the interest rate. So we went from 2.5% to 7%, and then we bounced down to about 4%, and then we're back up 6 to 7%.
Right.
And the higher, 7% interest rate 10 years ago, 15 years ago was great, but a starter home was $160,000,
Right.
120, somewhere in there. Now you're looking at a starter home at 330, at 7% interest, and that's a huge mortgage payment.
Right.
I mean, more than what my staff makes in a month working.
Right.
So.
Josh?
That's the comment I wanted to make, is that, I know that we project it low, and hopefully the interest rates continue to climb down over the next year. But I don't like playing a prediction game that the Fed is going to change it and all of a sudden give us 2% back.
I just didn't want to give the council false hopes that we're going to have another record year in building permits and then have it fall short and be in trouble.
Well, council, I will tell you why I disagree with this is because we still have a housing shortage. And that shortage isn't going to change. And I know we've got companies that are looking to hire people but can't bring people here. There is an uptick in building. I think that I I think that we're not going to see a decrease at all. I think you're going to see an increase. There's some big projects that are on the horizon. If you're talking conservative, this is ultra conservative on this number in my mind.
What are you thinking would be?
I am comfortable at this. If you look at the trends, you know, I'm comfortable bouncing this back up to about 900 and probably 50, but that's 940, 950.
So a decrease of, say, 18?
So
It would just reverse it from the negative,
just reverse it from it, yeah.
You want it flat?
essentially.
Well, last year
Well,
was
I'm looking right here.
967.
That was unbudgeted, and so that's
Right.
this year, 967. Is that to date?
No, that is budgeted. You'd have to look back for actual to 22.
Okay, to 22, so we were at 940, so I mean, I'm comfortable looking at the flat at 967, quite frankly, but this is not my decision. I just know that we have a housing shortage. We're going to continue to have a housing shortage. And I think that's ultra conservative. But that's up to you guys.
So is there any downside to leaving it as it is and being conservative? Because then it can only get better for us. right?
No, I mean, there's no downside to dropping all of these to negative so that we show the positive at the end of the year. So there's no downside to it at all.
But we're building a budget
But you're building,
based
we're
on
we're
it.
looking at building a budget, and I've heard, and I agree with the idea of our employees need to be taken care of. We've got increases in insurance. We've got increases everywhere else. I just have a hard time leaving money that could help us build the budget where I feel like that we have an opportunity to get another $50,000 out of the revenue coming in, but that's.
I guess part of it is it houses that are being built or apartments? I see a lot of apartments going up.
There's a
I don't see.
There's a ton of apartments.
Ton of apartments, ton of
That begins a
townhomes.
different tax base, correct? I mean, tax
What is
revenue that
the-
you're bringing
I
in,
think your revenue's
apartment
about the
versus
same.
a home, no?
It's just, you got a
This is
large
permanent.
complex
Yeah.
that the landlord, the owner's paying
paying.
for instead of the tenants.
Right.
Unless it's like a condo style townhouse where they actually own the
Right,
unit.
right.
And they're paying the taxes on that. But we're seeing both of those where it's individual townhouse ownership and then owned by a company that owns them. We're just seeing a lot.
But they're paying for it.
But they're
through
paying
their
the
rent.
taxes.
They're
Yeah.
paying the taxes on it. The
At the
difference is.
same rate, I guess, is what I'm asking, because I don't know. Is there a difference between what a homeowner pays and if I got a 50 unit apartment? I don't know.
I don't know the answer. I'll give.
I don't think so, but I can't answer.
I
that.
don't- I-
Because he's not paying for 50 people. He's
They don't
paying
get,
for
they don't
that.
get the homeowner's exemption.
Right.
Right.
They pay the full
Yeah,
tax rate.
you pay the whole full thing.
Okay.
There's no homeowner's exemption. The difference is in a 1 acre lot, you have 100 apartments, and instead of 50 homes, the value of homes could be different and change.
Sure.
And so you may see a few more dollars on that, but your permits are the same. This isn't
this
a
is-
tax, this is a permit.
permit.
Yeah, this is
Right.
permits.
The permits are not different. Josh and then Corey, I think you had a question.
I would like to see if we could year to date on building permits numbers and where it's at relative to our 23 budget, and then where you think based on that year to date it might finish. And then I would feel more comfortable making a change to that number personally.
Okay. So my suggestion then, if we're not comfortable, it doesn't sound like council's comfortable in changing this number. Let's have them build the budget right now with this in mind, but get that information, and if we need to change this in the future, we can.
Okay, thank you.
Because I would like to change it a little bit at least. So I'd be willing to wait and see that.
I think it's fair to wait.
Yeah.
There's, to Councilmember Nichols' point, there's really not a downside to doing this other than the only downside I see is we're trying to build the budget and we want to be able to utilize what we have and stuff. But
Well, yeah, and
the upside is at the end of the year, if it comes in, then you just build your reserves. And so we'll just keep that where it is right now, build the budget around that, and then go from there. Magistrate Court.
this one looks like it's all over the place.
It is. Our attorneys are solid with what they charge us, but the criminals aren't solid in what they pay us.
I guess my one question that I would have here is it looks like 2022 obviously was a much higher year, but otherwise it's pretty static around 160 to 165. Is there a reason we anticipate it to jump to 180, or are we just allowing that 230,000 number to pull that?
It was the average. So, taking that weighted average pulled it up. So that's kind of, that budgeted number pulled it up so we can certainly.
In that 230.
I think I would be more comfortable projecting this number in the 165 range because 4 out of the 5 years have hit the 165, except for one outlier. I mean, it's incredibly consistent. I don't know if an average here in this case is the most appropriate way to properly predict budget.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes. And then
Was there
Corey.
not some legislative change that affected this amount? I can't remember.
No, I think what you're talking about is the way the magistrates are paid and who
Okay.
is responsible for paying that.
Okay, so that doesn't
This is
affect
still
this.
a fee that won't affect this.
Okay.
That
Because I know there was something changed with the county's responsibility in paying, and that was
Yeah, that
part of the
they-
property tax relief
Yeah.
discussion and everything. So, but if that doesn't affect this, then,
that shouldn't affect this. That's how we are paying magistrates,
Okay.
not how we're collecting the fee. And before I let Jared speak,
No,
get,
I'm good.
you're good?
You just summed up what I was thinking. So.
Okay.
Yeah, that's my answer as well. That was a different fee for our use
Okay.
of the magistrate courts, and the state revamped that process. It actually took some money from the liquor sales tax.
right.
And there was enough growth in that sales tax to cover our magistrate court fees it was a 5-year process, but this year was the last year. And so we are done paying magistrate court fees. We still get magistrate court revenue's not the right word,
This is
but yeah.
the revenue, yeah.
And as to
Income.
the varying numbers, there's lots of factors in that. The number of cases never goes down. That's always a steady growth from year to year. COVID had an impact on that because there was a huge backlog of cases, which is probably why the 22 number was so inflated. But I anticipate pretty standard because even though you have more cases, you have different fines and fees assessed by the judges. The judges understand the pinch that people are feeling, and so there's some weighted decisions there. And so I think it's pretty steady across the board, even with the increase in the number of cases.
Do you feel the 180 is still fairly conservative or not?
Just based on the trend that I've seen, I think that it's probably not conservative. It might even be a little high, like we've discussed. Even if the cases go up, but the assessments are lower, then we don't get as much of that back to the city. And quite honestly, we get a very small portion of it when it's all adjudicated with the courts. But that portion that we get has been pretty consistent.
Okay.
Okay, Josh?
I would prefer then, based on this answer as well, to move it to probably 165.
I'm with Josh.
Okay.
So essentially a $0
Council,
increase.
we okay, 165? Got a couple that have said yes. Okay, let's build it on 165. Thank you, Jared.
Thank you.
Electric franchise. Yes.
Could someone explain to me what that is, that and the natural gas franchise fee? Why do we get those?
Jared, do you want to explain that?
I'll do my best. I don't have the details in front of me or in my mind, but basically, by state code, we're allowed to collect 1% of revenues from those particular public utilities. And unless you enter agreement, for up to 3%. I believe all of our franchise fees right now are 1% of that revenue of those entities. And so, it goes up and down depending on how that company does. Rates do affect it. The mayor and I had a little conversation about this the other day, so I double checked. Rates could affect it because it could affect their revenues, but theoretically their rates are approved by the Idaho Public Utilities Commission, and it shouldn't have a drastic impact on the revenues. That's why they're allowed to raise their rates.
And this fee really comes because they use our right of ways and things like that.
Okay, got it. Perfect, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Electric franchise fees, council, your thoughts?
Good with it.
Pretty comfortable.
Comfortable?
Yep.
Okay, so we'll keep that. Natural gas,
Yep.
sounds like we're comfortable keeping that. Cable franchise.
Cable's steadily going down. I mean, people are doing other things. There's other options. I'm comfortable with this.
I might just say, I think that it's great for us to have Sparklight with us, you know, because they've been very community oriented and community minded, and they've always been willing to do this. And legislation changed a little bit, which could have given them a bigger break. They focused on the city and helped with that, and so. I might just throw that out there. You know, it's nice that there are a lot of people that aren't doing all the streaming, and that we still have the cable out there, and that franchise fee. That does help us, but we have seen it steadily drop. 100,000 might be ultra conservative again when it comes right down to it, quite frankly, but it's probably a fair number too. So. Keep that?
Yeah.
Okay. And then interest.
Yep.
We comfortable with that interest that we're looking at?
Gene?
I think we could raise it. You know, if you look at the treasury yield curve, right now, everybody's familiar with that, right? That's just where you take different interest rates along treasuries, whether it's T-bills, notes, bonds, going from anywhere from 30 days out to 30 years, and it creates this curve. Right now, that yield curve around the 3-month to the 6-month is 5%. Now, that's not going to stay there, though, right? It'll go up and down. So I could probably be comfortable squeaking another couple $100,000 out of that, the current rate environment, and happy to do that if that's what you'd like. I mean, I think that is still conservative, but could put a little more money on the table.
Yeah.
So this projection is based on what type of a rate?
3.5, if you look off the right, it's 3.5% on a portfolio size of 60 million annualized.
All right. And typically, what type of investments are we purchasing?
We invest with the Idaho State Pool, and they invest in mainly either government agencies, you know, Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, et cetera, or Treasury straight. So it's all government backed. And those rates right now are in that, depending on the maturity, anywhere from the 3 to 5%.
Okay.
I could see this at 4 instead of the 3.5, but because I agree with what you're saying on bumping it up a couple hundred, but that's just me.
I don't know if I should go here or not, but one thing that we have done, just the probability of this happening is very small, but I still want to make sure that the city has liquidity. So I have taken money out of this pool because that's all treasury, right? And if the default, and I don't think it'll happen, but if they can't get the debt ceiling together and this goes on for a while, we moved a portion of the money, $20 million or $16 million into US Bank to make sure that we have absolute liquidity for 3 to 4 months. So that will impact that rate a little bit, but very little. So.
Given that, do you think it's safer to stay at the 3.5 or is 4 still?
We could push 4. I think we could push 4% and use an average portfolio of 60 million on 4%. I'd be comfortable with that.
Sounds good to me.
So increase that to 4%, which is what, a
It's another couple $100,000 probably.
couple 100,000?
I'm good.
You comfortable?
Okay.
Okay. Okay, and then, what have you got under add other income?
Which line? I'm sorry.
You're at the very bottom of this section, other income.
Oh, that's the, sorry. That's when we get the money back. The state is kind of an offset.
Oh, that's right, okay, that's
An
the,
offset of the money that was taken away and we can receive it back in a different revenue
Okay.
title.
all right. Okay, so it sounds to me like you've got some direction there. Council, is there, do you feel like we need to have a motion on this one, or are you okay? It doesn't matter, quite frankly, but,
I'm good with that one.
okay. Sounds good.
Thank you, everyone. And can I just make one quick comment too on how much I love this city? And the fact that we need to keep it safe and we need to make it, a place where it stays this way and that we do the growth, controlled growth, and that whether it's the parks, whether it's the police, whether it's the fire, whether it's our employees, we need to continue to advance this. And with that, I'll move on. Thank you for indulging me.
Thank you. Thank you, Council, for that. We will move on to, do we need a break? Because this one's going to take a minute probably.
Sure.
I'd like to go fill up my water.
Okay, so
If
we're
we're
going
gonna
to
be
take,
here a
before we
while.
move to agenda item 4, we've made it through 3 whole agenda items.
I feel targeted, John.
Before we get to agenda item 4, we will take a break real quick. So
just
let's,
power through it.
let's see if we can't get back here in about 5 to 7 minutes.
Are you?
All right. Thank you for joining us after the break. We'll go ahead and get started. One thing I failed to do, and I apologize for this, when the meeting started, Rick, Councilmember Cheatham, or Council President Cheatham, is out of town in Kansas, and so that's why he's not here, but he will be watching this online and making sure that he's up to speed with where everybody is. But I just wanted to let everybody know that he is and has been excused from this meeting for stuff there. He's got family back in Kansas, and so he was able to get back there. And so with that, we'll move to agenda item number 4, health insurance. No, we're skipping 4 because we're waiting. We're going to 5. What are we doing?
We had one more, but we can skip it if you'd like.
What are you looking at?
The historical interfund. I wanted to finish on that, but we can pass that.
Historical interfund. I don't have it on my agenda.
It's on mine. I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
I don't, it's not.
Okay, let's move on then. Let's
It's
move
not
on.
here,
Go ahead.
so we won't
Move on.
be going over. I know, Council, you received a historic interfund transfer thing here. Look at that, so you kind of know where that is. If you have any questions, you can talk to Gene about it. It's not on the agenda, so we can't
My apologies.
have a part of the meeting, so no worries. We're going to jump to positions. We're waiting for our rep to get here for the other. So we'll jump to agenda item number 5, which is new positions request. Heather Buchanan, Human Resources Director, will give a presentation.
Good morning, everyone. Heather Buchanan. Today I'm going to go over the new position requests that have come in from department heads. I built a little timeline for those of you that are new to council, and this actually even really helped me to track it all through process. All the way back in December, we start talking to department heads about budgeting for the next fiscal year. They all enjoy that whole 30, 40-day break they get between budgeting sessions. Once they submit paperwork, we sit down, finalize job descriptions, and place them in a pay grade. HR then sits down with the mayor to make sure he's aware of what we're asking for, so he understands the direction and he can talk to the department heads between that date and when they present before council. Today I'm going to give you a list of everything that's being requested. As you'll notice, this middle section has this little box that on my screen is green, but I don't know what color it is up there. From now until tax solution meetings, which happens in late June, is the easiest time period for you to add and remove positions. The earlier we add, the easier it is to build the budget. It's easy to take money out of the budget. If we remove a position, it is much more difficult to add money back in. If you go to a position that has an interfund transfer, it affects a lot of budgets every time we make that change. So you can do it all the way up till the budget vote in August. We really ask you not to do that simply because it's very hard to get you accurate numbers. At any time you can add, remove. Department heads are here. Everyone who has a position can answer questions today. They were all aware, they were all excited to have the opportunity that maybe it would be built into their presentation with the understanding that it can be pulled up until the budget is adopted. So HR is confusing. We're kind of like the agents of chaos at the city sometimes. I talk about headcount and I talk about FTE, and why those items are similar, they are not the same thing. So FTE is what we consider a full-time equivalent position. At the city, that's a standard of 2,080 hours or more per year. Those employees receive full medical benefits at the full-time rates and the dental rates. A 30-hour-a-week employee gets full-time medical benefit rates and half-time dental, and then a 20-hour employee a week pays 50% of each of those costs. Most of the time when we're talking about budgeting, we're talking about FTE. That's what salary projections is. It tracks every head count and every cost associated with a position. Then you go into budgeting and we start talking about head count, which is where we actually count the number of employees we have and we multiply something for a cost of an item. If I use those terms and you're not sure I'm using the right one, please ask, because I don't want this to be confusing, but sometimes it does kind of overlap and kind of mush together. So the total cost of a position and what you're seeing today is the total cost of the position, the benefits, and the ad pays. So ad pays is our smallest portion. Most of those are defined by collective bargaining, which means we've already agreed to those when we sign the collective bargaining agreements. This is any compensation basically above annual wages. Benefits is the package we choose to elect and the items we are required to provide based on state and federal laws. And then compensation, which is the biggest portion, is the annual wages. So there are 19 positions on this sheet. We do not expect them all to be funded, but I'm going to quickly go through them so you can read them easier individually by type. So first up is ambulance. So the city holds the ambulance contract and the fire department runs that. They are requesting authority for 6 positions. That means we would build it into the budget as money they could expend if there is a revenue source to cover that. So if we build the authority and the county does not fund this, we will not expend the money. If we don't add the authority and the county grants us the money, Chief O'Hearn can't expend this until we do a budget amendment. So that is 6 head count. Again, no impact to the city levy or budget overall. It would have to have a revenue source.
So let me interrupt you right there real quick. Council, these 6 paramedics, ambulance, we had a meeting with the county yesterday, and where's my fire chief? You can come up here and kind of explain some things, or I can try to do it, but you'll be the better one to do that.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Ryan O'Hearn, Fire Chief, Pocatello Fire. So these positions were submitted, as Heather outlined in her timeline back in February as kind of a placeholder for budget authority. We're in a unique position where we engage with the city for the fire side, for budget development, and with the county on the ambulance side, and we're still engaging in that process. Yesterday, we met to discuss the ambulance contract, and we discussed, and though the commissioners weren't there to give direct guidance to us, these paramedics are kind of a placeholder for future EMS service expansion, either in North County or in South County. We wanted to paint a picture of what putting another ambulance into the system looks like. But we realize, I think at this point, that that timeline is probably further back than we thought. The commissioner yesterday thought that we'd probably be looking at something more in FY25. And so I think it's pretty unlikely that we're going to go through the budget process and get budget revenue granted from the commission in the budget process for 6 paramedics.
So just a little bit more background. The county has made a decision to put an ambulance in South County, a full-time ambulance. We've debated how that works, where we have the ambulance contract. We've worked with the county on that yesterday. The county commissioner that we met with mentioned that they haven't started building the garage for it yet, and they anticipate that starting in the middle of the fall. And so if it starts in the middle of the fall, they'll probably be done spring-ish to summer next year. That we might look at what it's going to take and some times to have them there. So he did not think that we would be in desperate need of hiring 6 new paramedics right now. And so, but we felt it was pretty important to keep it on here because though we don't hire them probably this year, next year we're definitely going to be in the position that we need to have a serious discussion about hiring.
It'll be part of the budget discussion again next year.
Yeah,
both
for
sides.
sure. But we didn't want it to surprise you next year when it comes up with 6 paramedics.
So what does that mean that we're looking for this year?
So this year, we needed them on this list so that the council was aware. Well, up until yesterday, we thought that we needed them because they were starting that.
That we were actually.
Starting that in FY24, but according to the commissioner, FY25 is what his anticipated start, and so.
When I submitted these in February, I thought that the construction of the fire station down there, which is where they would be housed, was going to begin right about now and be done sometime the first of the year. And so even though this is for 6 positions, we probably would have planned of hiring mid-year next year. But now that that timeline has been pushed back, we realize that it's probably not going to be a reality.
And I guess what I'm asking though is that I understand what you're saying and that will be 25, but are you asking for and do we want to consider any of these positions for this coming year? I've heard things about our ambulance service and, that maybe we need some people. So I'm wondering, are we asking for anything this year?
As a reminder, Councilwoman, the ambulance district, if we hire these, the county, we are a pass-through.
Right.
And the county's saying, don't hire them right now.
Okay. So that's not even
Let's hold off. And so if we were to move forward with hiring them now or in mid-year, we wouldn't have the funds to
They're not gonna
pay
approve
them.
that,
They're not gonna do that until they need it. And so, but it needs to be on the list so that you've got that in mind as we are building a budget for next year, even not this budget, but the next budget cycle. Councilmember Marchand.
Just so you know, during this meeting, the county, I think our fire chief, when he looked at it, right, the turnout on this thing was, hey, we're going to run this thing 24/7, 365. That's how they want to build it. Now, they've kind of gone back the way I understood it yesterday. Is it this summer? They're going to run they're going to run some tests sometime prior to this thing going into
Probably in
service.
FY24.
Correct? So it may not be 6. In the end, it may be hire one paramedic or three paramedics to work 4 10-hour shifts sometime during the week. It didn't sound to me like they really had it all laid out at this point. They want to run some tests down there to see how it works. But I think truly what they want to do is get a paramedic down there. That's their big thing. Instead of, just having the volunteer EMT showing up, making sure that they can get somebody there that, I don't know what the difference is, administer drugs, do the advanced life support stuff. So that was their thing. I think we looked at the build as a full build. It may not be that for a couple of years, 2 or 3 years on
I
paramedics.
just want to make sure that, and I understand we work with them and, we have to have their commitment to fund this and everything, but that we have the staffing level that we need for ambulance. We can't just overwork the ones that we have.
Right.
That's a big cost.
No, I think yeah, we recognize that for sure.
So,
Councilmember.
so for clarification's sake, the county is saying it's an absolute zero. It's a no, right? Because to Heather's point, we can't add money later on, right? And so if it's an absolute no, then, by all means, no. But if it's a possibility, then having this there, it's no, it doesn't impede any progress to our budget. It doesn't impact the city levy. So it doesn't really matter necessarily, but it does give us that legway or that wiggle room if the county does come back around and says, let's move.
If I understand it right, if the county comes back in the summer and says, no, we need let's get it done, then the county will have done a budget amendment to include this money, and then the chief would be in front of us to do a budget amendment.
And then
so
we
that
would do one
could-
also.
Then
We
we
can
could
add it. We can
add
it
at that
if we have
point
to.
if we needed to. Is
Okay.
that correct, chief?
Yeah, and we haven't been given direct guidance by the commissioners. We're about a week behind this process with them, so I meet with them on June 21st is our budget discussion where we finalize the departmental ask for the ambulance district. Well before our published date, but whether we leave it in now and then don't fill it, it doesn't affect our authority because we wouldn't expend it. If they do hire, it probably would be a mid-year after that station goes into place, which I would have time to come back in December for a budget amendment.
To do that. So just as you're looking at all of the numbers, there's 19 asks, 6 of them are, put them on pause right now. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, at some point I run out of time to update the PowerPoints.
Well, no, we didn't want it updated. We wanted to leave them on there anyway, so.
Okay, next up is an enterprise fund sanitation. Tom's here if you have specific questions about this. We are requesting 2 senior sanitation operators and 1 regular sanitation operator. And the enterprise cost, which is fee-based on users, is $237,528, and that's 3 full FTE.
Did we skip WPC?
On our list, it's different, but she'll get the WPC.
okay.
So questions for Tom on this one?
Well, can you go repeat the enterprise cost? You had said something. No, I see the number, but you had said that
So enterprise is based off of the user fees utilizing the
off of the
service.
fees. Okay.
Yeah, so this isn't a tax ask, this is strictly off the revenue sanitation brings in for their services.
Okay.
Brent. Then Josh.
So generally speaking, how do we set salaries? I mean, do we hire a service to do that, or?
Okay, so, sorry, my answer is now gonna be this long. So, HR is kind of the gatekeeper to placement on the pay grade chart. However, we did not design the pay grade chart. We worked with an outside consultant who did a study before I started, so prior to 16. It's been a while. New positions are normally sent out for review by that outside agency, which has changed companies now because the previous company retired. Positions are placed on the chart based on the requirements of the position. So the function that they serve, independent work, the level of education, the level of skill, liability factor is included. exempt, non-exempt falls under FLSA standards, so we comply on the federal level there. But it is an outside consultant that helped us build the chart. They sat down with all the department heads and they went through every position to figure out the key factors, and then that's how they end up on the pay grade charts.
But how is the salary set? I mean, are they looking like regionally at what other people are paying for an equivalent position?
Ish.
I was gonna say, good luck with that one.
So this is hard because this is always the debate I get. Salaries to the city are internal equity based on what we do. Yes, there are comparisons to outside agencies and we look at national trends, but at the end of the day, what it boils down to is we have to keep the requirements between positions. We adjust pay equally, simply because we end up in a situation of an unequal pay complaint if nationally one area shows an uptick. But sanitation is a good example because it is both privately and publicly done. If private enterprise pushes the rates up to a point where I can't match them because I'm now paying a sanitation operator more than an engineer, I have to keep them equitable within our chart. I can't pay them more based on the private sector or what our counterparts are doing unless I'm willing to adjust everyone's wage that way. The other problem is people look at title only when they look at positions. When we do the equity of a position for placement, it is on the actual function. So when we respond to a survey, we read every part of the job description and then we do an analysis. I've never had anyone had to put a microphone in front of me, Connie. This one died. We do an analysis of the functions. So yes, we do look at trends around us. However, we move the table as a whole. If a position changes, if technology advances, we did that in sanitation with the implementation of routeware. We do adjust those positions on our table with that new technology. That's as close as a good answer as I can give you. I'm sorry. It's not a yes or no.
Okay, that's good for now. Thank you.
I got Scott and then Josh.
Are you fully staffed right now?
So right now, we are seeing a large increase in our commercial services. We're seeing our temporary container service, which is when someone calls for a 3-yard container at their house, it's up 50% right now. And our roll-off services are up 20%, which are the big money generators for our department. What we've done is through improvements to our procedures, we've been able to free people up to be able to assist with the commercial side. We implemented front load trucks, so we were able to free up one person to fill that gap. But we're at the point now that we're having to set caps during the day. And that's something that we don't want to have to do. The other thing that we're looking at for these positions as well is our yard waste program is very successful. And we've had to cap that for the last 3 years because there's way more demand than we have the people to accomplish that.
So when I guess here's my deal with this, and I think we need to look at them, and I applaud you on what you're doing, right? You're trying to go from a 2-man truck to a 1-man truck, and I know that you're doing those right things. But when I look at the big picture, could you operate like you are now for another year?
We can do what, we're soldiers, we'll do whatever we have to do.
And that's, you know what, I guess that's a big part of it, but to do that, I think you need to be paid for that, right? And I don't know holistically when I look at this thing that I want to hire a bunch of new people. That's just kind of where I sit right now. So that's my question to you. My push is to what we have, right? I don't know budget-wise, and I'm not saying that we're not going to add. It's just my view right now that I think we need to take care of what we have. And if we continue to add people and add people and add people, it's hard to take care of what we have, right? Because we're looking at a lot of money. So that's, thank you for your honesty. I
understand.
I look at that and really my push, and it's, I want to take care of what we have and really take care of them, do our very best as a council to take care of them. But I also understand that you got to take care of the citizens. But
Yeah.
we've got something going on right now, and sometimes that becomes a change. But thank you.
The one thing, if I may add to
Go
that, is we're customer service. And we're doing this to better serve the citizens of Pocatello. We were talking earlier, we're seeing 10% inflation rates. We're over executing on our revenues by almost $1 million every year. And we're underspending by almost that same amount. So we're seeing a $2 million delta increase every year on what we're doing. And so with these positions, as well as the street positions, when we get there, we're able to actually hold the rate flat, still add people to provide more service so that we can generate more revenue.
And I guess part of that is when I look at that, right, is that where we want to be? So I guess when I look at it, any typical worker in the city right now, I say, if you get a 5% increase this year, you're not going to work any harder than you did last year. You're just not getting any help. You're not getting any help. Or do you want the help? Do you want the help? And do you want to stay where you're at? Right?
So I think what I heard though was when he looked at this, doesn't change what citizens are paying for the service. It just increases the service.
But
Right now, what we're doing is we've capped what we can do for the
Right.
citizens.
I
We've
understand
stopped them from being able to get what they need.
I understand that.
And so there's a dollar amount and dollar value to that.
But anytime
also.
we add an employee, no matter where you add them, somewhere it costs more money to the city. No, nothing's free. Nothing's free. And I get what you're saying.
Yeah. Okay, Josh and then Corey.
The other thing I would add is that I think especially when we talked to Parks and Rec last year, and is the case on a lot of, as Tom says, we're soldiers. I'd imagine a lot of them are probably stretched a little thin and would appreciate the help. And providing that kind of assistance, I think, is when you talk about, well, okay, instead of giving you these 3 people, we're going to offer everyone in your department 5%. Well, as Heather points out, you can't just offer just that department 5%, right? So that $200,000 cost to alleviate some of the workload of these people just became, and to better serve the customers who are, paying enough right now to afford those, that $200,000 turns into, I don't even want to speculate how much when you have to do so equitably. So you're saying, Tom, and this is the question that I wanted to ask from the get-go. I don't know. You can answer, and you've partially answered it. Were these operators budgeted in the rate study?
They were not.
They were not. But you're finding that your over execution on both revenue as well as keeping costs low mean that you could afford this to expand services to the citizens of Pocatello in a couple different areas.
That's correct.
Okay.
So when the rate study was developed, we had roughly, I think, $3 million in excess reserves.
Okay.
And so this last rate study was built to spend those reserves down to about $1.5 million. We're sitting right now at almost $6 million in reserves.
You're just going up.
We're just going up. And I'm having a lot of issues that we really haven't seen to this magnitude. Is we have private haulers wanting to come in and start horning in on this business. And the city's made a huge investment in their sanitation department. And so now we're having companies that want to come in and fill these gaps. And I think that's a very slippery slope that we want to avoid.
Can they do that?
Well, right now, no, but enough pressures, and then it creates a bigger problem for the council to do. But I want to add, a lot of that savings, though, has come because of the efficiencies that these guys, all the departments, quite frankly, have said, look, we are working on a shoestring budget. We're doing everything we can. We're finding every bit of efficiency, and Routeware came in, and that has made a world of difference in the sanitation. And these guys are just being running ragged, and we can't get to things. And so,
Yeah, our roll-off driver, so a roll-off is those big, large construction boxes. When I took over, we had 4 trucks hauling 4 roll-offs a day. It's about an hour round trip. So we were doing 16 roll-offs a day. We're now doing almost 50 a day. So what we're doing is having our drivers doing 7 pulls in an 8-hour day. And it's just not, you know, we're making them take chances, and we don't want to do that anymore. You know what I mean?
So,
Corey?
so first off, I commend you on being soldiers, but you shouldn't have to be soldiers. You didn't sign up for the Army. But if we do, so with this expansion, because you said that there's this overflow of funds, so is that an expand plus maintain? Like we'll still have revenue coming in, or it'll kind of cap us off?
Yeah, oh yeah, well, what we've seen is the more assets we throw at this, the more money we make. Is that what you're trying to get at?
Yeah, for sure.
So, like, the harder we start pushing these roll-offs, these commercial services, the more response we get from the public. There is a huge void right now in the garbage world. I kind of call it the Amazon effect. I think everybody's got a garage full of cardboard boxes, right? And they need to get rid of a bunch of trash. And we have just seen the temporary or the commercial side basically just has skyrocketed, and there's really no end in sight. On a normal day, a couple of years ago, we did 50 temporary containers in a day. That's where a truck takes out a 3-yard container, puts it in front of somebody's house and does that. And we could do about 50. We're now doing 130 a day.
So my next question is this enough?
Yeah.
No, it really isn't, but it's a good start. And so what we're wanting to do right now is we're getting ready to start a new rate study. And so during the new rate study, we're going to reevaluate again and project a little more in depth of where we need to be in 5 years, because right now we're reactive right now. We're not being proactive on what we need.
So to keep these private companies at bay, what essentially do we need to do to where not necessarily we corner the market necessarily, but to corner the market? What do we do?
So where we're running into problems is if someone has a small roll-off container and they dump it on someone's driveway for private property, we have no control over that. They cannot use the right-of-way. And so that's where we get into some slippery slopes, right? And so I think that's just where we're at right now. And what we're gonna be able to do is instead of capping the amount of roll-offs we can do in a day, we're gonna be able to bridge that gap, because our rates are way lower than these private haulers. I mean, we know what the rates are. And so I think the community's trying to find ways to circumvent our caps. I don't know if I answered your question.
No, yeah, you did for sure.
If you think back at why the city made the investment and said it's important for us to have our sanitation department functioning and working, and why we made the investment in it to start with, it was because there was so much chaos on the roads with different haulers and stuff like that. That's why the city has made the decision years ago. That's why we've stayed with it. The question you asked was, is this enough, was a good question, because it really isn't. But they're doing things that they need to be doing right now so that they can serve the public. They're just not being able to serve the public the way that we need to right now, so.
And one of the big
That's it.
things
And
is
then-
our compost program. I mean, that's a true diversion out of our landfill. And there is a definite demand for that. We just aren't able to provide that service because what we look at in a given day is how much a truck weighs, right? We have to follow DOT regulations. So when it gets to a certain weight, we have to go to landfill and we have to dump it. With compost, we're not able to do that now because the truck can't physically haul everything that people have right now.
Yeah. Brent and then Scott.
So do we have the equipment?
We do. So what we're planning on with this is we're looking to hold back some of the trucks instead of trading those in to maintain this and keep moving forward with it. Containers right now are the big thing, is keeping up on the amount of containers we have. But we've positioned ourselves to where we can actually construct our own containers in-house, as well as use outside vendors. So the containers are the biggest issues.
Sort of a rhetorical question, but why wouldn't we do this? I mean, if the demand is there,
Yeah.
well, why wouldn't we?
Self-sustaining.
Scott and Linda.
This thing's self-sustaining, is what you're telling me.
Absolutely.
Right? So all that money, if we have extra money, right, so we end up $6 million, that money's got to go back into sanitation. It's not going anywhere else, correct? So I guess what you're telling me is that department is going to continue to be self-sustaining even with this.
Yeah, we're actually over-sustaining.
Right, right.
We were meant to spend down over this 5 years, $2.5 to $3 million in reserves, and we've actually gained 3.5 to 4.
But with that money, we're paying also wages for those people, right? And all the benefits get paid out of that. So, okay, all right.
Yeah, when I proposed the zero increase, there was a lot of thought that went into that,
Right,
because we definitely don't want to do a zero increase this year and then 5 the next year, right? We don't want to do that.
Right.
We are overachieving.
Okay, thank
immensely.
you.
Okay, I've got Linda and then Corey, but
Okay.
go ahead.
And I have a procedural question about this whole thing, but also, and it's not really a question, it's more of a comment, but what Brent just said of why would we not do this? To me, this makes perfect sense. It just means increased revenue. And the services, there's a demand out there for them. It won't cost us. We'll be able to provide more and we'll bring in more revenue. So it pays for itself. So I don't see why we wouldn't do this. But then my question was about all these positions. Are we going to do what we usually do of kind of hear about all of them before we make decisions, or are we trying to make decisions as we go along?
I think that direction is what we're really looking
Right,
for.
right.
And so I
Direction.
think you can give direction to them to build their budget, so that these are in the presentations.
I was just
or
not,
not, so.
in terms of the direction, are we going to hear about all of them first?
We can do it, this is for
can do it either way.
Council, what's that?
You can do it either way.
Either way, it doesn't really matter to us.
I think it would expedite it if we each, because you have it broken into sections. So on that note, I would move that we add this to the budget as specified by sanitation.
Is you making a motion?
I am making a motion.
Isn't this just direction?
We're looking for official direction for the
Okay.
build. And then
Okay.
final vote comes with the
We
budget.
can do a motion or we can just give direction.
Either
I
way.
mean, at the end of the day, if you decide you're going to pull them out, you pull them out. The motion is not going to keep them in there if we decide at the end of the day not to.
Okay.
So it's up to you. But I do have a motion on the floor to put them have it built into the budget right now. I have a motion and a second, a motion by Mangum and a second by Mansfield to add the sanitation personnel into the budget presentation. Connie, would you please call the roll?
Mangum,
Yes.
Mansfield,
Yes.
Lurick,
Yes.
Marchion,
Yes.
Nichols,
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Don't go anywhere, I don't think. Hold on. WPC next? Oh, you got to leave. Levi.
So the straw poll, the non-vote, is a little bit harder for staff to have clear direction, so we prefer
Okay.
the actual vote. And then again, it's just for the build, it's not a final.
Right. And I understood that. I was just thinking sometimes
Sometimes
making
we do it all at
decisions
once
on a position will be affected by another request. And so if we make them as we go along, then we may need to go back and revisit them.
Sure. Josh?
And if we wanted to do that with general fund, but with enterprise funds, you can't, no other decision will ever affect
Right,
sanitation.
right.
So these ones are enterprise funds, so I don't see any purpose in waiting on those ones at least.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, moving on to WPC. Levi is requesting 2 positions this year. These are a little bit different than some of the other requests you're going to see. Levi's smarter than the rest of us. He is offering up his seasonal budget lines. Those are the employees you just bring in over basically the summer period to help with a multitude of things. He's offering up 93,000 in funding from those lines to transfer over to the full-time costs. That takes the cost from the 138,000 down to about 40,000 of new dollars being spent in WPC.
It's been difficult at best for Levi to find part-time.
Well, they're just vacant they're just vacant.
And it's a lot easier for him to find a full-time person, so.
As well as with the new employees, they're going to be entry-level positions. They're not going to require licenses for the state or like CDLs. But we'll be able to train these people, so when we have openings in the full-time with more skilled staff, theoretically, these people should be ready to move up, or even if Justin or Tom need other people, you get people in the door, show them what a good place it is to work for the city, and then hopefully they can move up within the ranks.
Questions for Levi? Josh?
With it being an enterprise fund, similar question to Tom then. What were these budgeted in the rate study?
No, the seasonal were budgeted.
Okay.
So it's just an addition. This is the last year of the rate study, so they will be put in the next one.
Okay.
If it's approved.
Do you believe that with the rate increase that's been proposed in building the budget, that you have sufficient funds to cover the increase in these
Yes,
employees?
I do.
Great. I don't have any problems.
Questions?
So what will these employees be doing?
Currently, one will be at the plant itself. So they'll take over right now. The part-timers or seasonal employees do minor maintenance, groundskeeping, that type of thing. And the other one will be in the collection systems with an aid to the full-time collections operators, the licensed operators in the collection system.
Okay, thank you.
And then then there'll be other duties as assigned.
Corey, then Josh, or just Josh?
Nothing?
No, go ahead.
Okay. Well, then I would move that we include the WPC treatment facility assistant and the WPC collection system assistant in building the budget for this year.
Second.
We have a motion by Mansfield and a second by Mangum. Connie, would you call the roll?
Mansfield,
Yes.
Mangum,
Yes.
Burke,
Yes.
Marquand,
Yes.
Nichols,
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Tom, you're back up. So the street department is requesting 4 positions this year. There would be 1 data analyst and then 3 senior equipment operators. This comes out of the street fund. Street fund is a combination of user fees and of tax. They are not part of the general fund. They are their own levy. The cost for the 4 positions is $329,000.
Josh?
Can you describe the role of the senior equipment operator a little bit? in
So-
the street.
Yeah, so during the winter months, those are the people that are running our snow plows. The senior operators are the ones that run the more complex equipment, like the road graders, the loaders, the more complex machinery. So during the winter, that's their primary focus. During the summer, these senior operators are the ones that run like our asphalt paver, our milling machine, more of the heavier equipment. But throughout the year, they'll spend their time doing pavement management, of course, stormwater maintenance. We got a new permit that's requiring a lot of effort on our part to do. We'll be doing maintenance on the levee for the Army Corps of Engineers, street sweeping, kind of everything we do. That's what they'll fit in with. So with these positions here, what's been happening historically is similar to what we've been seeing in sanitation. We're getting an abundance of highway user money, and we're unable to spend all of that money because we just don't physically have the manpower to accomplish the tasks that we're getting this money for. So with these 4 positions, with the new increases in highway user dollars and moving forward, we believe that this is something that will absorb as well as increase with the highway user money that's going out. It won't have an effect on the general fund or tax. In my opinion, it won't have any impact on the tax at all.
If I can add one follow-up question, I know that we've been concerned with increased fuel costs as well as asphalt costs. Do you believe that your increase in highway revenue fees are outpacing the inflation of those particular?
I believe at this time it is. We're currently sitting in our street department at $6 million in excess reserves. Because we've been getting excess revenues every year that we just haven't been able to expend. We haven't gotten the authority or things like that, or the people to do it. And so, like we talked about earlier, with legislators have been pushing really hard for fixing infrastructure, and we just want to be able to use those monies to not only get more done, but do a better job.
Okay, Councilmember Nichols?
I just answered my question.
Oh, okay.
If I could add one other
Yes.
thing, I think that with that emphasis both in the state, there's also a great emphasis on the federal level in infrastructure dollars. When I think of opportunities for the city to leverage grant money, I mean, how many of those grants fall inside of infrastructure projects? And I think the opportunity then to have a street department robust enough to accept those funding sources and maximize those opportunities is great value.
Councilmember Mangum?
I would move to add 3 senior equipment operators and a data analyst to the streets department into the budget.
I've got a question.
Okay.
Sorry.
I'll second.
Okay,
and then-
we've got a motion and a second and a question.
Data analyst, what is that something we need?
So currently with the street department, we have to track everything we do. We had a situation many years back with our predecessors that led to some investigations of wrongdoing that were occurring. And so we now are required to track everything that we do. And so what we have is a huge database of work orders and requests. That database is becoming hard to manage right now. The other thing we have to do is we have to have this proper reporting for our Idaho road and street report. So we have to be able to audit where every penny we've spent is going. The other thing the analyst will do is we have many regulations that we have to follow. One of the big ones is the Army Corps of Engineers. They're the ones that constructed our levee, and they're the ones that if it breaks, they're the ones that are going to come and fix it, as long as we are able to keep it in working condition. As you can see lately, we've got a lot of people flooding around us, and we're doing pretty good because of that. We're in a very good place with the Corps right now, but it is a very paper-driven, and by paper, I mean electronic, forms and whatnot. It is very driven off that. The other thing is we have a pretty comprehensive stormwater permit. The EPA loves paperwork, and so it's very cumbersome. It creates a large database that we need to manage. We also, for cities our size nationwide, we are in the top tier of our road network system. We have a third-party company that comes and evaluates our roads. And part of that is through pavement modeling. We have a very robust pavement modeling program that we've been able to implement and push to where we are actually increasing the quality of our road network every year. And so these are just a few of the things that this analyst position is going to do.
Who does it now?
A little bit of everybody, me.
So could you live without that? Could you live without all 3 equipment operators?
Like I said, we're soldiers. We'll do whatever we got to do. What was difficult this year, and granted this was a heavy year, but our guys were wore out this winter.
I can't imagine.
Yeah, and of all the things we do in the street department, I wish we could do better at snow removal. I think we do a really good job at snow removal. But the only way you get good at snow removal is with more people and more plows. It's a time game. When the plow's going 5 to 10 miles an hour and you got to drive 280 miles of road back and forth, it just takes time.
Also a guessing game on what kind of winter you're going to have.
Absolutely.
Right? So you could have 3 guys sitting around, or you could have 3 guys
Yep.
I mean, they're never going to be just sitting around, but
Well, and we have
you know.
contingencies for that. One of the things that's really taken a back burner is our alleyway maintenance, our tree trimming. We have problems with our street sweepers. It rips the mirrors off the street sweepers. It breaks the branches, and we have mad citizens. There is an abundance of work that needs to be done that we're just not physically able to get done.
Well, you've recently added the stormwater ponds and things that we had this last year had a major issue with one that was gonna cost us a road if we didn't do something. And
Well,
so
and
it's-
you know, having excess money is a good problem to have, number one. The only issue I have, I get doing this, but I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna push ourselves out of being able to take care of our current employees. We're gonna get to a point that we've expended money on adding more people, and then when it comes time to give somebody a raise, that money's not there. And that's kind of where I'm at. I appreciate everything you do, and you know that. I can't get behind this one right now. I can't. That's
And I
okay.
totally get it. I understand.
Josh?
Two things. One, I want to comment a little bit on something that Councilmember Marchand said. Heather, if I'm correct, when you budget these numbers, you plan full family benefits, basically the maximum amount.
This is the maximum expense we would see for these positions for the fiscal year.
So there's oftentimes,
There's usually a difference between an employee only and a family is like over $10,000 in medical.
and so it can exist that, you know, that does still exist. Last year, we did a pretty comprehensive review and restructuring of our pay scale. And that's designed to accommodate and take care of those employees. And then the one comment I wanted to make specifically about the data analyst position is that when people who are not trained in that process, or that's not their primary role, they do a really good job of doing what is necessary. Having somebody who is trained as data analysts or data scientists can create systems and processes that make entire departments more efficient, more cost effective, decrease workload, improve the systems and the performance and the output of what's happening in that department. I mean, those positions these days are
Priceless.
yeah. They pay for themselves tenfold.
Brent?
So has something changed, say, in the last year that requires these three new operators, or are we just sort of playing catch up?
Yeah, we're playing catch up. So we really haven't asked for bodies in street department in quite some time. We've gone, we're close to 280 miles of road. The last time we had any head count, we were back at 249 miles. So we're adding road every year. Roads are getting bigger, roads are getting wider, they're getting put on hills. We haven't asked in a while for extra bodies. We see the opportunity now. I mean, you approved a little while ago, highway users up almost $1 million. So we feel that this is a self-sustaining staff that's not gonna require a tax hit, and it's where the street department has their own fund. It's not gonna be a general fund tax hit either.
So when was the last time that you asked for new employees? Do you remember?
Probably 2015.
And the amount of roads that you've had to maintain have increased since that date significantly?
Correct.
Okay.
Well, I took over in 2014 and we had 249 miles of road. In 2015, I asked for 2 stormwater technicians because we knew this permit was coming on. We had a huge backlog in stormwater ponds, as well as camera inspections and just normal inspections for this permit. So we asked for those. And so from 14, in 10 years, we've, gained 30 roads, 30 miles of roads, excuse me. And so that's why we're just trying to get caught up, because we've seen this trend with our highway user monies. We think this is also self-sustainable as we move forward. We don't think it's going to require a burden on any other fund.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. So Connie, we have a motion by Councilmember Mangum and a second by Mansfield. Would you call the roll?
Mangum,
Yes.
Mansfield,
Yes.
Lurick,
Yes.
Marchand,
No.
Nichols,
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Who's next?
GIS is next. So GIS is, it's a hybrid or a mixed fund. It shows up when you look at the budget as part of the general fund. However, that is not entirely how it is funded. It does have interdepartmental transfers coming in from some of the utilities. So this estimated city tax portion would be the 30,000, and the enterprise cost would be about the 60,000 for the overall expense. And this is when we start talking about GIS and engineering and public works, it becomes very hard to delineate who belongs where. So this is a bigger org chart than just GIS to explain. So Jeff is our public works director and city engineer. Underneath him is engineering, GIS, utility engineering. While a function of engineering, its funding is different. And then you have science and environment before you actually roll out to street, fleet, sanitation, and WPC and water. GIS sits right here. It has one head count, so we're asking for a second head count. So he's doubling his department. But again, his funding is not entirely general fund, even though it looks like it when you just look at the account number.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
What is the other fund?
The other one that's paying,
Yeah, so if it's partially general fund,
It's
which,
paid by water and WPC, 2/3 of it's paid by water and WPC.
water and WPC, okay. And then I'll ask the same questions I've asked every other enterprise fund. Was this budgeted in the rate study for this?
Not
rate study?
specifically.
Is there excess funds available based on our current revenue execution to fund the city enterprise cost?
Yes.
Other questions?
I guess I do. I just wanted to hear from Ryan about all the uses of GIS that are happening and how much that is increasing. Like, you serve a lot of other departments and work with a lot of other departments on different projects, and I just would like to hear a little bit about that.
When I started, a lot of what I did was WPC, water, streets. Very little into like police and fire. Very little into parks, if any, into parks. Planning was, they had layers, but they were very minimal use on the layers. And I've seen, since I've started, extreme growth in planning coming to me requesting, GIS services. Fire has really expanded what they're using. There's a lot we can do with police that we're not currently doing. There's a lot of expansion that we could do and get a better return on investment. And that's kind of where I'm coming at it from is I kind of want to get the best return on an investment for the whole city and while, ensuring that I'm giving the proper services to the enterprise funds. And so that answer your question? I
Yeah.
mean, there's.
And you've seen a large increase in the services that
Absolutely.
you're providing?
Absolutely. I think I kind of don't like when people go to conferences because they see all the neat flashy stuff.
Things you could do?
Yeah, and honestly, I'm limited on what I can provide with just being one person. I've really heavily relied on ISU and interns to kind of help carry me. And this is kind of a move. I will still use those interns to supplement what I'm doing, but this is kind of a move to have someone that's more solid, that's not turning over every 3 months and really get into the data quality and cleaning the data. Because I really think the power is in the data, and having quality data is going to produce better results in the end. So.
And I guess one last question to Josh's earlier point. Does the work that you're doing and the increased work that you're doing and service that you're providing add to efficiencies in those departments?
I I think that would be something you would have to ask each department, but I think they would all stand up and say yes. The fire department, we just worked on a pre-incident planning application that allows them to, as they're going to a fire, they can see all of the details about what they're going into. It's quick, it's easy, it produces reports. And that's just one good example. I think all of the enterprise departments could use a little bit of, a little more attention and, providing them with quicker results and applications for like water breaks and stuff like that. So there's a lot of potential for growth. I'm not tapped out, but I'm getting close, so.
Is it Marchand or did you have something? Councilmember Marchand.
Does the county have somebody doing the same job?
Yeah, we're very similar.
Do you work together?
Yeah, we do. I coordinate with her pretty closely. She has a department of 4 at the county. Their main focus is parcel data. I would say 911 and Spillman, but I coordinate with them to help maintain that.
So the 911 and Spillman stuff, though, that'd be fire and police, correct?
Mm-hmm.
That would be their, I mean, that's really what they want, right? So anything that you're doing for fire and police is a bonus.
Yeah,
Is that,
currently.
would that be fair to say?
Yeah, I mean, and I'm approaching those as trying to get better return on investments, trying to provide the best services I can, because I think GIS is a very holistic
Right.
endeavor, and I'm just trying to maximize it. The big one that I've seen a notice uptick in is planning. They have really embraced it, and they just redid their comprehensive plan, and they're working through that, and that was very GIS intensive, and I mean, I think we accomplished a lot in that, so.
So could you make it another year?
I think I could make it another year relying on ISU students and stuff like that.
Which is good for them. I mean, right, which is good. I understand what you're saying. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Nichols and then Lurick.
So is your GIS system available to the public?
There are aspects that are, and I've been trying to kind of build a brand, like a lot of, so some of the press releases, you'll see a map and you'll see Pocatello with GIS under it. I'm trying to get the name out there. We do have a public maps. Environmental has a lot of public maps. The River Vision's all GIS based. The stuff you'll see on that. A lot of the planning stuff, the comprehensive plan is going to be completely, all the layers we used will be available to the public. Trying to think of other things. There's some that we kind of hold back from the public due to like protecting our infrastructure, that side,
Health, safety issues.
Yeah, so there's both sides, both internal and public stuff that I'm maintaining.
Got it, thank you.
Jeff, did you have something you wanted to add to that?
Yeah, if you don't mind. So one thing that Ryan's really done great for the city, our previous GIS coordinator, he utilized outside consultants quite a bit. And so we had several tens of thousands of dollars that we'd spend on consulting every year. And Ryan has taken all that on for the most part. I mean, we do use one consultant a little bit, but it's minimal. And he's taken that on himself. And so by doing that, he's stretched himself even thinner. He does have a variable hour position that's helping him, but he just needs more help. I think the Chubbuck department, Chubbuck City also has a GIS department, and they're a department of 2, I believe.
It's 1 now.
Okay, they were a department of 2, but he just really needs some help to help elevate this and help the city as a whole take this to the next level.
Okay, Councilwoman Lurick.
I think this technology it's so important, and there's just so much that we can use this for and do with it. And in addition to creating efficiencies in the way we do things across the city. So, and I commend you on everything you're doing as one person, but I also see that we're reaching the limit of what you can do. And I hate to put a limit on all the possibilities of what we can do with GIS. So given that, I would like to make a motion to approve
I've
this
got
position.
two other comments.
Okay.
So let's hear them, and then I'll come back to you.
Okay.
Councilmember Mangum, and then Mansfield.
So I appreciate everything you're doing, and I definitely see the value. But to Marshan's point, or Councilmember Marshan's point, using ISU students is hugely beneficial for them. Is there a possibility of maybe creating like internships? Would that be an idea? Something for us to partner with the school, or I don't know.
That is what I'm currently doing, and it's been extremely useful for the city. I think 90% of what we've done for fire has come from those internships, and I think we've produced some pretty good results. One of the problems with the internships is they have a pretty quick turnover. If I get 6
Right.
months out of them, that's kind of a long term. Most of them are 3 months and then they turn over. So the issue I'm seeing is I can't really dive into like the deep data quality control because I'm spending a lot of time training, and then once they get up to par, I'm training again, and so it's just constant turnover. And what this position will provide me is stability and someone that I can have deep dive into all the data and honestly clean it. We have a ton of data from water, sewer, all of the infrastructure, streets. And what this person will be doing is diving in and cleaning it and filling in the gaps. Was it you who mentioned, I can't remember who mentioned it earlier, but if you have someone that's kind of not really focused on that type of data cleaning, they'll leave gaps. And we have a lot of that. And my intent is to fill those in because that's the power of GIS. That's where the power is the data. I think my role in this is taking that data and providing the decision makers applications to where they can consume the data without being overloaded. And this person's going to make sure that data is clean. So that's my goal. And with interns, I don't know if I get that level of understanding.
Mm-hmm.
So they've been great though. I've really enjoyed the ISU internships that I've worked with.
So this position at the 89,000, it kind of pays for itself.
I would say so. I would say so. I really don't think I would be asking for it if I didn't think it would improve what I'm doing by that level of, I would say yes. Some people may say no. I don't know.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mansfield?
Jeff, did you say that Ryan has a variable hour position that works with him?
Yeah.
Who is that person? What's that position?
So it's a 20-hour a week position.
Okay.
And she was a previous intern, but we're hoping that could be elevated into the full-time position is what we're looking for.
Would you be replacing the variable hour
No.
position?
Well, instead of a variable hour, we would make it a full-time position.
So this technically isn't true expense then?
Well,
Okay, hi.
so, yes, we are funding a position, however, it is not being funded out of GIS this year. When we get into one of the major handouts you have from me at the end, GIS is requesting variable hour dollars to cover that position for fiscal year '24. So that is not an expense that is realized by GIS this year.
Who's realizing that expense?
I believe it's coming out of engineering,
No, it's coming out of
It's out of
GIS.
but it's not coming, it's not coming out of his personnel, it's coming out of his operating then.
Is there a way that we can offset some of this cost by taking the cost that we are currently allocating to the operating? So let's say I'm just gonna throw out a number. If it's $20,000 out of operating right now.
34.
Thanks, 34? Okay, if it's 34, great job. If it's 34,000 in operating right now, would you, on your budget side, could we take that 34 and allocate it to personnel?
I don't know if I could do the full 34 due to licensing
Okay,
stuff that I have. This is a relatively new position, so this year it's about 11,000 that I'm shifting to this. And that's, a lot of that's coming from professional services that I haven't used as far as consulting. So
Okay.
the consulting money I would be using is going towards this right now.
What would that offset look like for next year, for example, if we were to do a formal reallocation from operating expenses typically allocated to consulting, move to personnel?
So I can just tell you, this position to maintain for fiscal year '24 is coming in at the 34,000. I would have to defer to him on what parts he can move out of operating to cover that. Otherwise, that is an additional new request that would be pulled off if you fund the full-time. If you don't fund the full-time, you're gonna see the variable hour.
Yeah, and like Ryan said, it's just, there was a little bit extra in consulting this year that didn't get spent. We don't know for sure if that'll happen next year or not, so, yeah. And it's minimal this year. That was actually getting spent on that.
Okay.
Councilmember Mangum?
So to be clear, we're making up from the operation budget, your operations budget, to make up this salary. Is that right?
This year, for
For
the
this
rest of
year-
fiscal
for-
year '23.
For this year. Now, does that harm your able to operate?
I think it's actually empowering me to do more this year. Yeah, I don't.
Financially?
What I'm taking away is like conference trips for me, and I'm just doing them digitally here instead, which, you know, that's one of the benefits of COVID. I've been able to attend the conferences here digitally. So that's part of the savings. Yeah.
Way to look on the bright side of COVID. I still can't taste the same. I still can't smell things the same. So, way to look on the bright side.
Oh, one
Are you
more?
about to go to a motion?
I was just looking at Linda, but if you got
Before you
another
do-
question,
Before the motion comes, if you build the budget with this analyst and are given direction to do so, can you, when we revisit it, I would like to look and know kind of how your operating personnel costs and et cetera, line by line, change from previous year. If you could, I'm sure that's probably standard, but I'd like to see how all that changes when you guys come back.
Yeah, and I'll identify what I can shift to it and kind of essentially cut from my budget.
Great. If we can see, I'd like to see that coming back. All right, I'm done.
all right, Linda?
We're ready.
think so.
So I move to approve this position to be added to our budget build.
I will second.
Okay, we've got a motion by Lurick and a second by Mansfield. Connie, could you please call the roll?
Lurick,
Yes.
Mansfield,
Yes.
Mangum,
Yes.
Marchand,
No.
Nichols,
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next up is finance. So finance is our first positions that you're gonna see are truly a general fund cost. And happily that department head's up here suffering with me. So Jean is requesting two positions. One is a financial systems technician, and the second position is a management assistant. That cost comes in at $191,000, and their org chart is as follows.
Just say yes.
He's an optimist.
Questions? I've got Mansfield and then Mangum.
Can you tell me about those positions?
Yeah, so the financial systems person is, we've gone out, we're spending money on this $1 million on this computer software system upgrade, right?
Yep.
If we put garbage in, we're gonna get garbage out the other side. I wanna make sure, and I'm a control freak on this, right? I don't want anybody else to have it. It's mine. You guys can get rid of me if I can't make this work, right? Seriously, this person is to make that happen. And the amount of money that we will waste on time wasted, that's currently being wasted, if we don't have somebody to head that project. And again, control freak, I want to make sure it happens. That's that one. I'll just say how it is. And I think that we need to have a different set of skills than we currently have, both in finance and on the IT side, because it's going to be an SQL database. It's going to be moving from a different type of database. I want someone who speaks finance so that as we're setting it up, everything from mapping, right? and for those that don't know this, we're gonna take our old chart of accounts and we're gonna have to map it into the new system. I wanna change those numbers because right now they make no sense. I mean, if you look at, for example, say I wanna call up all of the tax funds, right, under the government. They're not like 0 to 10. They're like 10, 2, 50. It's just, and I'm not trying to criticize other people. I'm just saying we need to fix that. So that's the reason I want that one. You asked me why I want an admin. Everybody else has got an admin. No, that's the wrong reason. We waste more time by doing admin work, right? I mean, I'm creating my own memos. And if we're gonna, I can't say what I wanna say. We really need to make the department more efficient. We're so far behind, right? I mean, we're 2 years behind right now on getting audits done. We're not getting the budget digest. Is that the right? I think that's the right title. That has not been published in 3 years. And you as a council need to have that. So you can have not just the budget numbers, but you can have what goes along with it, the interpretation and et cetera. And so that's my reason for that request.
Corey?
When we had heard about the new finance system that we had approved, if memory serves me correct, we talked about we needed to bring on staff to function properly for this system. And so I think we've heard about this before. I think we knew this was coming. And I think what you're doing is great. And you kind of answered this question prior, but the majority of these things that you're asking for this finance system tech to do, someone else is doing that now, right? Possibly phasing out, or the technology, we're phasing in a new technology. And
So I think that it's a balancing act, right? Because currently we have Bert, who, thank goodness he has not retired. And hopefully he will give us another year before he retires. So it's gonna be a balancing act between the IT and the finance side on that. It's a tough one, because again, we need to have someone who's here, again, I will say updated or newer technology training. And again, also has a finance side, because without that, we kind of miss the bridge. Did I answer your question, sorry?
I might just add to that, no, it's not to replace somebody else. IT still is stretched so thin throughout the community. Bert is been doing this, and then the job of 2 other people, it feels like. And so it's been one of those things that's.
Which is kind of more what I was leaning towards, not necessarily replacing somebody, but trying to phase him more out of the finance aspect and let him kind of focus on his thing. And we have somebody who can really dive in and focus on this element and probably, cohabitate. But
I think that unfortunately Bert doesn't get to finance or phase out of finance because he's the one that knows and will hopefully be able to build this with us. So that's that. Councilmember Nichols.
So as part of our new software purchase, as I understood it, there's a significant amount of like ongoing consulting money budgeted in that. Is that right?
Yes.
So is that sort of independent duties from this position, or do they overlap?
So it would be overlapping, because the system side, right, I think it's like $800,000.
Right.
No, that's not right. It's more like probably 500,000 is dedicated to consultants from the software system to help implement it, because that's their specialty, right?
Okay.
But on our side, we need to have someone who can make sure that, again, it's not garbage in, it's not garbage out.
So the consultants will help implement it,
Yes.
and then this new position would help maintain
Work
it.
with them very closely, yes.
All right, thank you.
If it helps, I sat in a position like this at ISU. I was an HRIS analyst, so I reported through HR, and I also was tied to IT. You're kind of like the equivalent of a physician's assistant. You speak patient and you speak doctor and you translate between the two. They're very different languages. You have to understand both sides. I'm not gonna lie, it's a tough recruit. Finding people in these skill sets, it is not an easy search. It is something we're seeing more in the private sector. I come out of high tech and higher education, and I have seen it in both areas. The name adjusts depending on what you're looking for, but it is not a new concept. It is new to how the city operates, but it is something I have seen be successful.
Councilmember Mangum?
I would move that we would add the financial system technician and the management assistant to the budget for the finance department.
Second.
We have a motion by Mangum and a second by Marchand. Ann? Hi. Would you please call the roll?
Yes, the C string has been called in. I apologize for that. Mangum,
Yes.
Marchand,
Yes.
Lurick,
Yes.
Mansfield,
Yes.
Nichols.
Yes.
All right, thank you. I'm not confident with the C string, but okay, whatever. We'll go with it.
All right, and the last request that is on the page is for HR. However, I am gonna pull this for fiscal year '24. I have a department of 4 guaranteed that are in HR. Holly changed jobs to get away from salary projections, I think. And so we do have a new hire that is taking over the generalist role for recruiting. I simply do not have the bandwidth to effectively use a new position in the upcoming fiscal year.
Will you do me a favor and introduce your new generalist then? The one that's filled Holly's spot that abandoned you in that position?
Yeah, so someone else was a quitter.
And somebody else abandoned her. I mean, she had a.
So
she had-
Laura retired on a Friday and Anne got promoted on a Monday. It was a really rough 2 business days for HR. So this is Dustin Perry. We have stolen him from ISU happily. He will be taking on a lot of our training and our recruiting role. With unemployment being so low and with the high turnover we're seeing, basically from the overworked department heads are talking about, we need to have much more of a focus in the recruiting area. He's one of those happy people persons, so he is perfect for that role for us, and he'll answer any questions you have.
Any questions for Dustin?
Welcome aboard.
We do have one question for Dustin.
So what is an HR generalist?
An HR do-it-all, the
Okay.
catch-all.
It allows you to move to people's skill sets and still cover the needs of the department. What is a flux or an overflow usually rolls back to me.
And council, I might add, though I didn't realize that Heather was pulling this, gonna hold off on this. It makes sense, just from bandwidth stuff
I
right
can't train
now.
another person.
But HR has also been strapped so thin that Heather has not been able to do what she should have been doing. And
Hey, you need to phrase that better.
I was trying to figure it out. What she could be doing and really truly, because she's been pulled into all of these other areas in HR, and so we're not getting everything that we should be able to get out of Heather, because we're getting everything that we can get out of Heather, because she's been just literally stretched so thin. And we've relied a lot on different people that Heather can do. She's got the expertise. She just can't, because she just hasn't had the bandwidth to do it. And so it's good. I don't think that there's the bandwidth for her to train a person either. And so this just shows, I think this shows that our department heads are doing everything they can to keep every expense as low as they possibly can. And they're just doubling down and not taking vacations and not taking the time that they probably need. But
Mr. Mayor, I would move that we approve the hiring of the HR generalist for the department.
she
She already did
pulled
it.
it.
Oh, she pulled it.
I
Oh,
can't,
pulled
I
it. We're
can't
not-
use it effectively.
well, I scratched that motion.
we just can't.
Hey, thanks.
Holly's like, let him vote.
Let it go through. Let it go through. Holly's not the one that has to do all the training on it. She'll laugh at Heather for.
I just want to say, Heather, you're doing a great job.
Well, you have two more presentations. You
Well, I
might
take
disagree
that
by
back
the
for
end
a
of
moment.
this.
So, okay,
So
thank you.
we will take those positions and build them in for the department presentations. And again, those are not final. We can shift numbers, but it does give you a holistic view of what the costs would be.
Super. All right. Thank you. Can we bounce back up to number 4?
Benefits?
To benefits. We've got our benefits guy here, so.
Benefits guy.
So we'll bounce it back up to agenda item number 4, health insurance and Percy. Heather Buchanan, Human Resources Director, will give a presentation regarding the following. And I'm just going to say A through 1 through 10, not A through 10. 1 through 10 talks about medical, vision, everything in between. So
Heather Buchanan, Human Resources Director.
AJ Argyle, GBS broker.
So if you haven't met AJ before, he helps our relationships with our outside vendors, which are incredibly difficult to manage. He also tracks the state and national trends and laws that we need to be complying with, and he helps sure that we're meeting those expectations.
Did he get us a 12.73 decrease?
No,
No, I did not.
I still have that number.
we tried.
you do, yeah.
We really tried. Okay, so. That's right. I know. I loved that number.
I love that
I
number
bring none
too.
of those good numbers this year. So there are a lot of action items in this section, and I'm doing some stuff I've never done before. So this is, I believe, my 7th budget cycle. I have never specifically asked for new benefits, and I am asking for 2 this year and modification of a multitude of others. I do have 2 FYIs simply for transparency and education of council and the public. And then I do have 10 action items. Again, those are just for the budget build and are not final decisions. Some have a direct financial impact on the budget. Some of it is difference in how we expend things out of certain account lines. So Percy, one of the best benefits we can offer as a city, and I'm so glad we are in this program. Otherwise, recruiting would be impossible. In January of 22, we were 100% funded and we had 0 years of amortization. By June 30th of 22, we'd dropped to 82.6 and we had over 100 years of amortization. That's not good. Per state statute, if amortization period exceeds 25 years, the board must take action to adjust rates. They cannot adjust the benefit, they have to adjust the rates. In October, when they met, they did adopt a fairness adjustment to account for current utilization of the plan. What that means is our costs for emergency responders, that's sworn police, sworn fire, and emergency telecommunications officers, which are also known as dispatchers, their costs are going up. General fund employees' general employees are going down. Those changes go into effect this July 1st, and they will be absorbed in this fiscal year operating budget. If you want to watch the presentations or read the actual statutes, there are the links. It's great bedtime reading. All right.
Heather, just a minute. Brett, Councilmember Nichols.
Could you explain the 100% funding and the amortization and?
I'm so glad Jean just walked back in so he can articulate amortization.
I mean, what does that mean?
So because the market basically tanked, the estimated expense of the fund is exceeding the revenue that will be incoming. So they adjust the rates to get that back down to a 25-year window where we recover the revenue to cover the expenses. So we don't.
This is Percy overall.
This is Percy for the whole state as a whole. Idaho does have one of the best plans in the nations, and it is definitely one of the best managed. They do an excellent job. It stacks up in the top 5 every year. Okay.
Did that answer your question?
If not, I'm going to make either the banker or the CFO address amortization in a detailed manner. So for fiscal year 24, you see there are 3 categories: public safety, general member, and school employees. We do not have school employees, so you don't need to worry about the far right columns, but I couldn't edit it out because it covered up words I need in the slide. General employees are going down, public safety is going up. As you can see, they are recommending 3 years of increases to cover that amortization gap. That does not mean that they will be taking these. Again, it's how the market responds. I believe we will see at least one of these implemented. So currently in July, we will be at 11.8 for the employer for a general member. Next July, we would be at 11.96. The following July of 25, we'd be at 13.53. And then in 26, we'd be at 15.87. A 4% increase over 4 years is a lot for us to see. And I'm going to explain to you in real dollars what that would look like. So the numbers on this slide, you are never going to tie back to any budget or any expense we've ever had. So please don't try. What I took was the base salary projection file from April 4th, and I took a snapshot. We have fund splits, which accounts for the difference in lines. It says 220 lines and salary projections are 481. That is not how many headcount or FTE we have. That is lines of budget that have this item listed in it. If I took the real dollar amount where we're currently at in 22, which is the yellow line, we would be spending $4.8 million. You can track that backwards and forwards to see what these same numbers would look like under different rates. If we stayed at the exact same cost we were on April 4th, in July we would be at 4.71. Next July we'd be at 5. July of 25 we'd be at 5.6. And in 26 we would be at 6.5 million. HR and finance and the mayor's office are very aware of these numbers, and anything we're bringing before you for this budget, we are taking into account future expenses we will likely be seeing. So when I talk about compensation and you're not happy with the percentage I bring you, I'm bringing you that number with the understanding that we will probably be seeing some of these costs, and I'm trying to account for our ability to handle those within our budgets. So that's the uplifting FYI 1. Okay, FYI 2. This is a change in how we do part of the budget build. We offer EAP, and then we have enhanced EAP, which is covered under collective bargaining. Those are 2 different rates. That's why it's funded between 4 departments. HR covers the standard program. Police covers the officers and dispatchers and evidence technicians that are on the enhanced plan, and then fire and ambulance cover their field positions. This $50,000 will be removed from those departments' operating lines. However, it will show up in their personnel costs. This is the only benefit we're not paying as a benefit. When I talk about a position cost right now, I do not account for this cost. So you will see a slight shift in numbers, but it is not actually a decrease. It's just a reallocation to a different budget line. So I don't want you to think that HR cut $23,000 our budget and did a fantastic job. No, I just farmed that back out to everybody else. Okay, so now we're into the items that I definitely do need direction on for an accurate budget build. Again, they can be changed. First one up is always the most expensive one, and that is medical and prescription coverage. Every year, HR hears from the council to employees to citizens, you need to do a better job and find a cheaper plan. I can't. If we want to maintain the benefit level that we're at, this is what it costs. I can adjust the plan and reduce the benefit for employees to lower our costs. But national trends such as medical inflation and our utilization of the plan is what is driving our cost. For every dollar I give our vendor, if they're paying now $1.17, they're losing money on us, and that's why our rates go up the next year. We are not eligible for the GEM plan, which is per state statutes that counties can be part of. They leverage their head count and they buy insurance together, so it costs less because they have more head count. The better plan, and I'm already lobbying poor Rick about this, is the state of Idaho plan. That's for higher education, that's for state employees, and as of last year, school districts. They have over 10,000 head count in that plan. When they see a catastrophic claim, no one notices it because their rates don't do anything. 10,000 head count versus 400, when we see a catastrophic claim, I can tell you basically what our rates are going to do. We have adjusted our prescription copays. We have adjusted our copay levels overall. We have successfully, and I think very beneficially, implemented health coaching for employees, and that is helping reduce our overall costs. AJ's company brings us fantastic reporting. We use the wellness program to address items that we can for education for employees. Blue Cross finally has a better reporting system. We finally saw that after 7 years. But the fact of the matter is, we are seeing an increase regardless of what vendor we go with for fiscal year '24. AJ did a full-on RFP. We sent it out. We got respondents. We only looked at the ones that were timely, so who fell within the window of what we asked. Regardless of what we do, costs are going up. HR's recommendation is to stay with Blue Cross. They started at what? 13%, and we have them down to 9.98. It is not a negative number. Your other options are Pacific Source at 6.59, Select Health at 9.82, and Aetna at 12.28. I know some of these other percentages are less, but that is going to be a one-year savings. With a year two, that is going to be brutal for our rates. Blue Cross is the biggest carrier in Idaho. When they leverage costs for us, it's like buying pencils by the pallet. Some of the other vendors who do not have the same market share, we're basically buying pencils by the box or pencils individually. At the end of the day, you're paying more for that singular action, but it all adds up to a much bigger cost overall. AJ's here to help with any of the technical questions or options or about carriers specifically.
I'll go. So what's the cost going to be to an employee?
It'll go up by the 9.98 off of the current rates.
So what's an average cost? Do you know?
I didn't bring it with me specifically.
Guesstimate? I mean, I guess part of it is once again, I sit here and go, it's tough. I get it. We continue to hammer employees every year. We give them a little raise, but we take it away because now we're paying for medical and those things. It's never gotten better.
1 year.
Yeah.
Linda?
So,
12.73?
yeah. So you talk about this other plan that the school district's on. Can we not get on that?
No, it has to be covered by state statute, and it is currently not being entertained.
So this is the best we get, but we could go down to, if we change to Pacific Source, which I've seen happen, right? We're going to save some off of this year's, but you say that next year we're going to get hit. How do we know that? Just because that's the way they do it?
I can tell you from experience. So I moved the city of Idaho Falls 2 years ago to Pacific Source, and I moved the city of Rexburg to Pacific Source 2 years ago, and I did 2-year rate contract. If we did do the 6.59, if you wanted me to explore that, I would lock that. The second year guarantee right now is sitting at 9.9%. I would definitely try to get that a little bit lower. But I did that with both the city of Idaho Falls and the city of Rexburg. City of Idaho Falls actually this year, they projected out to have a 53% increase with Pacific Source. We looked to go self-insured, looked at that. That was 38%. We went back to Pacific Source, worked with them, did a formal RFP, got that down to 25%, and with a cap of 20% next year. City of Rexburg, we're getting ready to go out on that one. They're currently running 186% loss ratio. We're looking at the minimum, best case scenario, a 35% increase, probably closer to a 45% increase, maybe even 50. So what we did is we took the savings on both those. So the city of Idaho Falls was $1 million savings over 2 years. It was a no-brainer. Why don't we take that? We'll bank the money and we'll move forward with it. The problem was the money wasn't banked and we're not able to fund that 25%. I spent before I got here. That's why I was late. I apologize. We were trying to figure out how we're going to fund this thing, and it's going to be pulling $1 million from the reserves probably just to be able to get through this year. That doesn't take care of next year. And then Rexburg's looking at it going like, we can't fund this. So I mean, you can get the savings in the short term. But the long term, you're going to pay the piper sooner or later. So, I mean, we could definitely take a look at it if that's something you want to do, and I could explore trying to get that cap lowered. But generally, my mark is usually 4%, bare minimum, to move it, because you've got a cost associated with moving. When we moved the city of Idaho Falls and the city of Rexburg, a lot of prescriptions weren't covered. We had to get overrides and stuff. That was a nightmare. We just did a survey with the city of Idaho Falls employees. They still hate Pacific Source, but they were the best rate. So we're staying with them. So, I mean, the grass isn't always greener. We could definitely explore that if you wanted us to, but I can just tell you from experience with 2 other cities, it didn't go very well.
Well, AJ, it sounds like they're willing to buy your book this year, lock you in at a 10% increase for next year, but then the next year after that,
Third year, oh yeah,
53%. That's a big number.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's a nightmare scenario for sure. Yeah.
But we don't know what Blue Cross is going to do to us. in a
No,
year,
we don't,
do we,
and
right?
that's what drives, as Heather pointed out, we had to look at our experience, basically it goes versus premium paid in versus claims paid out. And, we're running, high 90s, over 100% right now. I mean, we're probably looking at bare minimum trend, which they're calling is medical inflation, 8 to 10% again next year if it continues like it is. But that's still better, I think, than, taking a couple points off and then maybe getting 10 next year and then end up with 25 or 35 the year after that.
So how as a city, though, do we help our employees with this?
I think that.
Is there a way?
I think that the way is Blue Cross seems to have been fairly stable for the city. When you want to help the employees and you say, I'm going to save you because we jumped us to Pacific Source or to any of them, I hate to say any of them up there, we're going to help you this year, but in a few years, it's going to be 50% more.
Well, I'm
Now
not,
you're destroying the
right.
city.
I'm not
or
saying
25% or
move. I'm
something
just
like
saying,
that, yeah.
I get we get these increases, right? And part of that cost goes on to the employee. And then you turn around and say, but we're going to give you this step increase. Well, that step increase doesn't help me if I'm paying it back. I'm not getting ahead. And I guess when I look at the overall picture, we don't have a lot of city employees that are thriving, right? There's just not a lot.
And I understand that, and it's hard because we talk about percentages, but the percentages of the numbers we're talking about are massively different. When I'm
Right.
talking about 10% of $7 million for an employee only, that's like a $4 increase per month. When I'm talking about 3.5%, which is what I'm asking for on the table, of $65,000, their take home is much bigger than the medical increase. You are right, employees are not thriving, but it is not simply just wages. Benefits are the most personal thing we offer an employee.
Exactly.
Changing vendors is incredibly difficult.
And right.
We struggled
that.
for 2 years
Yeah, we
very
did that.
much.
I'm not saying we change vendors. I just asked the question. But when I look at it, right, in my mind, I'm going Blue Cross is the way to go. But the other part is there's a raise in that nobody controls, right? AJ's he's like a weatherman, right? He comes in here every year.
AJ's better than weatherman because the weatherman will say something and then it starts to rain.
He
He's
never
like,
got
"I
any
got it
good
wrong."
news. But I just look at it and say, how do we help? As a city, how do we help? Right? How do we help our employees here?
I think stability helps the employees as much as anything, but that's just me
As much as
speaking.
we can.
As much
Right.
as we can. Josh?
I know that there are other benefits, 9 more of them to be exact, coming down that we're going to be talking about that I think will help answer that to an extent. But my understanding is this is an action item that you want direction
Yes.
on.
This is a major part of the personnel budget cost. I
This
would
is something
ask
we
for
really
an
need
action.
some direction.
I then would, based on what I'm hearing, and for me personally, would like to make the motion that we continue with Blue Cross of Idaho as the vendor for our benefits for the city of
Second.
Pocatello.
Okay, we have a motion by Mansfield, and I'm going with Linda on that one. She was pretty quick. I mean, you were fast, but she was pretty quick, so I'm leaving. So with that, we have a motion by Mansfield and a second by Lyric. Connie, question? I'm glad you said so.
So the FY 2024 projection of $7 million, explain that. Where did that come from? That was a
Again.
previous projection?
So that's the snapshot. I take April 4th, and then the entire numbers I present to you are from 6 weeks ago. People we know are retiring who submitted intent to retire to help us budget. We move them to a family rate. This doesn't include new positions. It doesn't include any changeover in headcount. It doesn't change any enrollment statuses. That's where it would have cost if, at that moment in time, with current rates.
So with Blue Cross, the actual cost will be the $7,800,000.
Based on the enrollment as of April 4th.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. It's hard. We're working off like 5 different sets of numbers, and we expect you to track all 5. My apologies.
Okay. So we have a motion by Mansfield and a second by Lyric. Connie, could you please call the roll? We've changed again from Ann to Connie again. This is,
Mansfield.
Yes.
Lurick.
Yes.
Mangum.
yes.
Marchand.
Yes.
Nichols.
Yes.
Thank you.
We also RFP'd for our vision carrier this year. Our vision plan is a little different. It is not paid for by the city at all. We have 4 options available to us. One is to stay with VSP on the same plan we're currently on. One is to go to an adjusted plan with VSP. One is to change to MetLife that has 2 options available for the same cost. And then the 4th option is to go with Aetna. Staying with VSP on the current plan is an increase of 9%. The secondary VSP option is a decrease of 3.49. MetLife options are a decrease of 25.26%, and Aetna is a decrease of 37.77%.
So I have a question by Mangum.
So what are we providing for, minus the dollar, what are we providing to the employees?
For vision?
Yeah, what are they getting here? Is it's less expensive, but is it a cheaper quality of service that they're being provided? Are there more providers within, are there more providers here that are available to them? Are they gonna pay more out of pocket if they go to get glasses or to go get contacts or eye surgeries or any of those things?
So each of these plans, the VSPs where we're at, Aetna would match that. One of the MetLife options matches what we currently do. The VSP adjusted reduces some of the benefit to employees, which means more out-of-pocket costs. The secondary option on MetLife is a narrower network, but a greater benefit. So employees can pick to stay in the larger network with the same benefit they have, or they can go to the more specialized or narrowed network and have a greater benefit available to them to utilize, which is the reason MetLife is the recommendation.
Okay, Linda?
And my question is related. It was sort of what is the change from the vision benefit now to this recommendation? So it's kind of similar.
So like, I don't know if it's A or B, and I don't know if it's gold or silver, or it's candy apple and popcorn. I don't know what the networks are called. One of the networks is an exact match to what we have now with the exact same benefit across the board for all of the options on the vision. The secondary network has a smaller list of doctors within it, but they get more money towards some of the options that you would pick. For example, if we stayed with VSP for that increase, everything stays the same. If we move to the adjusted, it reduces, I never get this right.
Progressive lenses.
Progressive lenses goes away as part of coverage, and then that costs employees out of pocket. More than it does now, but not everyone uses that benefit. That's part of the reason that MetLife is appealing, because it gives employees the flexibility to pick the plan that works best for them. We've never offered a dual vision plan that I'm aware of. I can tell you, because someone usually asks, yes, you can do that with other plans like medical. The problem is you get everyone moving to one plan, and then the one plan goes away, so we've now lessened the benefit for the cheaper cost. In this situation, they are the same cost. So we think that we would have good enrollment in both areas depending on what people's needs are.
Okay, Councilmember Mangum?
I move to add this vision plan from MetLife A and B, option 3 to the budget.
Second.
We have a motion by Mangum and a second by Mansfield. Connie, would you please call the roll?
Mangan,
Yes.
Mansfield,
Yes.
Lurick,
Yes.
Marchand,
Yes.
Nichols,
Yes.
Thank you.
Was that a action item 2 or 3?
Yeah, they're all action items right here.
But
Medical was one.
No, I'm asking
That was
which
item-
number,
Oh,
2 or 3? I'm confused
no,
on
that
what the
was, that
difference is.
was 2.
Well, it says 3 in red.
It
It does
says
say
3.
red.
It's been moved around a lot. I tried to put the benefits I want you to deal with first,
So I'm going
and
to ask
stack
you
the
to
stuff at the end.
look at the top right, and we'll stick with the black action item on
Okay.
this one, not the
Thanks,
3.
Linda. I
but,
appreciate that typo point out.
No,
You notice these are swapped on this one.
I'm just wanting to know
I can
which
fix it.
ones we're doing. Sorry.
Here, Linda, I got you. I can fix it.
Oh, no.
Okay, so action item 3 ties directly back into action item 2. And I'm glad you went with life, because that's the little box I have highlighted. As you heard me say, the city does not pay anything towards the vision benefit. That's weird. AJ can tell you if we're weird, but I think we're weird.
Yeah, most of my groups, municipalities, they pay the vision benefit. They usually lump that in with the medical and just call that. I mean, it's such a small expense that generally.
So I am asking the city this year to pay part of this benefit for employees.
Sorry, I wasn't sure if you were done.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I do. You note here that we anticipate enrollment will go up if the city's paying for the benefit. The current estimated city cost is $30,000. Is that an estimate of current enrollment?
Yes.
What would you anticipate? Can you speculate even slightly what enrollment might look like if we paid for that benefit and what that number would turn into?
The good news is we have less than 600 employees, so even if I doubled this, we're going to be below $60,000.
How many people does that account for right there?
347.
Great. Oh, it's up on there on the right. Okay, perfect. Awesome. All right.
So I am asking, sorry,
Go ahead.
no, go ahead.
I was going to make a motion.
I've got a question over here, Councilmember Nichols.
So what will this, according to your proposal, what will the city be paying for? A percentage of it?
That is, and so this benefit, I am bringing you something different than I ask in any other benefit. Currently, we have what is called more of a defined benefit. We pay the 95, 90, 85% of medical. What that means is an employee only is making like $10,000 less based on the benefit cost the city's paying than someone carrying family insurance. With vision, I am asking the city to pay 95% of an employee-only cost for all employees regardless of enrollment. So everyone would get the same $7.57 regardless of what their enrollment level is. It's the most equitable way to distribute benefits.
So the employee would pay 5%?
Yes, if they were at employee only. If they elected family, they would pay the difference between the 5% employee only and the family rate.
All right.
So this is, and Scott's, what he's been on is benefiting our employees. I think this is a great avenue towards benefiting and helping our employees. And so I make a motion that we do as proposed here. And I don't know how to make this motion. To cover 95% of the employee vision plan.
Second.
City Attorney, did that sound right as a motion?
It sounded wonderful.
Thank you.
So typically I don't ask a question after we've got a motion on the floor, but we're looking at $30,000 and the city paying 95% of that? Is that?
It is the city's
That's the city's
95%.
Oh, that is the city's 95%. So, and we're looking at helping employees. My question is why wouldn't we just pay
thing?
for all of it? That, I'm trying to,
It's very low.
we know medical's going up. We know medical's going up.
Off of 5%.
Perfect. Anything that we can do to help them, I
And,
say we do it.
It's another, let's do the math.
I don't know, that was, and I didn't realize you were going with the motion so quickly, or I would have asked it before that, but we have
This
a
is
motion.
what the rates are at the green box at 100% cost with no split.
797.
Yes,
797 as opposed to
757.
757.
So what would be the total if we paid 100%?
Well, it'd be 797 times 347 times 12.
Isn't it just times 134?
No, it's right around,
No, well, we would pay it for all employees regardl's of enrollment, so you have to
It'd be
take the total
374,
current
so-
enrollment.
Oh, got it. Okay.
$34,000 approximately.
AJ, you doing that math?
Yes, that can't be right. 16, no, that's not right.
32,500.
Right around 30.
You got a CFO down there.
There you go.
Let's let him calculate.
$32,535.
And I would
Can
change the motion.
Can I change that motion?
Well, wait,
To
you can
585?
definitely withdraw your motion and do another one.
Based on current enrollment, remember that changes.
Yeah,
Right.
Well,
But again, maximum 64,000 is kind of what we looked at.
so with that, I'd like to withdraw that first motion
okay.
and enter a new. New motion, I would move that we would approve paying 100% of the vision cost for benefits for all city employees, all
At employee-only rates.
employee, yeah, what Heather said.
Second.
Connie, you got that right?
So,
Thank you.
so yeah, at the employee rate,
employee
you got
rate.
that in the thing, okay.
Yeah.
So we have a motion on the floor, a motion from Mangum and a second by Marchand. Connie, could you please call the roll?
Mangum.
Yes.
Marchand.
Yes.
Lurick.
Yes.
Mansfield.
Yes.
Nichols.
Yes.
Okay.
Action item 4, we usually bring this at the end of the budget, and then the CFO wants to strangle me because all the interfund charges have to adjust. We would like to increase the workers' comp modifier by the 5% we've been asking for over the last couple years. Currently, we sit at 90%. The minimum we should be funded at is 100, with a goal of 120%. 5% costs are based off of current salary costs. So as positions are added and as wages go up, this number fluctuates. This year, we anticipate it'll be 58,000, and the general fund portion of that will be 27,758.
Yes.
So explain a work compensation modifier.
Well, the good news is my risk manager abandoned me to be Parks and Rec director, and she's sitting over there, so she's gonna come up here and talk about that.
We have, is Andrea in here?
Anne,
Okay. I was gonna
Nice
say we could have Andrea, but we'll take advantage of a parks director right now.
And Butler, day 9, is the Parks and Rec director, formerly the risk manager. So a modifier is basically how much we pay ourselves based on our safety history. So if we're doing a great job on our claims, we could be 70 or 80. But then we're paying ourselves into that right now at 90. But for the last few years, we've been running at like 105, paying ourselves at 90%. Okay, so part of the other calculation to that is the NCCI codes, and those are state-driven, and that's based on job type. So, for example, a fireman's a higher rate than an office worker, and that's part of the equation that's kind of weighted in there. So our goal has always been to get to 100%, but we can actually fund that, I think, up to 140 technically. We've been running right now at about 91 or 92 the last couple of years. So we're right at where we should be, but we're not banking money for a rainy day. That makes sense?
And we're self-insured for work comp.
Partially self-insured, yes. We do have an excess policy that picks up after.
And I might add, council, we spent years not adding anything to this, which quite frankly, it has hurt us. And
We were
it's
funding,
been crazy not to, we've underfunded it.
we were funding at 65% when we started, and that was not the intention. It really should have started at probably 85 or 90.
Yeah. Yep. So I would recommend doing this, but
Mr. Mayor?
yes.
I move that we approve the HR recommendation of a 5% increase with the estimate as outlined.
Second.
And Josh, did you have a question?
That's what I was gonna do.
You were gonna do that? I might add day 9 for our Parks and Recreation Director. She's done a great job too.
I want that introduction. I want that introduction forever. Like in a couple years, I want day
wanna know how
987.
many-
Yeah,
yeah.
that's every
You wanna
time you're
know
up
how
here. I
many-
want to know how many days.
All right. We have a motion by Lurick and a second by Mangum? Or Marsh, who was it?
It was Mangum.
Mangum. Connie, could you please call the roll?
Lurick.
Carried away.
Yes.
Mangum.
Yes.
Got carried away
Yes.
messing with that.
Mansfield.
Yes.
Kind of
Nichols.
shortchanged.
Yes.
Thank you.
So this is something new for me. I am asking for a new benefit for city employees. It's an expensive ask. So currently, we have a VIBA plan for employees that is $2,000 a year if you're on the city-sponsored plan or you are on a plan that is eligible by the city. I'm asking for a new benefit that would be considered an HRA VIBA lump sum of $2,500 paid on 5-year increment of anniversaries. So you have to hit a 5-year anniversary in the year in which it's paid. I'm not retroing. Sorry, people who've been here 30 years, you're not getting 6 of these. You get one the next time you hit a 5-year increment after fiscal year 24. There are no retro payments, there are no exceptions, and they must be an active employee on the first pay of September. We randomly pick a pay period in which to pay this, so it's easier processing for us, and we pay once a year. Date of service is based on the start date of when they became eligible for the city-sponsored medical plan. What that means is seasonal, variable, volunteer, intern hours do not apply towards this. Now you're wondering how I came up with $2,500, and I have a very logical reason for this. In fiscal year 19, we moved back to Blue Cross, and when we made that change, we increased our deductible from $2,000 to $2,500. That means employees have a $500 a year gap to cover the employee only, like one person's out-of-pocket deductible versus what they're paying. The cost of this overall for 5 years is estimated at $1.2 million. Per year, that's an average of $236,000, with the highest year currently anticipated at just under $300,000, with the lowest year at $165,000. I could adjust what we're giving in VIBA right now and just move that to $2,500. However, I am looking to use this as a reward for employees who have longevity with the city. It's one of those things that we can help employees with, but it doesn't have a direct cost for people we're not retaining. When we hit those 5-year increments, there's certain value to that employee with their knowledge that we don't have in year 1, which is why I would ask for the lump sum every 5 years rather than increasing the VIBA on an annual basis.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
We have a question by Mangum and then Lyric.
First, I applaud you on this effort because anything you can do to increase retention is wonderful. But looking at the VIBA, the use of it now, I would imagine that there's some pretty high use, that people are using it.
So interestingly enough, our VIBA usage is varied. Some people have never touched it from the inception of it, and they're totally saving it for their insurance gap.
Wow.
We have employees that are standing at HR's door waiting to know when their wellness money goes through for their annual exam because they need that $700 to make bills. It's more on the spend of people are using it immediately simply to address those costs. And then you have employees that are in a position where they're saving it for braces. There are so many things in medical field that can be used for VIBA that are not covered by our plan. Mm-hmm. This is a way to make our plan more appealing. This one's really important to me because I understand the value of VIBA to employees. It's that $2,000 is life-changing for some people because they know they can walk into the doctor, and they will walk into the doctor because they know they can cover the bill, not out of their checking account.
So the other portion of my question is, so what we have now, it's paid out incrementally, right?
It is for general employees. It's a per paycheck contribution. Police gets it as a lump sum, and then police and the general employees get $700 as for their wellness visit.
Mm-hmm. And so for this one, the per pay period, that's gone.
No, it exists.
But we still keep that.
Yes, that benefit remains.
And then every 5 years, we give somebody just, here's $2,500.
Yep, if they've been enrolled in the plan and they're still an employee.
So we're just adding the $2,500
Yes.
to what we currently have?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, every 5 years.
Every 5 years.
Yeah. Linda, then Scott, and then Brent.
So this might be a weird question. I really like the idea of this. I like helping employees as much as we can. I particularly like the idea of rewarding, longevity and long-term loyal employees. My question is, if somebody reached their 30th year anniversary last year, then they got to wait 5 more years to get so they're being sort of penalized in a way just by the accidental timing of their anniversary. So if we're rewarding people, some people get lucky and some people don't. And I'm just wondering about the equity of that as a reward.
And I struggled with this a lot, as I don't know how many times people who have worked in HR that now have abandoned me have had to hear this presentation. The reason is because if you want to just give the extra 500 to make up the deductible each year, you use the retention piece. Also, all plans and all programs have to have deadlines and payout dates. We picked 5 years because it matched the 2,500 is a substantial amount of money. That pays for half of a set of braces almost. Maybe a third of a set of braces. There are just winners and losers when you start things. It's the same thing as if you promote in April versus you promote in June, you get a step or you don't. There has to always be a start point to the timing, and this is just the start point we're asking for.
Do we have any idea, or have you looked at where, long-term employees would fall? Are the majority of them going to get this, or are many of them not?
I don't know how you define long-term.
Well, I guess just in terms of the 5-year anniversary, are there going to be a lot of people that are not going to be getting this, or do we have any idea of that?
I mean, I have a breakdown because we had to come up with costs somehow. Ironically, the system's dates aren't right, so Terry had to go through and comb through it to correct those. So we're helping Jean with that correct data into the new system. Yeah, there are people that are going to miss out. They hit year 5 in your fiscal year 23, and that means they're 5 years away.
Yeah.
Again, if I retro this, we cannot afford this plan.
No, I was just curious about if that's a lot of people or not, but we don't know.
Again, I don't know how to apply a number to that. I'm sorry.
I think more what she's looking at is, because if we're starting here at base at 0, are there people who are like, within 5 years, they're just gone?
Yes, very likely.
And is there a large number of people in 5 years, they're just gone?
Well, it depends. Are you
Or
talking
retired.
about retirement? Or are you talking about just turnover? Because
Both.
I have employees whose drug screens haven't cleared by the time they resign at the city, and that's like a 5-day window. I don't have a way to quantify that. Yes, we will have people retire before they get this benefit. And they've been here 30 years. I also have people that will resign
Right.
who will never see it.
And that wasn't my question.
I would need
Yeah.
expanded criteria from you to, like, if you wanted to say everyone who's had 20 years gets it this year,
Yeah.
does that restart their years? I don't know how to track that.
And what I was asking is, if we adopt this recommendation, do we have any idea how many current employees are not going to be getting this benefit from the beginning? That was where I was going. Is that a lot of people or not a lot of people? Or I'm just trying to have an idea of how many people would be getting this.
Starting at day 1.
Per year?
No, from the beginning, like.
You mean, if I took everyone's work anniversaries and divided those backwards by 5-year increments, how
No.
many have we reached?
No, I mean, it doesn't matter. Go ahead.
So we got,
On that train of thought, right? So the 5 years, does the 5-year start at inception of this plan, or is it 5 years from when they started working?
So their calculation of years starts when they became benefit eligible.
Right.
The 5-year increments for, in fiscal year 24, if I'm at 7, I'm still at 7. I don't get paid till I hit to 10.
Okay.
Scott and then Brent.
I'm looking at the money. So the highest in a year that we think we're going to pay is about 300,000 with a 5-year estimate of about 1.2 million, right? But if we take that money off the board and put it in wages, everybody gets that, right?
But
If you did that, I'm just saying, if you did that. I look at the VIBA thing, I understand the VIBA thing, but on the line of what Linda's saying, it's gonna untouch a lot of people. And it makes it tough. Some of them it's gonna untouch because they're gonna leave on their own. Others, it's gonna untouch because they're gonna retire and they miss that benefit, right? And at one time, you had the opportunity, right, for your sick leave. Now you have to take that in VEBA money. I think is there a new cap on how much sick leave you can have?
No.
Right? So, I mean, that's always a benefit there, but.
If I take that $1.2 million and I divide that into wages over 5 years, I'm not gonna pay out I'm not gonna budget 1.2 million. I'm gonna budget probably 60% of that for costs. Overtime drives that up, taxes drive that up. So the employee's return on that is a lot less than the 2,500.
And
If you get it,
If
you get the 2,500.
But it's for departments that have massive overtime and departments that have none. You're benefiting departments that have that option where others don't because they have to have different budget constraints. So it's an unequal application, whereas this is a defined application.
Okay, we got Brent, and then we got Corey, then we've got Josh.
So I'm a little confused.
Okay, I'll try.
So $2,500 every 5 years.
Yes.
That's right?
When you hit a 5-year increment, yes.
Okay, so the first year, who gets paid?
People who hit a 5-year increment in fiscal year '24
From their start date.
from their start date of benefit eligibility.
So anybody that's been here 5 years in 2024 gets $2,500.
The first pay of September.
The
Or
first
10
pay is-
years, or 15
Yes.
years,
Or
or 20
at
years.
any increment of
Right,
5 years.
Right, but we don't know yet how many people that might be, or
Right.
do
I do. That's how these numbers were calculated. So fiscal year '24, we're anticipating the 192,000. We counted everyone who's hitting a 5-year increment. The only aspect missing from that number is whether or not they're enrolled in benefits. We just did a flat city eligible benefit people. If they're hitting a 5-year increment, assuming they're here in September and they're enrolled, that would be our cost.
So it's on a rolling basis, so anybody that during the fiscal year that's been here 5 years, then they get the
Yes.
$2,500.
Yes.
So, but if you hit year 7, you don't get the $2,500. You have to wait till
Yeah.
you hit year 10.
And that was getting
And
at my
that's-
question.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
So you do have a number that you're estimating of how many people will get this next year?
Well, yeah, that's how we populated the cost per year.
Okay, because my question was how many people wouldn't be getting it, so it's the reverse.
That's what we don't have is the number of that will not be, because there's a 4-year increment of people that she doesn't have that number.
But I'm just asking for that first year.
And it's on the chart.
So,
It's 80% of employees.
No.
roughly. Not quite, no?
Well, it depends. So we had high turnover in COVID. So I have more people that are at a beginning number. You have, I mean, the cyclical nature of hiring means that each year will not be the same.
So can you answer, how many people would be eligible the first year?
Mathematically, it's 77. Excuse me, but I divide by 2,500 and it comes out to 77. You divide each of those by, I think, is that correct, Heather?
You would divide the annual year cost by 2,500, and that's the people we've estimated to hit it. An exact number will come out of salary projections, but this is a very close number.
So about 77.
Okay.
Corey? No? Josh?
I think the biggest thing to highlight going back and that I don't want to lose sight of is the retention aspect of this. There are going to be employees who are in year 4 and who are considering looking at other positions and will see that they have a $2,500 bonus coming and will stay an extra 12 months. And I know that sounds arbitrary, but if I could guarantee that I had all of my employees for another 12 months, and they talk to me about, hey, I'm thinking about moving for family reasons. Like if I could guarantee that they were going to stick around for an extra 12 months and felt secure in that, it also makes the HR cycle of hiring and recruiting much more predictive. If you know, yep, these year 4 people probably aren't going to leave, or the odds of them leaving are significantly less. That kind of predictive rhythm and dependability in staffing is monumental for managers, for HR, and I think is a unspoken and quantified benefit that applies to the city here that I wanted to highlight. I think it's a great program.
Yeah, these braces weren't cheap, so.
It's not cheap.
So council, what do you want to do?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I would move that we approve the employee 5-year milestone HRA VIBA payments and include it in the budget build for fiscal year 2024.
Second.
We have a motion by Mangum or a motion by Mansfield and a second by Mangum.
I'll take it.
Connie, could you please call the roll?
Mansfield.
Yes.
Mangan.
Yes.
Lurick.
Yes.
Marchand.
Yes.
Nichols.
Yes.
They get less expensive after this ask, I promise. All right, Rick was here. I've brought this benefit before, so I'm trying again because it's important to me. So we currently have a bereavement leave benefit that allows employees to use 40 hours of accrued sick leave for this giant list of people. So that's sick leave for a spouse, common law spouse, child, stepchild, parent, step-parent, grandparent, step-grandparent, sibling, grandchild, step-grandchild, niece, nephew, aunt, uncle, and persons who you are legal guardian to. Our benefit is the worst of any agency I've talked to. It is the least employee-friendly, and that makes me sad, because this is a benefit that you can be a Cadillac level at with very little cost to the city. I am asking for actual bereavement leave, which would be leave that would be granted to an employee in one of these situations. So when I log into my time clock, I see I have sick leave and I have vacation. In a situation where I would be bereavement eligible and I've communicated with our HR, I would see a bereavement pool that would be loaded for me individually. This would not be accessible unless you talk with HR. If you lose a spouse, I am asking for 120 hours of bereavement leave for that employee to use in a 6-month window. Items associated with death when you lose a spouse are not always immediate. There are things you have to take care of over subsequent months. For a child or stepchild, I'm asking for 80 hours of bereavement to be used immediately following the notification that they need the leave. For a parent or sibling, 40 hours of bereavement, and then for the other family members that are in white, not the gray, it would be 24 hours of bereavement. There is no actual increase in budget expense here. This is an allocation out of our regular time that we're already budgeting. We would pull these hours from that cost, so it would just be increased leave for an employee in the situation, but there is no increase in your budget line ask.
We have a question by Councilmember Mangum.
I don't necessarily have a question. I applaud you for this. I think this is huge, and it shows the heart of us as council members and as just people in general to show care for our staff. And so I think this is great.
So, Councilmember Nichols.
So could you explain again, what is our current bereavement policy?
40 hours of accrued sick leave to use for any of those people who are in a color or white. So you have to have accrued sick leave, and then you can use 40 hours.
And with the new one, say with a spouse, it would be 120 hours and it would not count towards your sick leave.
It would not touch an employee's leave balances.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Mangum.
So in most employment, there's an eligibility time frame when bereavement is actually allotted. Is there a time frame here where we would actually allot this, or is it just day one, my wife died, and now you get 120 hours?
So if you approve this, you will see a policy follow, so I can get a little bit more detail out of you of how you would like to construct that. I would say it would be eligibility on day one. There are certain benefits that you have to be here a certain amount of time. This is not one of them. The minute you're an employee, you would be eligible. One thing you could do, and the mayor and I have talked about this benefit for years at this point, I think, if you would like to put a cap on the other family category of a restriction of 2 instances per year, that is something we could look at. However, the abuse of this policy, and there will be some that occurs, I don't think is enough to take away the benefit that it gives to employees in some of the worst situations they encounter. I can flush those details out for you with feedback from the council.
Councilmember Marchand.
I would like to make the motion that we change to this bereavement policy, or with the policy to follow, I guess, is what I want to say.
So the motion basically is to move forward with this, but bring the
Policy, yes.
Second.
So we've got a motion by Marchand and a second by Lurick,
Mr. Mayor.
Question.
and a question by Josh.
In that policy change, I would like to see the limitations on use on other family, and what that would look like.
So you will see a new handbook this summer. I'm just trying to get through May. You'll probably see that in July for adoption with the fiscal year. So it would go hand in hand with the new budget, and it would be easy to build right in.
Okay, super. Okay, so, yes?
One other question. Will the legal department have any hand in this specifically with the bereavement?
I think that we
policy?
should keep the legal department out of our
That's what I
policy-making stuff. He's,
Attorneys, you don't want attorneys around.
Corey, they make everything harder.
I know. With the, I'm just thinking like with the abuses of this and,
So
you know, there's weird stuff that happens when people die. And so it's like,
there is, so this is why the policy would be bigger than what our policy currently is. That's this little two-line policy with a list of people this long. The policy will be this long, and it'll cover abuse and iterations of use.
I retract my comment.
Yeah.
well, I just might add, the legal department, anytime we have a policy change, they are absolutely in the middle of it. And the use of abuse, and I use that same word when we have had this discussion almost every year. I agree with Heather. Somebody is going to probably abuse it, but I would rather allow somebody to abuse it so that the ones that are really need to use it will use it. Because there will be some that, yeah, they have 120 hours if they lose a spouse that aren't going to take more than 8. Yeah. Because they need to get back to work. And so there's, they need something to occupy their time as much as anything. So I think that's going to, I think we're going to see less abuse than we are going to see anything else. So we do have a motion by Marchand and a second by Lurick. Connie, could you please call the roll?
Marchand,
Yes.
Lurick,
Yes.
Mangum,
Yes.
Mansfield,
Yes.
Nichols.
Yes.
Action item 7, there is an update to my slide. Apparently, I just ignored all of Jeff's departments. Engineering and science and environment, I had to add those later on. This is adopted in policy and defined in collective bargaining. We need $46,000 to fund the program this year. We do have $20,000 that we are carrying over from this fiscal year. The requests themselves are actually 67. So we're able to utilize that bank that we have sitting, but the new requests do come out at the $46,966. If approved, I will work with Jean on making sure these interfund transfers are set up out of these account lines that are listed into the education fund.
Yes. Corey. Who, yeah.
So it's
Councilmember
already
Mangum.
been adopted, policy. So, Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve the tuition reimbursement funding request as outlined before us.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Mangum and a second by Lurick, but we have a question by Mansfield.
Can you give me the Cliff
And
Notes
Nichols.
version of who qualifies for the tuition reimbursement?
So tuition reimbursement is a staggered benefit depending on if they're going for a bachelor's or a master's.
Okay.
And if they're full-time or half-time. You have to be taking classes that count towards a degree. You can't be going towards a certificate or a certification. It has to actually be degree-oriented. You do need to be benefit eligible for the city, and you have to be here for a year. Well, you have to be here for a year. And then there is a payback period if you leave. You owe anything back for the previous 12 months if you leave employment.
Huge benefit.
It's a huge benefit.
Councilmember Nichols.
Great.
Answered the question. So we have a motion by Mangum and a second by Lurick. Connie, could you please call the roll?
Mangum,
Yes.
Lurick,
Yes.
Mansfield,
Yes.
Marchand,
Yes.
Nichols.
Yes.
Action item 8 is the safety footwear program. HR is requesting an increase to $50 per category. This policy was originally adopted for fiscal year 20, so that would have been October of 19. A safety toe boot is $150 currently. A regular work boot is $100, and then people who have limited field usage or they need a waterproof shoe receive $50. We would like to increase those to $200, $150, and $100. My numbers of the $10,000 increase is very close. I do believe I missed the custodial staff, so there will be an increase of 5 or 6 people. And then any new positions we've added or reclassifications. Our total increase cost will be less than $15,000, and that takes the total from $25,550 up to currently an estimated $36,050.
So are we finding that the existing program is inadequate, the allowances?
Yeah, shoes are expensive.
But I mean, as a practical matter, is it a problem of people coming in and saying, I just don't have enough money to?
It is, and the problem is the iteration in which they need to repair the boots. It's a lot different when you're standing at the landfill every day, ankle deep. You're going through shoes faster. Also, this is part of a liability reduction cost for us. We have defined policy that very clearly states what kind of shoe you need to be in. That help us from a worker comp standpoint so that we can tell people these are the shoes you need to be wearing, the criteria of the shoes you need to be wearing, and we give you money towards that. So that expectation exists and we can enforce that.
Okay, Councilwoman Lurick and then Mangum.
I would like to make a motion to approve action item number 8, your recommendation of increasing each category by 50. I think it is such an important program, and it's expensive, and it's also a safety issue. So I think we need to continue this and to fund it.
I second that motion, but I also have a question.
So we have a motion by Lurick and a second by Mangum and a question by Mangum.
Is there a way where we could possibly, through HR, and this would create more work for you, but instead of just here's $150, $200, whatever, do we have like a catalog or a way that we can purchase the boots or the shoes to make sure that they're adequate and up to standard? Because I know there are some companies do that. And so are we able to do that? Or is it easier just to be like, here you go?
So there's several approaches to that. The collective bargaining for police also has a footwear allowance. We allow them to pick the shoes that best fit our criteria, that fit their feet. Fire, we purchase boots, but it is part of their PPE. It is a safety measure, and they do work with the employees. The problem is, what happens when an employee wants a boot that's more than their allowance? How am I collecting that from them? What if they want to buy from a different vendor that isn't available through the catalog I have? This gives the employee the ability to choose their vendor and how they're purchasing that shoe.
Yes, ma'am.
We do keep a list, and we update it every year on the website, of local vendors who sell shoes within these categories.
Wonderful.
Okay. So we have a motion by Lurick and we got a question.
Number 1, how often is this benefit available to somebody?
Annually.
Number 2, is it a reimbursement basis?
No, it's put in their check.
So every year, employees who qualify for this benefit just receive the check?
It's part of a regular pay cycle. If they choose to resole their shoes because they bought such a high caliber the first year and they can resole for a couple years, that initial boot purchase might have been $500 or $600, and then they're spending $75 on reshoeing. We do not actually physically require proof of the shoe purchase, but they are expected to wear that shoe at work to the requirements, and I know departments are checking that.
Okay, so we have a motion by Lurick and a second by Mangum. Connie, could you please call the roll?
Lurick,
Yes.
Mangum,
Yes.
Mansfield,
Yes.
Marchand,
Yes.
Nichols.
Yes.
Action item 9, I can tell you we are ahead of the state curve. We are offering a bilingual program at the city. It's not a huge benefit. It's currently a flat amount of $300. How that pays out depends if you're in collective bargaining or a general employee. HR is asking to move away from a flat payment amount to a pay for proficiency level. So a level 8 is the minimum you currently can be to receive the benefit of the $300. It goes all the way up to a 12 plus based on the vendor we're using. So if I come in and I tell HR I'm bilingual and my department head has approved me to test for that benefit, Terry sets up a call and they actually speak with our agent, with the company we use, and they grade them based on their interactions over the phone. If you hit a level 12 plus, I'm asking for $65 per pay period. That is basically a native speaker in both languages with perfect dialect and inflection. So that's a pretty high level of expectation. I don't think most of our employees will hit that 12 plus. I think they'll range in the 8 or 9 area. Currently, the benefits costing us $2,400 a year based on the people who are enrolled. It's a very small benefit to the city, but the return on that is huge for community members who can talk to a member of the city who speaks the language that they speak. It would only be applicable to general employees at this point. So police and fire would follow their collective bargaining, and they would bargain into this at the next opening of their contract. You can't change the benefit in their collective bargaining agreements midstream. We need to negotiate that. If we adopt it based on the amounts that we provided, maximum increased cost for fiscal year based on the 8 people who are enrolled would go from $2,400 up to $6,570. There are not a lot of agencies offering bilingual at any level, so we are ahead of the curve here. I would just like this to be a more valued benefit to our employees and community.
Corey, then Josh. then
Council
Brent.
members are not eligible for it.
Shoot, I can't test for French.
You cannot.
You saw that?
I saw that coming.
So, is this, so, okay, so bilingual, does this just, are there specific languages in this or just any language you learn
Yes.
to speak Pig Latin and?
Oh, not Pig Latin. It's got to be an actual language.
Okay, all right.
Sign
Klingon
language?
is also not included. ASL would be.
It's a huge, this thing's huge. When you need it, it's,
Yeah.
you gotta have it.
How often is it used?
So that's kind of hard to quantify. We don't actually track the usage.
That's easy.
I know we have a couple in police and fire, which ironically are excluded from this policy. It is used very much in the field. I know I use Juan in IT just because he's very close to me and I pretty much annoy him on a weekly basis. He comes over and helps us whenever we have a situation. We have 3 in City Hall and I know they're utilized. I don't think everyone is currently enrolled in the plan that would be eligible simply because $300 kind of loses a little bit of its luster if you're getting it once a year rather than kind of seeing that continued benefit.
Sure. Josh, you had a question?
Yeah, is there a way that we could evaluate,
Mr. Mayor?
because what I've seen in the past, you can evaluate the importance of bilingual skills based on a position and where we could evaluate and then provide that benefit based on the position. Now, I know you highlighted, for example, that HR has to approve them to test.
The department
Or the
head has to
department head,
approve it.
excuse me. And that's based on necessity, correct?
Yes.
The reason I ask that is because, for example, if a utilities collector sitting there, or perhaps an emergency in WPC or in water who are responding to emergency situations, you could I think there's a higher benefit for somebody who is in an urgent situation or in the most interaction in customer service and with citizens. Is there a way that we can then tier it as well based on?
We could, I just don't have that capacity right now.
Okay, all right.
Sorry, we're stretching me a little thin on what I can adequately apply fairly.
Okay, Linda, then Corey, did you have one? And then Brent.
My question, I just read the answer to. I was wondering about police and fire, but so it would depend on whether they want to negotiate that into the next
Yes.
round of negotiations.
Fire opens next year, police is the year after that.
Okay.
Okay, Corey?
Just wanted to make a motion. so-
Okay, well, let's go to Brent and then I'll bounce back.
So does the city have any type of a program, say if somebody came in and they spoke, say an obscure language for our area, that they can call in and have somebody translate?
We do have that service. I don't know how widely we're currently using it. Cindy in UB, is Cindy here? She abandoned me. she would probably be my department that I would ask what they're running into, or I would refer to police and fire what they're running into in the field. Those would be, I would see our highest outreach areas with community members.
But we do have such a program. Is that like a subscription program that we pay for, or?
I think it's basically a pay on demand. I don't see those bills, but I know it is something we have, similar to what the hospital has.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Mangum.
I move to adopt this revision to the bilingual program as outlined in action item 9.
Second.
We have a motion by Mangum and a second by Lurick. Connie, could you please call the roll?
Mangum,
Yes.
Lurick,
Yes.
Mansfield,
Yes.
Marchand,
Yes.
Nichols,
Yes.
And then the last item in this very long PowerPoint presentation is an odd one for me, because I'm currently following a practice that is not budgeted and is not policy. So I kind of stand here hat in hand to explain what we are doing. We currently pay a retirement gift to employees who leave the city who have at least 5 years of service. This has been in place since at least 2009 from a memo on a previous mayor on amounts that are different than what we currently pay. So I bring you a little bit of a ball of wax. Currently, if you've been with the city 30 years, you get a $350 gift, which is actually paid out at $525, so you take home around $350. If you've been here 20 to 29 years, you get a $275 gift that is paid at $375 on your paycheck, so again, you take home about that amount. We used to do gift cards. We would drive all over town and buy gift cards, or they could pick it on their check. This is one benefit of COVID. I killed the gift cards, so my employees weren't driving all over the city to find gift cards to Sportsman's or Walmart. It's just part of their check. From council, I need to know, do you want to continue paying retirement gifts? And if so, how much do you want those gifts to be? Budgeting for this is covered under the regular timeline, so your 1001 and your 1002. That's exempt and non-exempt employee lines. We're taking the cost out of the wages line. So there's no increase in the budget, but it is a different expenditure than you were aware of.
Scott?
I don't want to see us change that. So the ultimate thing of the city should be to have our employees retire from here. And when they retire, we should give them something to show our appreciation. So, really, I guess my whole thing here is I would make the motion, if you want it, that we remain the same.
We continue with the same practice, the current
Yes.
practice of a $350 gift
Yes.
costs the city $525, so that with the taxes.
I'll second.
Okay.
I also just wanted to make a comment, and along the lines of what you were saying, I'm always reluctant to take things away, you know. When you have a benefit, even though this was not a formal policy, to stop doing it is, you know, it feels like we're taking away from employees. So I don't like to do that, so.
It's interesting, I gave this presentation to department heads who would willingly suffer through this twice. And half of the department heads looked at me and go, "We do what?" So it is not a widely known benefit. Obviously, the lack of formalized policy and discontinuation of the practice has created a little bit of discord in just the understanding of how it works. So that is why I am seeking the two-part of the question from council.
I think it's a good idea to formalize it, and it's a small thank you or reward from people that is nice.
Councilmember Mangum.
I think Linda kind of just said what I was going to say. I'd like to see this adopted into an actual policy. But I do kind of feel like the 30-year thing is a little small. You've been here for 30 years.
There's a couple things you need to remember with this. When you leave city employment, your vacation is paid out.
Right.
And your sick leave is paid out by percentage.
True.
We also buy them a cake.
Oh, it's big.
I know.
Cake-
Big.
The cake says it all.
It's the
so
cake.
I retract that comment.
Okay, we have, Josh.
One more thing. Is there, relative to the other things you talked about, retirement, we pay out vacation, there are other benefits that come, they've got Percy, obviously. Is there a gift that we could do that is closer to that equivalent cash sum that perhaps is a little more personal, like a little more, I don't know.
So when I'm stressed in my life and my work, I clean, which means HR in the last year has been taken apart and reassembled like 7 times. We found the watches we used to give employees, these little teeny watches. We can go to a gift. We would go through a company and they would get an email and they would select the item and it would be shipped to them based on their years of service. I don't have a vendor in mind. I don't have that set up. And I don't know what the cost of that is to buy the gift from the company to then send to the employee. So I think it would be a lesser gift, but the tax implications would be less because it is actually a physical item.
So does a gift card do that same thing?
No, you have to be taxed on that.
See, I don't know. I'm out of turn, but I think that most people want to do what they want to do, right? They get that, and it
I
may
have
be.
been told cash is king.
It may be I
Right.
get to take my whole family out to dinner tonight
Sure.
on the city for my retirement, which is perfect.
You know, and I think, and maybe it's just me personally, if that's the consensus, I'm good with that. I think the sound of like a watch that has the city logo on it or something and is engraved with their time of service.
We offer them a key to the city, which is a plaque that has all of that information, and they can
Okay.
elect that or not. That's housed within the HR budget.
Okay.
Okay. So we have a motion by Marchand and a second by Lyric. Connie, could you please call the roll?
Marchand.
Yes.
Lurick.
Yes.
Mangum.
Yes.
Mansfield.
Yes.
Nichols.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Man alive. Compensation next? All right, what we are going to do, knowing that,
Take a
we're going to
Big
take
break?
a break, a lunch break, and then we will come back after lunch. So thank you for being here, but we're going to take a break right now for, I
Do
don't
you
know,
have an
40
estimated time frame?
I would say 45-ish minutes, I think.
Sure.
What do you think? I mean, council, what do you think?
Good with me.
30 minutes okay,
I'd do
45?
30, yeah.
Hey, your guys' lunch is delivered to you.
30.
Our lunch is
All
not.
right.
That sounds like a personal problem to me. That's not on us.
There's M&Ms in HR, swing by.
So about probably 45 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us after our break. This afternoon, we'll go ahead and get started with agenda item number 6, salary and pay scale discussion. Heather Buchanan, Human Resources Director, will give presentations on the following fiscal year 2024 compensation topics, 1 through 6.
Good afternoon. Thank you for coming back. All right. Heather Buchanan, Human Resources Director. I have a couple FYIs. One is just to explain how many scales we have at the city, to give you an update on where we sit on our 2 collective bargaining agreement costs. And then I do have 6 action items. I'm looking for guidance for council before the budget build. This is singularly the most expensive thing I bring before you, and kind of as a whole, this is the biggest lump sum decisions you'll make at a time. So no pressure. The morning was nice and easy. All right. Currently, we operate 7 pay scales at the city. 2 of those are defined by collective bargaining unit. And then we have police management, which is built off of our sworn police table. We have fire management, which we did an overhaul on last year, and we rolled longevity into their base, and they now have a step and grade table. The general employee scale is what most people think of. You should all be familiar with that. The majority of our employees are on that scale. We also have a seasonal scale, and then we have a variable hour scale we introduced last year. Those are only for positions that have a full-time equivalent. Their scale exactly mimics the general employee scale. We just separate it because there's very few pay grades that there are actually positions in those categories. An example would be a fill-in building inspector. Their pay grade exists, but they're not part of the general table. All right, sworn police, we are in year 3 of 4 on this collective bargaining agreement. We did add 3.5% to this table, and we added a step 9. All employees who are eligible will receive one step movement with fiscal year, and police civilians are not covered in these costs. They are part of the general table. These were agreed upon 3 years ago, and we have 1 year left, so you will have set numbers next year. Next year is another 3.5 and an addition of the 10th step. Estimated costs on that are about $500,000, going from 9 million this year to 9.45. Now, this isn't just pay, that's pay, add pays, and benefits. So this is total employment cost. The 3.5 is affecting the wages, and then any of the benefits or add pays that are driven off of their annual compensation. So we talked about benefits earlier. Those increased costs are not in here, but the increase is not in here, but that base number was in. So I'm kind of mixing the two pools of numbers, understanding this is the overall cost minus what we added earlier. Fire, we are in year 3 of our 3-year CBA. I know it's hard to read on the page, but what you need to know on the far right column in blue, 3.5% to the table, and longevity does continue. On the bottom of the screen, I have it broken down by fire budget, ambulance budget, and then total overall. You'll notice fire has an additional line for expense, and that says total medical benefits. We do not administer their plan, therefore we pay a bill for their medical benefits, so it is a separate line item in fire's operating budget, and it does include the 4 members of management. I did not extract those out. So there's a tiny little spike based on those 4 people. Increased cost overall take us from 9.5 million to 9.9. All right, moving on to the action items that we are looking for guidance on today. The first one is sworn police management. We are looking to add the 9th step, like we are with the officers, and build 3.5% into the table. Estimated cost on that takes us from 1.56 million to 1.65 million.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I would move for the approval of the 3.5% increase to the scale and addition of step 9 and 10, according to action item number 1.
Just 9 this year.
Sorry, just 9 this year.
We
Okay,
were
my
gonna
apologies.
add 10, but if with a new system, we're gonna have to re-add
Sorry,
it.
my PowerPoint says 10.
I know, because it's the old one.
Okay, I have a motion by Mansfield and a second by Marchand. Connie, could you please call the roll?
Mansfield,
Yes.
Marchand,
Yeah.
Lurick. Lurick,
Yes.
Nichols,
Yes.
Action item 2 is for fire management. Again, we are asking for a 3.5% increase to the table and the step movement for the employees at fiscal year. The fire CBA again received the 3.5, but they don't have the step movement. That is the difference between those scales fundamentally.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I would move for approval of the 3.5% increase to the scale and the longevity advancement continuation as outlined in action item 2. No, I don't even need that.
You don't, longevities for fire, management gets the step movement like everyone else.
Oh, there are steps. Oh, okay. Sorry, I read that wrong. Okay, and then the 1 step movement.
Second.
We have a motion by Mansfield and a second by Lyric. Connie, could you please call the roll?
Mansfield,
Yes.
Lurick,
Yes.
Marchand,
Yes.
Nichols,
Yes.
Thank you.
This is much more enjoyable. HR is asking for 3.5% to the general employee table. We did adopt a new table last year. This is overall costs for every fund, just broken down, based again on that snapshot. Doesn't include the increased medical costs, does not include new positions or any shifts we've had within our structure since April 4th. Overall increase takes us from the base on April 4th from 35 million up to 36 million for the 3.5% and 1 step movement for employees who are eligible in October. General fund impact on that is from 11.2 million to 11.7 million.
So I have a question.
Yeah.
I guess, so the 3.5 is the cost of living, is that what we're looking at here?
We're doing a market adjustment of the 3.5. That is not what inflation is doing.
No. No, it's not. And that's, I guess when I look across the board, I don't think that's enough. And that's been my whole push. So now I look back at the last two that we just talked about, and I would like to see this, if we can fund it at about at 5. 3.5 for, we need to start to, our employees are our most valuable asset, and we're behind. We are so far behind. And I guess that's been my whole thing during this thing today. I want to take care of what we have right now. And I don't think the 3.5 does it. And I really don't think it does it in the first two. So that's my bad. I would like to see it at 5, if we can do that across the board, and look at those numbers.
So we can't do it across the board because we are within collective bargaining agreements that are established.
What is the collective bargaining agreement say? What is the?
3.5 this year.
So, but if we looked at that and I don't know, I'm putting it out there, can we open the contract? And if we open it, is it a can of worms or is it a question? Is it, here's what we have to offer, it's yes or no. If they say, no, we want to negotiate higher, we're done. This is what we have. If we were at that, that's my question.
Yes, you can open the contracts and yes, you can take a single issue. However, wages is one of the items we use to help us negotiate the contracts overall. If you open it and you increase wages from what we agreed upon, it makes it very difficult the next time we open the contracts to make modernizations or changes in policy or benefits, because we've already given more when we established the contract than what we'd anticipated.
And I understand part of that, but I guess the other end of that to me is this. Over the years, police and fire have negotiated increases. They negotiated 3.5. Before us is 3.5. If we jump that up for everybody, if it happened, 2.5, right? That's the opposite effect has now happened to police and fire.
Yes. Yes, you can move police management, fire management, and general employees beyond 3.5. The reason I'm asking for 3.5 is not just to mimic the unions. It's a number that I think we can sustain. I am very worried that if we do a bigger raise this year, next year we're going to be at a spot where we are either laying people off or we are eliminating programs or services because we can no longer afford our personnel lines. The cost of employees goes up faster than our new construction can keep up with.
But we're below the rate. I mean, and I guess that's part of it. I look around us and other cities are making the same or more than we are, and we're doing twice the work. It's not right. And so when I look at it, if now's the time, if we can make that move, if we can try to help our employees thrive and not just survive, if we have the money to do it, I would rather invest my money in our employees than maybe adding employees. That's why, kind of where I'm at there. I just don't think 3.5 is enough.
Plus a step.
Yeah, the step's going to happen either way.
Linda?
I just wanted to clarify that point, the plus the step part, because we're just talking about this 3.5, but it's not just that. Can you explain a little bit more about what that means? And I know it varies for where they are on the scale and.
So we run what is called a step and grade table. Grade is established by, we talked about earlier, how positions are slotted within the scale. The steps are movements from the beginning to the end. The city's scale is 40% wide. That's your goal for a scale. The cities is different than the unions because we don't have natural progression through the ranks. We don't have rank advancements. So we look at 40% wide, which basically hypothetically could cover a career if someone does not promote. Not a career, it covers a table. Early on, you get 3.5. Where's Holly? No, Holly. It's a little over 3. So you get the 3.5 to the table and you get 1 step movement. If you're getting a 3% step, that takes your raise to 6.5%. Last year, we aggressively modified the table so that council did not always have to come up with big market adjustments. We now have a retention point at year 6 where it is a higher increase because that is our pressure point for losing employees. They stay through the VBA, they stay to Percy vesting. That's my first hurdle. If they're not staying for Percy, they're not staying. Once we get that, they get that big bump that's like 7% plus anything to the table. When you were an employee here, we had adopted pay for performance on the chart, which was like 30 steps of 0.5%. We never funded that how it should have been funded. We were giving 0.5% raises. That is no longer the case. I believe the smallest step on the current table is just at or over 2%. So even if you're getting the smallest step on the table, you would get 3.5 plus the 2% for a 5.5% raise.
So if you didn't get the 3.5, you got 0, you're still getting 2.5 in the step, correct?
Yes,
The step's gonna happen.
yes. As
Okay, I
long
don't-
as council has never not funded a step.
Right, and I guess that's how I'm looking at it. I don't want to look at the step, it's coming, you got the step. That's how I look at it. How do we help them? I just don't know that 3.5 does it, and I struggle with that.
Oh, I had Linda and then Josh. Or, did you already went, right?
But I just wanted to make the point that I disagree that we can't consider the step. It is a decision.
Right,
So we could actually take away the step. We have approved a raise amount and a step. And that was a decision made. So it's not a given.
Okay,
So I think
and then Brent.
you can't just totally ignore that.
right.
So I got Josh and then Brent.
I think that taking care of employees is essential, and it's something that I've always said from here, and I think that I've long defended decisions and made decisions in line with employees. And man, I'd love to do 5%, but I worry, one, about the long-term investment, as Heather talks about. And number 2, when I look at the private sector that I work in, I know most of those people are getting 3 to 5%. A 6.5% raise with the scale change and the lowest step change, that is ahead of what a lot of private sector are doing for raises as well. And I think that our employees deserve it. I'm not questioning that in any way, shape, or form, but I think 6.5%, well, a 3.5% raise to the scale is a good investment.
So Holly educated me. I built the scale, I should probably remember. Our smallest step is 2.25.
Okay.
Well, part of it, just in quick rebuttal, there are other agencies throughout the state that are getting 8 or above. So, and you only look at certain things. If we have the opportunity, I just feel like if we have the opportunity to do better than 3.5, we need to do better than 3.5.
If council's interested in expanding beyond the 3.5, I would ask you do that on a year basis. That means you would give like a lump sum rather than build it into the base for next year. So it's a singular point of money. It doesn't continue next year as an expense.
It's a bonus, essentially.
Yeah, we tried that.
Which we
That's not
did.
awesome.
Yeah.
Brent?
So what does it take to be eligible for a step?
Currently, you have to be off of your probationary period. However, when I bring the new handbook to you, I would like to remove that requirement. The probationary period is kind of where we test you out to see if you're a good fit for us and we're a fit for you. I don't think we should be prohibiting the step, but that's a secondary conversation. I was gonna ask for permission to budget a step for everybody, and then you could decide whether or not we would adopt that policy.
But it's just automatic?
Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So quickly, if you just did it for a year, what does that do to the two contracts? Could you give it there, or do you have to open the contract to give it?
We have given it in the past without opening the contracts. We open ourselves up to grievance if they do not want the extra money. We would probably not open the contracts. We would just make the payments and then await a grievance.
So I guess part of it is I'm not a fan of the one-time thing.
I'm
So
not
I
either.
guess I would look at the CFO and say, if we went above the 3.5, can we sustain that?
I think you have to increase on the tax side, on the ask. Because I think what's gonna happen is your operating budget, if you look at a linear, right? You've got your operating budget go like this, and you start eating away at that, and so then you have to start cutting services, or you have to cut operational things.
So what is the build? What's been given as a build, 3%? Increase?
I asked them to build it at 3% increase for their operating budget.
So as department heads, if they looked at that and said, across the board, we can do a 2% increase and survive to give our employees more money.
Again, I think you're setting a trajectory, right? That eventually, when that crosses, I don't know, but again, human capital is the biggest resource and the biggest expenditure we have, right? Over time, though, it's not sustainable if you mismatch your operating increase with your human capital side. Not that I'm not for it, I'm just saying eventually we're gonna have to deal with that.
Yeah, right?
What did we do last year?
We did 3% to the table with the new table and a step movement for general employees. Police and fire received 3%.
Okay, thank you.
But their collective bargaining agreements stepped up over the years, is that?
2.5, 3.5, and then police will receive 3.5 next year as
This
well.
next year?
Basically, everybody's been treated equally and equitably, maybe is a better word.
Equitably.
And then with the 3.5% plus a step, everybody's being treated equitably as well.
Yes.
We get out of that equitable deal when you bounce up to 5 or 6 or whatever percent-ish.
Well, I can guarantee fire's not coming to 3.5% next year.
Yeah.
What did you say?
Fire won't come and say, oh, we only want 3.5% next year. I mean, their number's gonna be big. That's what happens when you go into longer term contracts. Year-to-year contracts are a nightmare to administer and to budget for. So that's why we've moved to the longer scales, but the cost of inflation has made it hard because everyone is losing a little bit of ground. But the city's revenues do not match inflation, so at some point there has to be a give and take. And right now, I'm trying for the moderate, sustainable approach.
And I guess part of that is what I said at the beginning, and I'll say it again. I don't want to balance the budget on the employees' backs. We've done that. That's what we're doing right now as we talk about this. We can't, sooner or later, I feel that way. Sooner or later, we got to do something to help them because it becomes retention. And it costs us more and more and more, and nobody's laid out the numbers of every time I lose somebody, how much is it going to cost me to replace them? If I have that person for a year and they come in and they leave and I put all my training in and they go. So I'm just looking for a way at this point to help our employees, not to be, if we have the opportunity to go more than 3.5, I would like to do that. I would like to do that.
Okay, Josh?
I think the big question when you think about it in that sense, if you say, let's do the 5 and then work everything else around it. So you tell Tom, we're cutting a street sweeper. You can't get a street sweeper this year. That's $200,000 or however much. That happens once, and those cuts that you make, they happen once, and then next year, that same amount is going to be increased exponentially. You don't make up ground on the budget exponentially elsewhere, and so you create a regressive game if you've overextended yourself on the payroll side, where you eventually, because you can't raise taxes high enough. There's limitations by state statute as to where you can raise taxes, even if we wanted to. So we can't even begin to go down that road, which means you have to continue to cut the budget at a regressive exponential rate to try and match the exponentially growing payroll that eventually, as Gene talks about, means cutting people. That you reach a point where it's so expensive that, in the favor of retention, you lose 10% of your workforce. And then services go with that.
And sadly, compensation is not enough to just necessarily keep people in a position. If I pay someone $5 more an hour, so $10,000 a year, but they're still working 60 hours a week, I'm not keeping them. If people, and I'm gonna use the example of police, because I know you historically have a working knowledge there. We are not losing employees only to other agencies. We are losing them from the industry itself.
Oh, I know that.
I can't pay them enough to keep them as law enforcement officers. So it is not just wage that's going to make the change. The benefits you guys approved for us to look at it with the budget numbers, I think those are a big cultural shift for us. You're showing value in tenure. You're showing value in what individuals bring that we haven't done in the past. Yes, it's a stopgap measure, but it's more than we've done in the previous 10 years.
Linda?
This is difficult. I couldn't agree with you more. That ever since I've been on the council, paying people fairly has been my number one priority. I think anyone who knows me knows that. And taking care of our employees is the most important. They are, as you said, our number one resource. It's also our number one expense. But it goes back to what we were talking about earlier, the issue of balance and what is sustainable. I want to pay our employees as much as we possibly can, but the key words there being possibly can. If it's not sustainable and it's going to get us into trouble. And I do want to really emphasize too that if we're looking at 3.5%, it isn't just 3.5%. I do understand that there are employees who won't get a step, but you got to look at the average over all of the employees, and the larger steps and the zero steps, and what is sort of the average raise, and it's more than 3.5% for, I would say, most of our employees. So I want to keep that in mind, but I also want to think about what we can do that is sustainable, but is the most that we can do.
So Josh has something, but before Josh does anything, I feel like I need to weigh in. Number one, I think it's an awesome discussion that we're having because we started at 3.5%. And historically, we started at 0.5% or nothing.
Yeah.
And we settled on a 1%. So if I have an employee that says, well, you only gave me 3.5%, I'm out, then they haven't been here very long, probably. Because people that have been here have gone, I think you could look at your employees right now and they're talking 3.5%. What happened? And they're fighting for more, which is awesome. I think everybody wants to fight for more and stuff. I want to also look at the idea that we have an agency that decided to jump their employees up X amount. And in doing that, they lost 5 or 6 or 7 employees. And now they look at us and say, hey, we need your help. But they're paying as much as we do. That's become a major problem for Pocatello. And so they don't have what they need there. And then through mutual aids and things like that, we go and help them. Well, we're stopping that help. but it's still a problem for other agencies around us. And so, and I know there are some state agencies that are looking at 7 or 8 or 9% or more. But those state agencies over the last 10 years have only gone to about 3 or 4% over that. And over the last 10 years, we've grown a little bit more. So they're just playing catch up right now to us. And so I have a hard time. Everybody, I can sit here and feel everybody on the dais right now having a hard time saying, look, we got to be careful because we recognize that we want to and need to pay our employees as much as we possibly can. The real question is sustainability. What can we really truly pay our employees and sustain that where we're not laying off 5 or 10 or 15% of our employees because we just made this decision to do so. And so that's my concern. And I think it's worthy to say, what does it take? What does it cost us for 5%? We've got Council Member Marchand would be interested in knowing what 5% is going to cost us.
I'd like to see it.
I mean, maybe you can get there. What I hate to do is say, look, we're looking at 5%. Now I've got a number of employees out there going, they're talking 5%, and then you come back down to a 4%, and everybody's like, wow, they screwed us again. And I don't want that to be the case. And so I think 3.5%, honestly, I think 3.5% is a really good place for us to start right now. Let's find out what 5%, and if we can increase it to 5%, then I don't think anybody up here on the dais is afraid to do that. But I feel like everybody's like, I don't even know how to say no to a 5% because I think it's.
I don't want to say no.
Nobody wants to say that. So
here's the thing, right? And let me tell you something. You guys all know, I don't know that they know how tough it is to sit here. I didn't think it'd be that tough, number one, right? I don't ever want us to lay off an employee. That's not what I'm looking at here. No layoffs, but it's awful hard to look at that guy that I know what he does and go, I can't jump on this higher because in the end, this is what I want to do. I want to pay your people more money. I want to pay your people what they're worth, right? And it's pretty tough when you go no and no, because that costs money. But ultimately what I want to do is try to pay you what I think you're worth. And it's not what you're getting paid right now. It's not what you're getting paid right now. And we can look at, you look at the future and it's tough. I mean, do you want a new park? Do you want this? Do you want that? Do you want to take care of employees? It's a balancing act. Linda said it earlier when we talked. You have to balance it. But my balance tips, and maybe it's because I was one, right, to the employees. When I look at the employees, I know what they do. I've been out at 3 o'clock in the morning when it's 42 below zero and there's 2 water guys in a trench and they're in water up to here trying to get the water main that broke fixed so you can get up and take a shower. And when you get up in the morning and take a shower and it's hot, you don't even know the water main break, right? But those guys have done it, and it's across the board. It's not just police that go out and do that. It's not just fire. It's everybody. And we get to a point where is 3.5 good? Yeah, 3.5 is good, and the step is good, and some people are going to make out great. But if we can do better than 3.5, if we can do 4, if we could do 4 or 5, we could do 5. I just don't want to settle on 3.5. I guess I'm looking at it going right at this point. I think we can do better, and anything that we can do to help them. And when I say help them, I mean everybody. So we got to look at it as a whole, and that's where I'm at. It's tough, but I think we can do better than 3.5.
Josh.
I like everything you're saying. I think, though, one of the biggest points that Mayor made about let's set our expectations around what we believe are the economic forecasts and the budget forecasts of sustainability, I think is the most prudent way to build the budget. And so I would like to make a motion, 2 parts. Number 1, I'd like to direct the HR department to build the budget with a 3.5% increase to the scale and a 1-step movement for all eligible employees. And number 2 is I'd like to see a 5 or 10 year, whatever forecast you believe is appropriate, estimating what employee costs would look like at 3.5, 4, 4.5. Is that something you can do?
Yep,
How much?
it's manual. And when I say I manually calculate that, I adjust every benefit that is driven. I can do it. But that is, I mean, it's gonna take me a few days. Holly's gonna go get us the cost of what 5% looks for to the general table.
Okay.
I can forecast that. I can forecast whatever you want. I need a time frame in which you want that, if I can do it
It's
realistically.
something that's gonna take a
I was thinking like
long
before the department head presentation. So it's a month?
Weeks,
Three,
like 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
weeks.
What, I would be fine with longer. I mean, I don't think it's something, I think that's something that we can look at the budget and then say, okay, if we were to take that 5%, how would that change it? And that's after everything is done. I'd be fine with that projection or forecast, but I'm talking 6 weeks out even.
I could have a forecast at the June work session.
Okay.
Is that a 4 and a 5 or just a 5 or?
I'm gonna tell you what 1% costs, and then I'll tell you what a 5% is. So if you wanna add anything above 5, we can do some quick math.
5 is good.
I would like to look at it. I mean,
I can probably have, if we move from this action item, I can probably give you 5 by the time we circle back around to it.
So it sounds like, and I'm, the
But I
feel
won't-
I'm getting anyway, and council tell me if I'm, oh, wait, we have a motion.
Yeah, we've
Never
got a
mind,
motion.
sorry.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion by Mansfield and a second by Nichols. Is there any other discussion, council? I want to, I hope the message leaving this room with the employees is not, well, they talked about 5, but the council decided to stop at 3 or 3.5. I hope the message literally goes out to the employees that council's working hard to get as much as we possibly can. They started at 3.5%. And they're looking at higher, but if they can do that, they can. But I think that's a positive message, and depending on how it's delivered to, and quite frankly, any of the employees that are looking, watching, and probably all of them in City Hall right now are watching, or anybody that's got a TV or a computer in front of them. Really, truly, the message is we're trying to do what we can do. It's and the 3.5% is not a bad number for sure at a starting point, where we're used to starting at either 0 or 0.5%, or a few years ago, we're not giving any kind of a COLA, but we'll give you a 0.5% bonus type of a thing, one-time bonus. And so I hope the real message that leaves here is not, well, they fought over how low they could go, because that's not the feel I'm getting. The feel I'm getting is how high can we do it but be sustainable so that everybody has a job tomorrow and we are taking care of employees, and so, or taking care of the citizens as well, and doing what we can. There is only so much money we have available, so.
That sums it up very
Anyway.
well. I think that's all of us where we're at.
I'm hoping that's the message that leaves here, that people are getting. With that, we have a motion by Mansfield and a second by Nichols. Connie, can you call the roll?
Mansfield,
Yes.
Nichols,
Yes.
Lurick,
Yes.
Marchand,
Yes.
Thank you.
Action item 4, so this is our seasonal chart. We did 12% to this last year. It helped a little. There are some things we need to do to the chart for 24 to make it easier. We would like 10% to the table itself, and then between grades P1 and P2, this used to be 5.09%. I don't know why, but that's what it was. I would like to increase that to 10%. That means the majority of this table will have a 15% increase. We've also standardized the steps across to 3.5. We've added steps 7 and 8. This is for retention of our long-term seasonal employees and to help with highly skilled people that are coming into those positions. Just as a note, the Parks and Rec director, who's been here again 9 days, I'll sit down with her in January and we'll assess the last 2 years 22 and 23 of where we have been with our costs, because we will have to start adjusting fees to the increases in these tables. I would love to get this higher. The problem is it is just not sustainable for where our fee structures currently are at.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So if we hire a seasonal employee with a particular set of skills, do
They're
they
not
start at
assassins.
step 1 or do they start at step 5? Can you adjust where they start because they're coming in to operate the snowcat? We need somebody to do that, and when this guy comes in and says, I can do that, and you go, well, it's $10 an hour. Or can we go, because you have that, we can start you at step 5?
There is flexibility in hiring. Normally, it's a 1. Someone who is returns the next year gets a step movement. They haven't been here for a year, but they do have previous
Right,
summer
right.
service. We do occasionally grant to a step 3, but the example of the snowcat is a prime example of why we're looking for those 7s and 8s. It's the same thing with the gang mower in the parks departments, or some of the people that the utilities bring on seasonally. They have skill sets that we need to pay, but right now we don't have the ability to do that. In those limited situations, that's a discussion between the mayor, HR, and the department head, and we make that offer based on what we're looking at individually.
Josh?
Can you explain to me then why we're choosing to add, I understand for the long-term employees, but for highly skilled hires, why are we choosing to add 2 steps as opposed to another grade?
Because the grades, seasonal is hard. We have job descriptions. We have not revisited those in a couple of years. We sat down with Stacy, for example, at the rec center in Ross Park, and we looked at lifeguard versus swim instructor. They're essentially the same job description with one requirement difference, and they were at separate pay grades. But we haven't had a chance to standardize those. We could add the grade. The problem is then I have to fight with all the department heads why their people aren't P7s.
Okay.
Because that's everyone's like, well, my person is P6, step 1. No, based on the skills that they need. If we're moving into more specialized items in that place, it's usually a full-timer doing the work.
Okay.
Other questions, council? Thoughts?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I would move that we approve action item number 4 as presented.
Second.
We have a motion by Lyric and a second by Marchand. Connie, could you please call the roll?
Lyric,
Yes.
Marchand,
Yes.
Mansfield,
Yes.
Nichols,
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to try and stay as far away from this one as possible. We need to talk about elected official pay. Currently and continuingly, our compensation for the mayor and council is done by city ordinance. Here is the current ordinance. How would you like to proceed?
I have a question.
Yes.
So how long have these rates been in effect? Since 20?
Yes. Which means we voted on it in 19.
And there are no provisions for cost of living increases or anything for the mayor, say, or?
There is not. So I will wade into that side of the ordinance. If you are interested in building in raises over subsequent years, I would encourage council to actually define that within ordinance rather than saying whatever the employees get. We lose the transparency of explaining what you make, and we lose the historical tracking other than you have to analyze through a budget. Many cities do 3 or 5 years, and they actually list out what the wage will be for each of those years.
As elected officials, you can only have this discussion during an elected year of an election, too, So next year, this discussion won't happen. You lose the opportunity to do so. That's why some cities build that step. So I got Josh, Scott, and Linda.
I think that I think that this position of city council is a very difficult one for people who work full-time to juggle. And it's a privilege for me personally to be able to have a position that allows me to be a part of that. I don't think that and I don't know how much changing the city council wage makes that an easier burden. I don't know if you could, the amount that we're talking about to make it a feasible part-time job for people who then balance it with another part-time job, I think is much, much higher. And I personally don't see where on the city council side that makes a huge difference. For those who have the privilege of having an opportunity to serve on the city council and the flexibility in their life to do so, I don't think that it is based around the salary that we choose. And even if we increase that by 3% every 3 years, I don't think that would make the difference. That being said, I personally would be interested in creating that scale in raise for mayor, because I think that mayor is a critical position for a city in order to function effectively, and that a raise to the position of mayor attracts individuals who forego other opportunities in their profession for in order to serve as a mayor. And I think the people that we want serving as mayors are ones who, don't come to mayor, that come to mayor and recognize that they're giving up some other possible career opportunities, and that a salary increase that is built in regularly is something that I personally would support. I don't know what that scale would look like. I'd be interested in knowing what other cities do in terms of percentages and what that would look like. Looks like we have a possible one here, but I personally would be interested in exploring that kind of built-in raise for the mayor.
So, for example, Boise's ordinance started in 20 and will continue through 25. This is what their increases were. I actually just got Idaho Falls. Theirs actually ran in April. And this is where they started this year, and then this is where they're going for council, and this is where they're going for mayor. So most places, if they define it for the mayor, they also define it for council.
Looks like 2% for mayor on Idaho Falls.
After the first year, yeah, they're going from 84,000 this year up to 100,000 for 24. And that starts in January.
Wow. They're not going up from 84 million?
No, not 84 million. It's a pay cut.
That would be, I would imagine the Idaho Falls mayor would not be
4
thrilled.
and 1.
And
Yeah,
one,
and
don't
1
forget
cent.
the penny. The penny's what really drives that home.
You put it
And making it worse. No, that's not enough. Nope, still bad. This is not a presentation slide. This is here's my data. Here,
Sorry, I don't
better?
mean to give you a hard time about that one.
I take after your dad in my typos. So that is an example of how an ordinance could read if we would look at stepping it progressively throughout the ordinance, which would be an improvement over what we do now.
Scott?
Josh read all my notes, and I'm tired of sitting by him because he reads all my. I'm the same. I'm opposite, of course, of Josh and where my personal life is. I have time, but it still takes things away, right? I don't want any more money. So when I look at it, I'm just going, I don't, but I'm not saying that's the same for everybody on the council. And the mayor, you don't find many mayors like him. He's everywhere. And you're looking at a base salary for a 15, 18 hour a day job some days. And that also happens for some of our council members that I've seen everywhere. So my push would be for the mayor to look at that. I'm all right where I am. It's an honor to be able to do this. So I didn't get into it for the money. And I don't think anybody does. They just want to contribute and try to make a difference.
Linda and then Brent.
I want to say a couple of things that I agree with much of what's been said already, but I think it's very important to separate this decision from any of us that are in office. It is, in my mind, about the position and not about how any of us, whether we need the money or don't need the money. And I agree completely that none of us got in this for them. Nobody gets into being a council member for the money. People put in different amounts of time, but I would say overall, this job is a lot more work than most people realize. But to me, the consideration is about not making the pay a barrier to anybody who's interested in serving. Having a sort of democratic with a little d, I'm not talking party here, but that anybody who wants to serve can serve, and that it isn't about whether they're, you know, independently wealthy or retired or, you know, their situation in life shouldn't be a barrier to serving. And the pay needs, I agree with what Josh said, you can never get it, we can't make it high enough to make it actually be where it should be. But every little bit does count. And there are people, if you want to get, you know, younger people to serve or just regular working class people to serve, then it has to be at least enough to make up what they're losing by not being able to put in more hours or not being able to take more jobs or, you know. So I think there's a balance there to make this fair and open to anybody who wants to serve. So I don't want to get into, well, maybe we have to. I'm not prepared to sort of suggest an ordinance or wording or amounts or anything, but philosophically, I think a raise is in order because it's about that position and how much work goes with that position and making it open to people that want to serve and not making that a barrier. So that's where I guess I disagree a little bit that it doesn't make any difference. I know people in the community, young people with families who work hard, who would love to serve, but absolutely can't. And they just can't afford to. So I think that that's something to think about. The mayor's position, again, and I would agree with what you said about this mayor completely. He works hard and he's everywhere, and I agree with all of that, but I want to separate it from that and make it about the position. And we have looked in past years to mayors in other cities, and I think that our pay for our mayor is on the low side. So I would absolutely be in favor of a raise for the mayor, and I would be in favor of a raise for the council as well, based on those ideas. I think you want to make it as open to anybody being able to serve as you possibly can, and not make it so that we just have, it's kind of an elitist system to say that only wealthy people or only retired people or, you know, or if you own your own business, you're putting sort of limitations on it that limit it to just, you know, a certain group of people. I think it should be open to anybody who's interested in serving, and that the financials shouldn't be a barrier. So those are my thoughts.
Brent?
You know, I'm okay leaving the sort of the council pay the way it is, but I think we definitely need to consider a pay increase perhaps for the mayor's position. I mean, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me that all the other employees are getting cost of living increases, and then, you know, that the mayor say wouldn't. So I think that's something we need to definitely look at.
So council, I'll just make my feelings known about the whole thing. It's never easy to talk about your own wage, because everybody's going to say, of course, you're trying to jack everything up. And so everybody up here is going, you know what, I don't think the council should necessarily, I mean, I agree with Linda. You guys spend a lot of time. If you're going to be a council member and do it right, you spend a lot of time. And you don't, a lot of time in your own money and your own effort. And And I know that nobody here is here for the money. That's for sure. In fact, it costs everybody that's sitting up here money right now to sit up here. And so me personally, I feel like that, and I said this years ago, the city council should have a major increase. You do a lot of work, and that is what it is. And I'll just leave that at that with that. I also know that there are people that would serve, but they can't because it's not enough. It can't compensate what they're losing at their real job, so they can come and do this job. And so that's kind of my thing. So it's up to you, council, what you'd like to do.
Can you pull your spreadsheet back up, please, Heather?
The one with the $84 million wage?
Sorry?
The one with the 84
Yeah,
million?
that one.
And
I paid Mayor. Sorry. Go ahead.
I had just
Well,
a question
we're good.
about what you had said earlier, and maybe I was guilty of not totally paying attention. Your suggestion on how to make it into an ordinance, like how we should approach this, could you explain that?
So there's 3 methods that you can use. You can just have a flat amount that stays for the duration of your ordinance until you choose to revisit it. That's what we do now. Some entities, they do an ordinance that says, the mayor makes $10 a year. Next year, they'll receive the same increase as what employees get. But there's no way to historically reference or find out what that is by ordinance. You have to actually call the city to get the amount. The third way is to actually define it within the ordinance. January 1st, they will make this. January 1st of '05, they will make this. January 1st of '06, they will make this. If you're looking to increase it over the years within a single ordinance, I would ask you list it by year with a specific amount.
Okay.
So it seems like the last one's the most transparent.
It
correct?
is. It's also the best tracking method. It's,
But we're currently using the first one, is
we
that what
are.
you said?
You do it and then you don't see any increases until we revisit the ordinance as a whole.
It was just a one-time.
I might add, there was an argument for a city manager, and as I look at the Idaho Falls increase right there, the city manager in Jerome is about $80,000 more than the mayor.
Yeah.
And so a city manager is pretty expensive to find.
Yeah. And where you have 2, then you're taking on 2 salaries. But if you're a strong mayor and council model like we are, then your mayor is doing that job, both of those jobs. So there's an argument there for raising that.
So council, I'm glad this is your decision.
I did throw Chubbuck and Blackfoot on here. They are not population-wise close to us, but they are geographically close to us, just so you could see where they sit as well.
Is real fast for reference, Lewiston, Rexburg, Eagle, are those all strong mayor systems?
They are.
It's awful to talk about your own
Yeah.
wage, isn't it?
Well, and I'm struggling too, are we looking at amounts? We're looking at percentages?
If you give me percentages, I can calculate it.
Okay.
I just need some sort of direction for calculation.
I'll give you direction. Go back. Will you go back to the ordinance real fast, please? I will preface this that it's like, why are you clicking away from it? I'll preface this. I'm open to amendment if someone wants to make something on the council side. For me personally, though, the part that I will make, I would recommend for fiscal year 2024 a jump of 3.5% for the mayor, which puts it somewhere just shy of 90,000, with a 2% increase annually for the subsequent 5 years. Did I preface that with I'm making a motion? If not, I would like to make a motion to build the budget with those numbers.
You said you're open to amendment,
I'm open to amendment.
or you're seconding?
I would second that, but if you have an amendment, go ahead.
I would like to add something on the council side. And I don't know what the percent would be. I would say like 14.5 or 14.5.
So are you advocating a single jump for council?
So from 13,148 to 14.
What percentage is that?
I thought you were saying 14%. I'm going,
No. Yes, we'll give Cat, no, I won't even go there. Never mind. No, definitely not percent. But the percentage, when you're talking such a low amount, the percentage is always big. That was the problem last time we did this.
Okay, so council, what are you doing with that?
So I think
I was just waiting
if
to
you're not
hear.
going to,
Wait, no, I was waiting, I thought,
to see what the number
I
was.
wanted to see what the percentage
Percentage
was
was.
and then see what that would mean over, so I didn't have an answer
While we're
yet.
doing that, Brent?
I'm sorry, I didn't listen to what she was saying
Oh.
when I was calculating. I need to know what I'm calculating.
I was wondering what the percentage change is if you went from where we are now. Or what have you calculated up there?
This is if you applied the same percentage as what we, Josh motioned.
Okay, then I'm good with that.
If we're gonna vote on this, can we do it in two separate motions so that we're not, the one for the council and one for the mayor?
10% increase.
I think you can. I don't know why you couldn't. Yeah, of course.
So we'll go with
And that's, and I might just preference this, again, that these decisions still are gonna come back in front of you again.
right. Well, and
With-
this one multiple times as an ordinance too,
Yeah,
so.
but it will come back after they get everything set. But this is what you would be basing your budget presentations on. But yeah, you can do it in two separate motions, yes.
So we'll go with your motion first?
Well, I don't have a second on his
I guess
motion.
Yeah.
Part of it is right, I guess I have a comment, because really, when I look at the council part of it, I don't want any more. I don't know what my future is in this, but I have to look at the future of other people. I mean, you made the point. I can, it's just, you know what, if I can take that money and give it to employees, that's what I want to do on my end of it. So really, that's all I want. It just makes it tough for me to vote in favor of that, but I also look at the future, and I don't know what'll happen for other people, because there are other people that are gonna sit in every one of these seats one day, and you make a good point. So that's it. I'm just rambling now at this point.
The average increase since, hold on, I got 14 apps open. The increases from 20 to 22 averaged out at about 11.4% when you look across the tables. If you apply that to January of 24, and then you applied 2% after that, that's what what it would look like on the mayor's side.
How does that match with our employee raises since 2020?
That is what it does.
Oh, that's not our,
11%.
The
that's-
11.4.
that's
is-
our table, our employee table.
That's the increase.
Okay, then, since my motion would have died without a second?
Well, I haven't got a
Scott
second yet.
Scott did.
No, he had a second.
Oh, Scott seconded it.
Can I amend my motion to match the employee scale? We'll just withdraw, okay, I'd like to withdraw my motion then. Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to build the budget with a raise of 11.4% for the fiscal year 2024 and a subsequent 2% raise for the next 5 fiscal years after that for the mayor.
4 fiscal years.
4 fiscal years, thank you, for the mayor's salary in this budget, for building in this budget cycle.
And I would second that.
Can I ask a question? You said 11%?
11.4.
So
Oh, over, okay.
that equals what the employees got, has the increase
I
over
get
the
it.
last few years.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have we're leaving the council discussion out right now, is that what?
Correct.
You have a motion by Mansfield and a second by Marchand on the mayor's salary.
Mansfield,
Yes.
Marchand,
Yes.
Lurick,
Yes.
Nichols,
Yes.
Let's have a discussion with the council. Linda?
So I would like to make a motion to do the same for the council pay. And again, I just want to reiterate that it isn't about us in the position now. And I think this is minimal, but I would recommend.
We have a motion.
I have a question or comment. I've seen it in past municipalities where you're asking the city council to make very big decisions for very little pay. So if you want to attract
Yes.
people to make very big decisions that will involve the future of this city, I think you need to consider raising that pay.
So, thank you, and I'll just echo that. I've seen councils that open up a packet when they get here, and shame on them for doing so because they're not prepared to actually help the city and do what they promised voters that they would do. But then I've seen the 6 council members up here now that go through this. I receive phone calls almost on a weekly basis. I know you're spending a lot more than 20 hours a week trying to figure out what's best for the city. And I agree, you got to increase that. You have to increase that. I'll sit quietly while it's the mayor's discussion because it's awkward, and it's awkward for you guys to have do that. But I 100% agree. You're asking people to make some decisions that affect everybody's life, and we're trying to figure out how to pay our elected officials. It's just the opposite of the argument we just had. We want to pay our employees as much as we possibly can because they're great, they're the best, and then we're trying to figure out how to pay the decision makers as little as possible. So I think that it's necessary to increase, but you got my 2 cents and I've got a motion.
I'll second Linda's motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Let's have a discussion if we need it.
Can we clarify the motion
Um,
or just state it again?
So basically, the same motion that Josh made for the mayor, I'm making for the council pay.
So just, it mirrors the
Yes,
the motion for the mayors. Okay?
which I couldn't repeat if I had to.
Any other discussion?
I think just one more thing, Jean's point, and that the last time we had this discussion, I made that point too. Part of it was if you want anybody to be able to serve, and that was the point that I did make. But the part that I forgot was your part that is, if you want good people to get up here, and just like when you want to hire for any position, you want the best applicant pool that you can get. If you want a good applicant pool for elected positions, then I think the pay has to be a little more than what it is.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. A motion by Lyric, a second by Mansfield. I just gonna add one more thing and then we'll vote. If you look at a corporation that deals with $140 million, your executive board that runs and dictates that, that's a pretty good benefit for the corporation, because both those numbers on both sides, and I'm not saying we should change them any more than we have, but both those numbers on both sides should be an awful lot more, in my opinion, if you look at it realistically. But that being said, motion by Lyric, second by Mansfield. Connie, would you call the roll, please?
Lurick,
Yes.
Mansfield,
Yes.
Marchand,
No.
Nichols,
No.
Ladd,
Yes.
Connie, would you like me to leave this on the computer? Okay.
Okay.
Okay, and to clarify with the ordinance, it says it also is the same in health insurance coverage. We would like to leave that the same, correct? Okay. All right. Action item 6, you have handouts. And I'm gonna have you refer to handout 2 first, because again, I like to just do things backwards. So handout 2 is 2 pages long. And I'm sorry, I tried to make it as big as I could without engineering printing this on plotter paper for me. This is items like seasonal, variable, overtime, on-call, call-out, and WOOK.
And what?
Working out of class. WOOK.
Oh, is that like when fire?
Yes.
Step up to be
It's
battalion
when
chief
they're-
or something?
Well, when they're qualified to step up to it, but when they're actually working in it, they're making that rate of pay. Okay. Let's not go down that rabbit hole. Okay, so the handout 2 in front of you, this is, Jean and I have a little bit of a different philosophy than you've seen before, which is why you're seeing this all at once. These items are entered into the budget through salary projections, which means HR does the data entry with the help of finance and IT. We have applied the table adjustments you approved to each of these individual lines. So, for example, finance's overtime line would go up by like 3.5%, whereas the zoo would go up 15% because we adjusted that percentage and then we added to the table. So this is anything that matches what you approved for the tables. The numbers on the far left are for you to reference something for me if you have a question. So I'll pop this up on the screen and I'll do my best to try to explain it to viewers if you would like me to.
So as I'm looking at this, Heather, help me with this. This is, I'm just looking at airport. I'm looking at line 1 because you wanted me to use numbers. But I'm going into the 3-year average expense and then the 3-year average expense percentage-wise.
Yes.
I'm looking at the percentage-wise.
So HR pulled all of our previous budgets and we actually typed in manually and then like quadruple checked and then made departments check and then made them check again. This is what they're expending out of that line. I have the line number hidden because it makes your eyes bleed. But this is the actual account line, which is their 1105 line itself.
Yep, hide that again, thank you.
So for the airport, for call out, in fiscal year 20, they spent 5,211. In 21, they spent 6,706. And in 22, they spent 11,892, which is a 3-year average of 7,936, which is 239% of their budget.
So, and then if I move forward over again, 2023 in the budget is 3,310.
That's how we budgeted this year we're currently in.
So I have a concern if I look down, let me just drop down a little bit. I could use the one, but let me drop down to building 4. Line 4, overtime budget. FY 2020, we spent $469. We spent in 21, 561. 22, we spent 382. We spent $470 on average a year.
Yes.
With 1.84%, that would be of what we had budgeted, and we budget 25,000.
Correct.
So what does this look like? As I'm looking at that, we've got a number of people, well, look at legal, number 20, legal, we spent $4, and 0.19% of that. What would that look like if we have no increases on ones that are under 75%? The 3-year average is under 75%. Because what I would really like to do is see us build these budgets in overtime and variable and all of that stuff to the right number instead of try to guess. I think it's more transparent. Great, now I got to look up there. Never should have asked the question.
Uh-oh. What'd I do? The total on what you're holding shows 2,332,000. If I remove everyone from a 0% increase who had expended less than 75%, it drops it to 2.2 million, $2,253,586.
What was that first number? Oh, it's on my paper.
2,332,467,
So about $100,000.
roughly.
And it drops it to what?
2,253,000.
I would like to see us do something like, well, I guess I'm talking more than I should, but council, I would recommend that we do something like that. That is $100,000. And we're not using the money there anyway right now.
Two questions real fast. First one, this might sound weird, but why is this an action item? Why is it before us? Why did you bring this to us today?
One, because Jean and I would like to, so we have not adjusted these lines on a whole or even departments individually, basically since I started in 17.
Okay.
But we have had table adjustments, which means we're losing ground in these areas.
Okay.
Handout 2 is the easier one. These are the ones that have minimal increases or don't need an increase at all. When we get to handout 1, the one pager, it's $750,000 in requests.
Got it.
It's really hard for council to understand the magnitude of those numbers unless you see them as a whole.
Okay. So then my second point, on this second handout, I would also be interested in looking at, I would be interested in direction.
Same.
Yeah, of all of those that are below, is 75% the best number?
Quite frankly, I kind of pulled that out.
I know you did. That's why I'm turning.
75.
Should we go higher? Should we go lower?
You could ask us to reduce it, to not imply an increase, and then you could ask departments to address anything they feel that they could decrease in their individual department presentations.
Wait, say that again.
So if
Sorry.
you told me not to and apply an increase to anyone who's expended less than 75%, their numbers will mimic their 23 budget.
Okay.
If there's any departments you want to address, building, because they spent 1.84%, if you want him to address that in his budget presentation, you could reduce that number then.
Okay, I like that direction. So my question, is 75 a good threshold, or should we move that?
I would hesitate to do anything different than that because we are adjusting the seasonal scales again.
Should we go the opposite direction? Should it be 50%?
I don't know.
All right. I would like to, I would move then to direct staff to develop a budget, all departments and overtime expenses less than 75%, right?
Not just overtime.
Overtime, what would I call these? Do I need to list all
You
four of
could
them?
just list it as action item 6.
Action item 6, all but, I don't know how to make this motion. Directing departments inside of action item 6 who spent less than 75% of FY23 budget to remove their raises and identify areas for possible cuts. Yeah?
HR can remove the increase
HR.
we applied.
Yep.
And then they can address them individually in their department meetings.
Correct. Great.
So do you know how to explain that to everybody, Heather? Because I'm lost again.
Yes.
Oh, my.
It's basically doing what you said.
What you would see
Yeah,
when
that's
you
what
see
I
the department's presentations, like you would see HR, and I'll show my, I don't know, like $7,000. I'm not getting an increase because I haven't exceeded this, the 75%. And then council is gonna ask me, because I've only spent 2,000, how much I can reduce.
Yep.
And that will be a slide individually within their department presentations to address this very issue for clarity. Does
Yep.
that work?
That's
So
exactly what I was
ultimately,
asking
we're looking
for.
at is if you didn't spend the money, we want you to reduce.
Yes.
Try to reduce it. If you did spend the money,
Well, I have the
That's
big
the-
spenders coming at you.
not yet. I don't think so.
Well, we don't have a second yet. We're trying to figure out what the motion really is.
Second?
We need a second.
Second. I'll second it.
We have a second, but we don't have a motion to start with, I don't
did. I
think.
made a
Yeah, he
motion.
did.
I thought we were
But
still
he's
figuring it
he's
out.
trying to figure out what the motion was.
I
he
fixed
made
it. Jared said it was perfect.
Beautiful.
Okay, we have a motion. Let me just get this right. Then we got a motion by Mansfield
Can you repeat
and a
it?
second by
try.
Marchand. No, I haven't got a clue what it says.
I
If you're
know.
asking me to do it, no.
I could try and repeat it. So the action item 6, that all departments who spent less than their 75% of their FY23 budget are going to have HR is directed to remove their the applied percentage increase and have a slide during departmental presentations identifying how much they spent and where they think they could create reductions.
So, okay, so I have a question. Your motion, if that was really the motion, that you intended it to be any department that spend less than 75% of their FY23 budget,
According to the items outlined in action
according
item
to
6.
these items.
Yes.
Okay,
That's the first part that Heather told me to say.
okay.
And if they did that, what are they then doing? Looking?
They're gonna come to us and show us how much they could possibly reduce or look at areas they could reduce that.
Okay.
Doesn't mean that will happen.
There will be part of their slide presentation.
Right. And they'll bring it to us.
Okay. All right, does that make sense? Is
We
it
will
clear as
build,
mud?
we will build their budgets flat
Yeah.
for these items.
For these items?
Yes.
That's what the budget for these items, okay. All right, now is everybody thoroughly confused? If so, we'll vote. Well, we have a motion by Mansfield and a second by Marchand. Connie, can you please call the roll?
Mansfield.
Yes.
Marchand.
Yes.
Lurick.
Yes.
Nichols.
Yes.
Okay.
Now I need you to go to handout 1. It's the one pager.
Thought we were talking about handout 1 already.
No, we're on handout 2.
On handout 2.
Okay,
Okay. So there are only 33 lines on this one, so I'm asking you to talk about less people but more money. These are changes where a department has already addressed that they can take a decrease. Those are highlighted in red. They're the red font. And then the yellow column is increases that they have requested that exceed what we're doing with their tables. So for example, if you go to line 1, it shows the airport. They currently do not have a budget for on-call. So there is no past history to reference. They are asking for $3,000 in the fiscal year '24. They are, however, reducing their overtime budget by almost $8,000 to help with that coverage. Now, as you read through this, you're gonna see a line name. The one that we're gonna talk about specifically is overtime. That is the name of the budget line. That does not mean that is the only thing we pay out of that line. We have to name the line something. We could call it purple. Out of that line, we pay, where's my little sheet? It's talking about police specifically. Out of that line, they pay court time, holiday worked, overtime, step up, and police holiday payoffs. So that number is not solely an overtime cost. There are multiple time codes that go into that calculation. So when you look at it and you say, why is police spending, I don't know, $452,000 in overtime? That is not all overtime. That is just what we named the line. That is not something we have made clear to council in the past, so we wanted to make sure we explained that today. So the increased cost request off of anyone who's above the table, it's a decrease of 38,000 and an increase of 720 plus the HR percentage brings the total to 770,000.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
where does this money come from right now?
It's currently within their budgets, and then they're asking for the yellow column as an increase. So this will show up on their slides
Right.
as an increase above 3%.
But, so let me rephrase that question then a little bit. 95% of them are above 100% of their budget. So if it is above their overtime budget,
They
where's
absorb-
that money coming from?
They're absorbing it within their operating costs. They're taking it out of other line items to make this line whole.
Because this, you have to pay this one. Like,
You have to pay this one. So what, I mean, we've not adjusted this
In
for a
years.
Right.
long time, and because we haven't adjusted it, we still have the overtime. I mean, when you look at police, for example, when police needs, when an incident happens, we can't go, up, sorry, overtime budget's up, so
Right.
we'll just have to be back, stop stretching that crime scene tape until tomorrow morning. We have to do that, and
right,
so.
and that makes sense. So I was wondering.
They're trying to
where does
get
that come
this overtime and stuff to be more transparent so
Okay.
that it makes a lot more sense to people, so.
With council's permission,
Yep.
we would like departments to bring this information to their individual meetings, their individual presentations, so you
Okay.
can specifically ask them about those account lines. Some of these I don't think have been adjusted in years. So we would like them to be able to address those one-on-one with you as to why there's increases or why they need those.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes,
I would like to direct departments to bring the items listed on handout 1, action item 6, to their department presentations, and would further instruct and request if there are departments who are currently funding the excess in their operational cost, if they are able to offset by some deductions in those operational costs. So for example, if we were to increase airport, they have the 8,000, but if we were to increase airport 3,000, if our airport says, right now we cover that out of operational costs, our operational budget is going to go down by 2,000 because we know we have this budget line. I would like to know that. So is that clear?
It's mud.
if it's going to decrease the operational line item, you want
I would like them to highlight that.
departments to highlight the decrease it's going to cost them.
If they are granted the full request, would they be decreasing operational expenses and by how much?
Okay.
I'd like that included in the presentations.
I'm looking at people, you know what he's saying? Do you understand it? I'm getting
Yeah.
some yeses, the ones that are
Okay.
going yes, and the ones that are going, I don't know. Talk to the ones that are going yes. And they'll help you out. Okay. All right, that's just directions, what we're given. Is
Yep.
everybody okay with that direction?
Yes, I will
Okay.
second that.
It's just direction, it's not a motion, I don't believe.
Oh, I thought you made a
That was a
motion.
motion.
Did you make a motion again?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What, okay, we got a
It
motion?
was a motion for direction.
Okay.
We've been making motions all day. I figured I'd keep it
Alright.
consistent.
Yeah, I thought you said I would like to just direct them, but we've got a motion by Mansfield and a second by Lyric.
I want my name listed on those minutes every
You're
time.
gonna,
man.
apparently so.
I'm gonna spell it wrong. Mansfield.
Yes.
Lurick.
Yes.
Marchand.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Oops, let me look at this. Now we've got fiscal year 2024 fee increases.
There's more, Scott.
This is like 30 pages
I
long.
misread it.
And council, you've had this in front of you. Have you had a chance to look at it, and do you have any questions if you have? You have, I mean, I think most have. Do you have a question?
I have a question.
What-
Yeah. So why do we charge different rates for a gallon of water?
Who's in charge? Let's see, that's Justin. What page are you on, just so I can?
Yeah, Justin Armstrong, Water Superintendent. Just for clarification of your question, are you asking about the base fee versus consumption
Yeah,
fees?
consumption.
Or just consumption? Because we have a tiered rate structure.
Right.
So, so let me just first explain kind of our base fee structure. So the base fee structure includes service, coverage, maintenance, administrative fees that are involved with maintaining those smaller service loads. So regardless if a homeowner is using any water through that and registering any consumption, there's a maintenance cost to that. There's a maintenance cost as well as fire protection costs that are involved with that as well. There's administrative costs for knowing, reading the meter on a monthly basis and doing long-term maintenance on that for those smaller distribution lines. We have, within our rate study and design, there's a tiered rate structure. That tiered rate structure is meant to capture about 80% of the users, which are basically up to that 25,000 gallon per month limit during your irrigation months. So that season runs from May to the end of October. And then within that rate structure too, there's your customer classes. So differences between your residential customers to your commercial customers to your industrial customers as well. And so there's an impact based on their patterns of usage. Typically, with an industrial customer, that volume is much higher, much greater. And so your base charge is higher as well because the impact on the system is much greater. I don't know if that's answering your
I'm just
question.
trying to understand the difference, the rationale. So if you're a single family user and you use the first 25,000, it's $2.86 a thousand, right? But if you're over 25,000, it costs you $3.58.
Right.
But if you're a commercial user, it's only $2.40. I mean, a gallon of water is a gallon of water. Why the difference in cost?
Because it's based on that diurnal pattern and based on the requirements more so on the peak hourly demands. Your industrial customers are usually fairly flat. It's a constant rate throughout the day of operations, but there's a wide variation in your customer classes between, say, a residential or a multifamily. And so they take all of that into account. It really is complex. When our consultants go through that, they look at the consumption rates and patterns and design it based on that because of the overall impact to servicing during those peak hourly demands.
So it's actually cheaper then to provide commercial water than, say, residential water. Is that correct?
Generally, yes, because
you're not having to size your volume. Say, like on a residential customer, from one season to the next, their demand triples. On an industrial customer, it's fairly constant throughout the year because their business practices and business models don't change throughout the year. And so you're sizing your pipes, your pumps and everything else for those high peak hourly periods. And so there's a higher rate factor on
Okay, I understand now. Thank you.
Any other questions on any of these fee increases? I mean, if we wanted to go through all of them line by line, we could, but we'll be here till next week.
I have one
Yes.
question that,
Josh.
on the recreation side, sorry,
Ooh, day 9.
on the community recreation center, I don't see just standard membership passes. Am I missing
And
that?
Butler, Parks and Recreation Director, I brought help.
Very smart.
I don't understand what you're asking me.
Yeah, so when I look at the community recreation center on the memberships, it's on page, what page am I on? 11, I think. Nope. Go up one. Sorry, go to 10. Yeah, here. So on page 10 here. It has youth and senior monthly, youth and senior annual, and then it jumps to family. Does it have, though, not youth and senior individual passes?
So we have a corporate rate?
So like if, is youth and senior just like all ages? I would assume youth and senior is
So
like
youth-
over 65
yeah.
and so.
Over 60 and then youth are under 17.
Okay, so what would a monthly membership for me cost?
You are 37 a month.
I'm 37 a month. Is
Yeah,
that
adult.
changing?
No.
That's
So
not
we
changing.
changed those fees a few years ago.
Okay,
And we did not touch youth or senior, probably for over 12 years.
okay, all right. I was just curious why that one was not included.
I see
Not
what
a
you're
huge-
saying.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thanks.
And they don't get charged any, the youth and the senior, no matter what they do, it is that flat 20, well, it would be $22. They don't pay more for being a monthly versus a bank draft. Typically, bank draft users pay less,
Okay.
but we just keep theirs a standard fee.
So, council, everything you see on here is going to have an increase. Everything that we do does not necessarily have the increase.
Right.
And
I
so
was
that's
curious
you don't
why
see
that
some of
wasn't
that stuff.
included on there though as an increase.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Because
get it.
we changed it a couple years ago.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions, council?
I got one.
Yes.
Regarding cemeteries, so. You did bring help.
What page are you on, Linda?
In here, it looks like page 5.
I don't even know where you're looking for pages, but
That's what it says as I scroll. I don't see a page
Exhibit,
number on
Exhibit
it.
E, page 5.
That's it, what you have there. So I remember, I don't remember what year it was, but I remember a discussion several years ago about creating or increasing or whatever we did, but the difference between a standard rate and a resident rate. And we did that. I mean, it's implemented for the cemetery, which I guess is Mountain View, but I'm wondering why we didn't do the same thing for a rest lawn.
Because the fees are the same for both.
For both,
Mountain View. and
okay,
West
so
Lawn.
whatever applies to one applies to the other? So
Correct.
we did do it?
Yes.
Okay, okay. I was looking at, so then why do we break out certain fees for rest lawn?
Because over there, we have ash
Oh.
niches.
So we have different options? Okay, but we don't make a distinction on those options? Whether they're a resident or not?
I'm not sure what you're,
Oh, so a non-resident
Right,
opposed to a
right.
resident?
We,
Garden of Gethsemane.
as we do with, other facilities in the city, I don't know how you want to put it, whether we give a break to residents or whether we charge more to non-residents, but either way, there's a difference. And we've made that difference in the top part there under cemetery fees. And I guess if you get those options, like a regular space or an ash section, then there's gonna be a difference at both cemeteries. But where Restlawn has different options, I was just wondering why we weren't making that. And I guess we never decided to do it, but
Why there's not a
difference.
non-resident resident
Right.
fee?
Right. And it just, is that something we want to do?
Difference. So-
Because we've done that on all the others.
So it sounds to me like you would like to see a resident, non-resident at Restlawn as well as the other.
Yeah.
So it could mirror that.
I think just
Makes
to be
sense.
consistent, if we're going to do that for some fees or at some facilities, I'd like to see us do that across the board.
It's possible.
Sure.
okay. Okay.
Is that
yeah, I
making
see- I
sense?
see what you,
I think we can come back, they can come, look at that, come back with that and
Yeah.
just add a non-resident fee. And of course, our attorney's gonna come up there and
Oh.
gonna screw it up.
Love fees.
Tell me what's wrong
Oh, we
with
had
my
all day long made
suggestion.
it.
No, not at all. If I may, Mayor and City Council, you do have to be a little careful with non-resident and resident fees. We do have them delineated in some instances, but that's based on the fact that it's a subsidized expense, not an entirely fee-based expense. And so each of those needs to be evaluated by looking at whether it's subsidized by the taxpayers that live in the city or whether it's not. If it's a service that's the service, and that's how much it costs to provide the service regardless of resident or non-resident, then you should keep it the same for both. But if it's subsidized at some level or in some way by city paying tax, or city resident taxpayers, then you can make two different fee amounts. So if it's just a service for, I don't have it in front of me and I can't see the glare, but I'm just picking one out, I don't know. But if it's just a service for opening and closing services for late requests, if that's the same for both and not really subsidized by taxpayers, you should keep it the same for both.
Right. It would only be where it looks like it's only on sort of types of burial. If it's a regular place, a regular space, then there's a standard price and a resident price. If it's an ash section, then there's a standard price. So I think it fit, because I remember when we discussed doing this, you gave us those criteria and we felt that it met that. So I think it seems like there's burial types that are listed under Restlawn that would meet those criteria.
And that's what I don't know, is whether or
Okay.
not the Restlawn expenses have some sort of resident taxpayer subsidy that
Okay.
goes along with those.
So we would need to look at that before we would decide whether we can do this or
If
not.
Restlawn happens to be, and again, I don't know, but if Restlawn happens to be fully fee funded, then the fee should be uniform regardless of where the city of the service payer is
Right.
coming from.
It was where our taxpayers were subsidizing
Exactly.
something. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
So our good attorney sat up here, so I get to get on my little soapbox for just like 2 seconds. When he says subsidized by taxpayers and then not, I think that a non-resident doesn't pay near enough for the cemetery plot. I think it should be a tremendous amount different than what it is right now because the taxpayers in the city of Pocatello get to, through eternity, mow that grass. And I can guarantee through eternity is going to cost the taxpayers in Pocatello a little bit more than $100. That being said, or whatever this is, that being said, our attorney always wins that argument, and because I do believe that there's other cities and places around that should have a cemetery that they maintain and they tax their people for. Because we get blasted because we get in trouble because our taxes are higher, and they're higher because we provide more services and we have to tax for more things, but then we're giving away stuff. And so it goes that way with a number of stuff for me. But now I'm off my soapbox. I appreciate the opportunity to
Can I
get on
follow
that.
up?
No, you can't. Thank you.
Not a rebuttal, it's a
Brent, go
supporting
ahead.
comment.
Oh, you were gonna support? You were gonna support? I don't believe that. Let's
Well,
hear
no,
it.
it really is. I think if you wanted department heads to look at their departments and make a calculation as to how much is funded by fees and how much is funded by taxes, a lot of departments know that or could know that pretty easily. That ratio is really your guiding number for establishing those different sets of fees. And it's really not complicated, and I agree, you'd probably discover that you could have a bigger gap in resident versus non-resident. So, yeah, I fully support that.
That's the first time. Feels pretty good. Brent.
Good motion right there.
Brent.
Well, yeah, $100 difference in a plot, and in return, you're gonna maintain it in perpetuity. How do we equalize that? I mean, how do we get numbers to be able to set a price?
Well, we did it on the other part. But how, is what you're asking. Yeah.
Well, that's
Or
been the
should-
whole
should we,
argument.
yeah.
That's the whole argument that's been made. We just keep taking the hits. That's all right. Is what it is.
So you're asking us to come back with some numbers in reference to the difference of residential, non-residential for all fees throughout the city, or just for cemetery?
No, just for now, relative to the cemetery.
Okay.
Yeah. And what I was looking at is just where it is a type of burial where we made a distinction for some types, between resident and non-resident, that couldn't we do that for all of them? Like the ash niche, the Garden of Gethsemane. I agree. I think, Jared, the point about like surcharge for opening and closing services, maybe that wouldn't be something where it would apply, but
But it might.
it might, but certainly types of burials where we've done it in that top section, if we did that for all of it.
If that employee is funded 80% fees and 20% general fund, then maybe it can be a 20% difference for,
For that,
Yeah.
that person who has to stay later.
and that's a
Yeah.
decision. As I've said many times, fees are never gonna be 100%, and they're never gonna really capture the service that's provided. But at least it's a guiding tool for you to make that decision.
Okay.
Okay, council? Anything else?
Could I just add one?
Sure.
I know, I wanted to stick it on a mention real fast. I think I saw something in a previous about the variable hour or the seasonal workers, about the fees being changed for Parks and Rec in 2024, and that we were gonna look at the
Once
fees.
Ann hits a couple hundred days, we'll
Right.
sit down and talk about what our cost recovery is looking like with the new pay charts.
Right, okay. When that happens, I would be really interested to see, does the aquatic center right now, does it charge a resident versus non-resident rate? I would be interested to see what would all those rates look like for all of our Parks and Rec, because that's an area that I think we have an opportunity for cost recovery in outdoor and recreation tourism in 2024.
Can I make a suggestion, maybe, and I talked about this with Scott before, but maybe make it a discount if you're a resident? So it's spun a little more positive,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you a resident? Can you show us that? Then they would say, okay, you get $1 off or
Great.
something like that.
And we do that at golf, right? The golf, there's a resident, non-resident, but because of what she said, when you went in to golf, it said if you're a resident, it's 32 around. If you're a non-resident, it's 34. Everybody should be 34, and if you're a resident, you get a $2 discount.
Great.
So Ann's ideas there are great. Now, I would like to see that. I mean, really, I don't want to take things away from the kids, right? At Ross Park, that's a big thing, and I guess you could scholarship some people, but there should be a difference. The families that And I'm not saying it's got to be huge, but there should be a benefit to living in Pocatello and having those things for us. Yeah.
Stacy Van Kirk, Recreation Manager. I just have a comment about resident fees because when I first started here 14 years ago, we did have city residents prove their residency back then. It takes a lot of time. Right now, we do have a non-resident resident fee at the rec center. We ask for their zip code. We'll get them in our system. We can kind of run around that way and get the right, but at the aquatic center, just as an example, the point of sale and how quick we're trying to turn over, if people are trying to prove their residency to us and they're 12, I just want that to be kept in mind.
Sure.
And then who manages the like resident, non-resident database, you know, so just some things to think about. I definitely agree, non-residents should pay a fee, but when it comes to now giving discounts, we have to give residents some sort of like, hey, thanks for proving it to us, and that's what they do at the.
And that would be the easiest way, right? If I walk up and it says, costs you $8 to swim here. If you're a resident, $6.
Right.
Hey, I'm a resident. If I can't prove it, I'm paying $8. There you go.
Yeah, the other day we had a angry citizen because, you know, in Chubbuck, they do have a Pocatello mailing. And so everybody assumes in Chubbuck in a sense that they live or that they should get Pocatello rates. You know, there's some education, but we agree.
Perfect.
You know, so, but.
Thanks. Thanks for your time.
Any other questions on the fees? Levi?
I have one comment on the residential fee is wrong on this one. It's
which slide are you
showing
on?
the inside city limits. It's showing 3254 with only 2%.
Which slide are you on?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. 26.
26.
What's that for us?
Right there, the inside city limits. It's showing only a 2-cent increase, and it's actually 31 cents. The rate we're proposing is for 32.83, not 32.54.
32.83.
Yeah.
You're not going up by 2 cents?
No, it's going to be just slightly more than 2 cents.
33.84?
No, it's going to be 32.83.
Sorry.
You want me to throw some more numbers out there to see if we can?
Okay, and that's proposed fee exhibit X for inside city limits.
Yes.
Okay, thanks for pointing that out. Any other questions, council, for the fee schedule? Okay. With that, we are adjourned. Thank you all for a long and productive day.